Materials Management, Durgapur branch, I, Samita Chaudhary, along with my colleague and co-host Koeli Bhattacharya, have the honor and privilege of extending a very warm and hearty welcome to each one of you. I take this opportunity to extend a very special welcome to the chief guest of today's seminar, Sri Surajit Misra, Director in charge of Burnpur and Durgapur Steel Plant, whose continuous support has been a tremendous moral booster for Iimm Durgapur branch. We are also honored to welcome our distinguished keynote speakers, Sri Amit Bhargava and Sri Shalin Chavda from the KPMG Group, whose insights and expertise will greatly enrich today's discussions. Iimm Durgapur branch is truly delighted to have with us Sri Lalit Raj Meena, National President, Iimm 23-25, and Sri Pradeep Kumar, Vice President East. Your leadership, vision, and support continue to strengthen and elevate our profession. We are equally delighted to welcome SAIL's esteemed retired head of materials management, along with other stalwarts of materials management fraternity who had graciously spared time to be with us today and tomorrow. Sir, your remarkable contributions and enduring legacy continue to inspire us all. It is indeed a privilege for the materials management fraternity to have amongst us Executive Director, SAIL's Corporate Materials Management Group, as well as the heads of materials management from Bhilai Steel Plant, Rourkela Steel Plant, ISCO Steel Plant, Bokaro Steel Plant, and Durgapur and Alloy Steel Plant. Your presence makes this gathering truly meaningful, and we look forward to a session filled with learning, dialogue, and inspiration. A very warm welcome also to the Executive Director, Alloy Steel Plant, and all other Executive Directors of DSP and Chief General Manager present here today, whose leadership and guidance play a vital role in shaping the ongoing success of our organization. We also extend a very warm welcome to all the invitees, delegates from steel plants and other industries, and all the esteemed members of the Iimm. Thank you for your gracious presence and active participation. We must admit that a great deal of thought has gone into selecting today's theme for the seminar. After extensive brainstorming, we finally arrived at the theme for today's event, which is harnessing the power of AI and data analytics in supply chain management. In today's rapidly evolving industrial environment, the integration of artificial intelligence and data analytics into supply chain operation has moved well beyond an emerging trend. We therefore felt that this theme is not only relevant, but also highly apt and timely. Sir, we now will formally welcome the dignitaries with floral bouquets and uttariya. In a gesture both graceful and deeply meaningful, today's floral bouquets, entirely crafted from date palm leaves, have been lovingly created by the talented tribal students of the education centers in DSP's model steel villages. These exquisite arrangements embody nature, tradition, and blossoming creativity. They honor the resilience of the natural world while showcasing the remarkable artistry and skill of young students. The uttariya being presented today has been meticulously crafted by exceptional young members of the Mahila group, who, after receiving art and craft training from Swami Vivekananda Vani Prachar Samiti under DSP's CSR initiative, and now serve as trainers empowering other women towards financial independence through hands-on training and mentorship. Together, they have formed a self-help group named Amra Mayer May, meaning we are mothers' daughters. They produce a wide range of beautifully handcrafted items, including jute bags and other clothing items. Through their initiative, traditional craftsmanship has evolved into a source of livelihood, empowerment, and collective pride. The modest yet meaningful gesture not only pays tribute to our esteemed dignitaries, but also highlights the creativity, resilience, and life-changing influence of education and CSR-led guidance. I request our respected Chief Patron, Executive Director, Materials Management, DSP and ASP, Sri Bhupender Singh Popley, to formally welcome the dignitaries. I request our branch chairman, Sri Yancy Pareda, to kindly lead the way. I also request Varsha, Pooja and Tina to kindly assist. Our esteemed chief guest, Sri Surajit Mishra, Director in charge, SAIL, Burnpur and Durgapur Steel Plant. Sri Javed Ahmed, Executive Director, Corporate Metals Management Group. Sri Lalit Raj Meena, National President, Iimm 2023-25. Lighting of the lamp amake dekhe dish. Acha. Sri Pradeep Kumar, Vice President, East Iimm. Sri Subbaraj, Executive Director, Alloy Steels Plant. Sri Anil Kumar, Executive Director, Rourkela Steel Plant. Sri Chittaranjan Mishra, Executive Director, Metals Management, Bokaro Steel Plant. Sri Sanjeev Kumar Singh, Executive Director, Metals Management, ISCO Steel Plant. And Sri Ajay Chakravarti, Executive Director, Metals Management, Bhilai Steel Plant. So as we gather for this special occasion, we begin with a sacred tradition that has illuminated our culture and heritage for generations, the lighting of the ceremonial lamp. We humbly invite, we request, may I now very respectfully invite our esteemed dignitaries to lead the presence of this adds distinction and grace to this gathering to kindly step forward for the lamp lighting ceremony. We invite Sri Biswas to offer a devotional prayer as the lamp is being lit, adding a serene and divine grace to this auspicious ceremony. May I request our chief guest, Sri Surajit Mishra, Director in charge, SAIL, Burnpur and Durgapur, to kindly lead the ceremonial lamp. May I request other dignitaries also, Sri Bhupender Singh Popley may kindly lead. Lalit Raj Meena, National President, IIMM, Sri Pradeep Kumar, Vice President East, and all other dignitaries present here may kindly come forward for the lighting of the ceremonial lamp. A water diya has been placed on every table. We kindly request all of you to light your diya as a part of our collective lamp lighting ceremony.
या कुन्देन्दुतूषरहरधवला या शुभ्रवस्तावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकर या श्वेत पद्मासना या ब्रह्मच्युतशङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः द्वैर्वै सदा पूजिता श्यामं पतु सरस्वती भगवती निश्विष जाड्यपहार वरदे विनावादिनी वरदे वरदे विनावादिनी वरदे प्रिय स्वतंत्र रव अमृत मंत्र नव प्रिय स्वतंत्र रव अमृत मंत्र रव भारत में भर दे वर दे विनावादिनी वर दे काट अंध उर के बंधन स्वर बाह जननी ज्योतिर्मयनी जर काट अंध उर के बंधन स्वर बाह जननी ज्योतिर्मयनी झर कलुष भेद तम हर प्रकाश भर कलुष भेद तम हर प्रकाश भर जगमग जग कर दे वर दे विनावादिनी वर दे विनावादिनी वर दे सरगम पम गम गर मगर स ध ध ध ध ध ध ध ध पद नि ध नि ध प पद स नि ध प ध नि ध प म ध प म प ग म प ग म र प म गर स नवगति नवलय ताल छंद नव नवल कंठ नव जलद मंतरव आ आ नवगति नवलय ताल छंद नव नवल कंठ नव जलद मंत्ररव नव नभ के नव विहग वृंद को नव नभ के नव विहग वृंद को नभ पर नव स्वर दे वर दे विनावादिनी वर दे प्रिय स्वतंत्र रव अमृत मंत्र नव भारत में भर दे वर दे विनावादिनी वर दे विनावादिनी वर दे वर दे वर दे
Thank you, Sri Amitesh Bishwas, for the beautiful rendition of this inaugural song. We would like to announce that due to the pressing schedule of our chief guest, Director in charge, Burnpur and Durgapur Steel Plant, there is slightly change in the total schedule of our program. We are grateful to our director in charge for sparing us time to be with us today in spite of his very busy schedule. So we'll go ahead with this, with the website launch now. Today actually marks a significant milestone for the Iimm Durgapur branch as we formally unveil our official website. Designed and developed by Sri Swarup Poddar of East West Solution, the website represents a major step towards strengthening our digital footprint and enhancing communication with our esteemed members and stakeholders. This platform will serve as a dynamic interface for information, updates, learning resources, engagement, and reflecting commitment to transparency, accessibility, and modernization. And now we arrived at the proud moment and defining milestones, the unveiling of the official website of Indian Institute of Materials Management, Durgapur branch. With utmost respect, I now request our chief guest, Sri Surajit Mishra, to open the website. Thank you, sir. We are equally delighted to release the official souvenir of Iimm Durgapur branch, a meaningful compilation that captures the achievements, initiatives, and collective journey. This souvenir stands as a testament to the dedication, teamwork, and continuous progress of our branch. It not only monumentalizes our past efforts, but also inspires us to move forward with great enthusiasm and purpose. May I now invite our esteemed dignitaries to kindly release the souvenir. Thank you, sirs. Now I have the pleasure and privilege of introducing our chief guest of today's seminar, a respected director in charge, Burnpur and Durgapur Steel Plant, Steel Authority of India Limited, Sri Surajit Mishra. Sri Mishra is a visionary leader, technocrat, and administrator with over 3 decades of rich experience in plant operations, maintenance, and projects across various SAIL units, including VISL, DSP, and ISP. A graduate in electrical engineering from the College of Engineering and Technology, Bhubaneswar, he began his career at Visvesvaraya Iron and Steel Plant in 1990 as a management trainee and has since held key positions contributing significantly to modernization, automation, and new product development. Under his leadership, Sri Mishra has spearheaded path-breaking projects such as LHB Excel development for Indian Railways, revival of VISL operations with innovative business models, and the ongoing 4 million ton expansion project at ISCO Steel Plant, the first in line among SAIL units. Known for his strategic insight and out-of-box thinking, and focus on safety and sustainability, he has been instrumental in driving transformative changes across SAIL. Apart from his technical and managerial accomplishment, Sri Mishra is an avid reader and connoisseur of classical music. His dedication, expertise, and visionary approach continue to inspire the steel industry and all those associated with SAIL. May I now have the honor and privilege of inviting our esteemed chief guest, Sri Surajit Mishra, to kindly address our gathering.
Good morning to all. Distinguished dignitaries from IIMM, executive directors, and above all Javed Sahab, whom I have always regarded as my senior, and executive directors, CGMs, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I'll first apologize for the slight delay I caused to the schedule. Traffic was held up in the GT road because of an accident with a dumper. Obviously, there might have been some disruption in the supply chain. Somewhere it would have caused some disruption in the supply chain. We have been holding these conferences of IIMM regularly. I believe last time it was held at ISP. So I think a few papers were dedicated to this theme, use of machine learning in materials management. I believe it is a continuation of the same theme, and it is very apt now. I think Javed Saab's team is already working on use of AI and machine learning for our what is it called, evaluation of our tenders. I think they are developing a module, as I am aware of. And similar kind of thing is being tried at ISP projects also. They are also working on similar lines, use of machine learning for evaluation of our tenders. Being a public sector undertaking, materials management has many dimensions to it. Some hacks say that it is materials management is getting the right material at the right time, at the right price. But I will leave out the third part, right price. There is, as I have discovered in the ISP project, where we have tendered out and discovered prices of all the technology packages, there is never a right price. So it is a very subjective thing, what is the right price. So we can limit the thing, materials management, getting the right material at the right time. Price probably is a different aspect. For us, it has many dimensions because apart from the supply chain itself, managing the supply chain itself, we also have to deal with government regulations, sometimes our own regulations imposed by our rules existing in the, being a public sector undertaking, we have our own processes, which is quite different from those prevailing in the private sector. All those things impose certain, what do I say, impose certain complexities in our supply chain management. And I think everybody recognizes it that our process is little bit cumbersome. The records are voluminous, the data is voluminous, and often it takes a huge amount of labor for our officers in materials management to evaluate the tenders properly. Evaluation of obviously is done, but evaluating properly, taking everything into account. That is where the natural solution comes to data analytics, where all the data can be analyzed objectively and properly, the defining word being properly. At the same time, there is a caveat because AI is known to hallucinate. Many times, you might, these days it is in European magazines and all, whenever something is generated in AI, at the bottom they mention it generated with AI, it may contain errors. So it is mandated by EU that anything that is done with AI, it must be mentioned that part of the work has been done by AI and it might contain errors. So that caveat, I think, should also apply to anything that we are doing with the help of AI and machine learning, because it might contain errors. The AI models that we use, they are basically statistical models only. There is not much intelligence involved in it. I would suggest that आप Gemini या फिर ChatGPT को you pose a question, what is artificial intelligence? I had done that exercise once, and the answer I got was, giving the name of artificial intelligence makes it sound attractive. That is what Gemini gave the answer. There is not proper intelligence involved in it. These are basically statistical tools and very powerfully developed and executed statistical tools, analyzing enormous amount of data at enormous speed. So that caveat remains important when we start using AI in our day-to-day work involving materials management, where apart from the supply chain management part, lot of our work, at least in the PSUs, involve properly evaluating the documents. So while AI retains its importance in this activity as well as getting the supply chain management right, so this caveat should apply. So I believe that the papers that will be presented here, they will have many insights, not forgetting this thing that it might contain errors. So I will not take much time. Already I have delayed the proceedings, and I think I would request all the dignitaries to give their insights to help our people work effectively, to get insights into this exciting model of utilizing AI and machine learning and data analytics into our day-to-day activities of evaluating tenders, getting the supply chain right. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful address and your guiding thoughts. We assure you that your guidance will steer our efforts and actions ahead. It gives us immense pleasure to highlight that the event also features a vendor meet with participation from more than 40 vendors from across India. The overwhelming response reflects the strong enthusiasm and engagement of our valued vendor partners. May I now request the privilege of our chief guest to Mr. Surajit Mishra, Director in charge, to formally inaugurate the vendor stalls. We also request our dignitaries to graciously accompany him for the inaugural proceedings. So we'll be assembling back within 15 minutes.
Hello, hello. A very warm and pleasant good morning to everyone present here. I am Koili Bhattacharya, the Honorary Secretary of the IIMM Durgapur branch, and it's my privilege and absolute pleasure to welcome each one of you to this prestigious occasion. Because of an important meeting of our chief guest, Sri Surajit Mishra sir, we have to make some changes in our plan, and now onwards we will try to maintain the original schedule. On behalf of the Indian Institute of Materials Management Durgapur branch, I extend a heartfelt welcome to all our distinguished guests, respected dignitaries, esteemed speakers, delegates, industry leaders, academicians, and every participant who has joined us today. I stand here with immense pride and joy as I announce that the IIMM Durgapur branch is organizing a national seminar for the third time after 2004 and 2017. This truly is a landmark moment for us, a milestone that reflects our collective efforts, dedication, and vision to elevate the culture of learning, innovation, and professional excellence in this region. We are deeply honored to have such an esteemed gathering with us today, and we look forward to an enriching, insightful, and inspiring seminar ahead. Once again, on behalf of IIMM Durgapur branch, I warmly welcome you all. Thank you for gracing this event with your presence. Because of the change of the plan, that welcoming of the distinguished guests was incomplete or could not be completed. Now I request our Chief Patron, Executive Director, Materials Management, DSP and ASP, Sri Bhupender Singh Popli, to formally welcome the other dignitaries. I also request our branch chairman, CNC Parida, to kindly lead the way. Varsa, Pooja, and Tina are requested to kindly assist. Wow.
Thank you, sir. Founded in 1999 with just a handful of students, Panchajanna has come a long way to become a name that is synonymous with artistic excellence and cultural fineness. Situated in Durgapur, this institution today stands tall with nearly 400 dedicated learners across various disciplines such as dance, vocal music, art and craft, and yoga, and many of whom have won prestigious awards and recognition. Under the visionary leadership of its founder, Mrs. Shoma Bhaumik, who has also authored two esteemed books on Bharatanatyam theory, Panchajanna has graced distinguished stages across India and abroad, including Delhi, Mumbai, Tripura, Odisha, and Singapore. Their productions, renowned for their powerful socio-cultural storytelling, have earned them collaborations with prominent state and government bodies such as SAIL, Department of Forest, Power Grid, and many others. Today, we are delighted to present a performance by Panchajanya that is both devotional and artistic. Let us witness Krishna, the Infinite Soul, a production that unfolds the many earthly forms, leelas, and divine expressions of Lord Krishna, portrayed with grace, emotion, and timeless artistry. Over to Panchajanna.
है प्रचंड बोल मस्तकों के झुंड, आज जंग की घड़ी की तुम गुहार दो। है प्रचंड बोल मस्तकों के झुंड, आज जंग की घड़ी की तुम गुहार दो। आन बान शान या की जान का हो दान, आज एक धनुष के बाण पे उतार दो। आरंभ है प्रचंड बोल मस्तकों के झुंड, आज जंग की घड़ी की तुम गुहार दो। आन बान शान या की जान का हो दान, आज एक धनुष के बाण पे उतार दो। आरंभ है प्रचंड। करे सो प्राण दे, जो मन करे सो प्राण ले, वही तो एक सर्वशक्तिमान है। मन करे सो प्राण दे, जो मन करे सो प्राण ले, वही तो एक सर्वशक्तिमान है। कृष्ण की पुकार है, ये भागवत का सार है कि युद्ध ही तो वीर का प्रमाण है। कौरवों की भीड़ हो या पांडवों का नीड़ हो, जो लड़ सका है वो ही तो महान है। जीत की हवस नहीं, किसी पे कोई वश नहीं, क्या जिंदगी है ठोकरों पे मार दो। मौत अंत है नहीं तो मौत से भी क्यों डरे, ये जाके आसमान में दहाड़ दो। आरंभ है प्रचंड, आरंभ है प्रचंड, आरंभ है प्रचंड।
गोकुल धाम बिरज का वासी कान्हा नंद किशोर, चक चक धूम चक चक, चक चक धूम चक चक। गोकुल धाम बिरज का वासी कान्हा नंद किशोर, कोई कहे चित चोर, कोई कहता माखन चोर। चोर चोर माखन चोर यही है, चलिया माखन चोर। गोकुल धाम बिरज का वासी कान्हा नंद किशोर, मटकी फोड़ी जिसने हमारी वो नहीं कोई और। चोर चोर माखन चोर यही है, चलिया माखन चोर। नेहा लगावे गैया मुझको आप ही दूध पिलाती, पकड़ पकड़ गोकुल की गोपिन माखन आप खिलाती। झूठो दोष लगावे साथी दिखा बतावे शोर। चोर चोर माखन चोर यही है, चलिया माखन चोर। मैयारी नहीं मैं माखन चोर। गोकुल धाम बिरज का वासी कान्हा नंद किशोर, चक चक धूम चक चक। हाँ गोकुल धाम बिरज का वासी कान्हा नंद किशोर, मटकी फोड़े जो गोपिन की होगा वो कोई और। मैं नहीं माखन चोर।
मुरी बंसी बजैया नंदलाला कन्हैया, मुरी बंसी बजैया नंदलाला कन्हैया, मुरी बंसी बजैया नंदलाला कन्हैया। मुही मुही ऐसे नहीं छेड़ा सावरे, सुन सुन माँ से नहीं छेड़ा दावरे, जाके यशोदा से कह दूंगी रे, कान्हा सो जा सदा, ओ कान्हा सो जा जरा।
प्रेम की अपनी अलग बोली अलग भाषा है, बात नैनों से हो कान्हा की यही आशा है।
कान्हा के ये जो नैना है, जिन्हें गोपियों के चैना है। कान्हा के ये जो नैना है, जिन्हें गोपियों के चैना है। मिली नजरिया हुई बावरिया, गोरी गोरी सी कोई गुजरिया।
कान्हा का प्यार किसी गोपी के मन में जो पले, किस लिए राधा जले राधा जले राधा जले।
राधा कैसे न जले,
किस लिए राधा जले,
राधा कैसे न जले।
किस लिए राधा जले, किस लिए राधा जले।
राधा कैसे न जले,
किस लिए राधा जले, किस लिए राधा जले।
सुबह का ख्याल आज वापस गोकुल चल मथुरा राज। मथुरा नगर पति का है तुम गोकुल जा। मनोहर वेश छोड़ नंद राज, सर से उतार के सुंदर ताज। कौन सा अनोखा गीत गाहे पिकूल, बिरहन लागे फिर हृदय अकुल। राजकाज मन ना लगा, मथुरा नगर पति गाहे तुम गोकुल जा। मथुरा नगर पति गाहे तुम गोकुल जा। मथुरा नगर पति का है तुमको जा।
दिल धड़क धड़क गया, अटक अटक ना माना। लट गई रे उलझ गए, कैसे कोई हट गया मन से लिपट अनजाना। वो नील अंग सा रूप रंग ले सगन समाधि प्रेम भंग। चल अंग अंग फिर मन में दंग, और तन पतंग मैं संग संग और गाना।
मुरली की धुन सुर राधिके, मुरली की धुन सुर राधिके, मुरली की धुन सुर राधिके। धुन सांस सांस में बुन के, धुन सांस सांस में बुन के। कर दे प्रेम का गीत का मोह का शगुन। की ये धुन सुन राधिके, मुरली की ये धुन सुन राधिके, मुरली की ये धुन सुन राधिके। तुमसे तुमको पाना तन मन तुम, तन से मन को जाना उलझन तुम,
तुमसे तुमको पाना तन मन तुम,
जियारे नैना चुप के हरे मन गुमसुम, डोरी टूटे ना 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 बांधी नैनों ने, जो संग तेरे देखे मैंने तो, सब रंग तेरे फीके ना हो छूटे ना ये रंग।
तेरे रंग रंग तेरे रंग रंग मन बहकेगा तन बहकेगा,
तेरे रंग रंग तेरे रंग रंग मन महकेगा तन दहकेगा,
तेरे रंग रंग
तेरे रंग रंग मन महकेगा
मन बहकेगा, तेरे रंग रंग
रंग रंग मन महकेगा तन दहकेगा। मुरली की ये धुन सुन राधिके, मुरली की ये धुन सुन राधिके, मुरली की ये धुन सुन राधिके। धुन सांस सांस में बुन के, धुन सांस सांस में बुन के, कर दे प्रेम का गीत का मोह का शबनम। मुरली की ये धुन सुन राधिके, मुरली की ये धुन सुन राधिके, मुरली की ये धुन सुन राधिके।
Thank you, Panchajanna, for that truly captivating and soul-stirring performance. Your artistry, grace, and storytelling have illuminated this stage with a vibrance that reflects years of dedication, discipline, and passion. Every movement, every note, and every expression carried the essence of culture, tradition, and excellence that Panchajanna is so deeply admired for. Thank you once again. I request our Honorary Branch Secretary of Durgapur IIM Branch, Ms. Koeli Bhattacharya, to kindly felicitate Ms. Shoma Bhomik, the founder of Panchajanna. I also request all the participants of Panchajanna to kindly come to the stage. Thank you, Panchajanna. It gives us immense pleasure to mention that IIM Durgapur branch is fortunate to have amongst us the first national president of Indian Institute of Materials Management, Sri Ashok Dasgupta, who has just joined us a few moments back. May I now call upon the chairman of IIM Durgapur branch, whose efforts have brought renewed vibrancy and momentum to the branch, to present the welcome address. Nancy Parida, please. May I request Nancy? Okay.
Respected EDMM, DSP and ASP, Mr. B.S. Popli, Mr. Ashok Dasgupta, the first national president of IIMM, who has come just recently. A big clap for him. Sri Javed Sahab, ED CMMG, Meena Sahab, Pradeep Kumar Sahab, Anil Kumar Sahab, Misra Sahab, Chakravarti Sahab and Sanjeev Sheikh Sahab and other ex-HOMMs, Ashok Rai Sahab and Chakravarti Sahab, Santanu Chakravarti and other dignitary and ED works Sahab, ED projects, ED SPU. So all the dignitary from DSP, ISP, BSL, RSP, CMMG, BSP, and distinguished representatives from JM, DHL, GAIL, KPMG, Deloitte, McKinsey, BHEL, JSW, Coal India, and other leading organizations, and our valued institutional and corporate members, delegates, vendors, invitees, and dear members of the IIM fraternity. I welcome all, a very warm and heartfelt welcome to each one of you to the National Seminar and Vendor Meet 2025 being proudly hosted by Iimm Durgapur branch at this Steel Club. The National Seminar and Vendor Meet 2025 is a unique initiative of the Durgapur branch, and today's gathering demonstrates the immense trust the industry has placed on us. The theme, harnessing the power of AI and data analytics in supply chain management, is not only a timely but critical. In any industry, and especially in the steel sector, materials constitute a significant percentage of the cost of production. Efficient supply chain management has a direct impact on profitability, resilience, and long-term competitiveness. Today, global industry faces unprecedented supply chain disruptions, geopolitical uncertainty, and rapidly changing technological landscapes. In such a scenario, the intelligent use of AI, predictive analytics, and data-driven decision-making is no longer optional, it is indispensable. By bringing together the consultants from different organizations and the delegates, we want to deliberate a future driven by digital transformation, agility, and strategic insights. Going forward, the Durgapur branch aspires to become a flag bearer in developing training and empowering supply chain professionals. Our vision is to make Durgapur a knowledge hub of procurement excellence, logistics, optimization, inventory intelligence, and technology-enabled SCM strategy. With the support of our national leadership, industry partners, industrial institutional members, and the enthusiasm of our growing membership base, we are confident that we will achieve this vision. Today's seminar and the vendor meet is not just an event, it is a milestone in the resurgence of Iimm Durgapur. I firmly believe that the discussion, interaction, and collaboration today and tomorrow will inspire new ideas, forge new partnerships, and contribute meaningfully to the evolution of supply chain management in India. With these words, I once again extend my warm welcome to all of you and wish the event a grand success. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Sri N.C. Parida, our branch chairman, for his short but powerful address. The Indian Institute of Materials Management, headquartered at Navi, Mumbai, is the national apex body representing a wide spectrum of professionals involved in all facets of materials management, including planning, sourcing, logistics, and supply chain management. IIMM has a strong nationwide presence with 56 branches organized region-wise, 14 branches in Northern region, 9 branches in Eastern region, 16 branches in Western region, 11 branches in Southern region, and 6 branches in Central region. Today, we are privileged to have with us IIMM Eastern Region Vice President, Sri Pradeep Kumar, ex-GMMM Coal India, who is now a distinguished and successful lawyer at the Ranchi High Court. We are truly honored that he has taken time out of his busy schedule to grace this seminar with his presence. Before we invite him to the podium, we extend our heartfelt thanks for his constant guidance, dedicated leadership, and continuous support to the IIMM fraternity. Sir, we are honored by your presence today. May I now request you to kindly address the audience.
Dignitaries, vendor friends, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would congratulate Durgapur branch, which is the most vibrant branch in our eastern region and the fastest growing branch on all India basis. The result of their efforts, we could get 56 life members in Durgapur and 10 institutional members, which is a rare achievement. Their efforts have resulted into a number of awards given to them in recently conducted national conference at Ahmedabad. I would request all of you to join me in giving a big clap for their achievement. They have selected a very apt and appropriate topic for today's seminar, harnessing the power of AI and the data analytics in supply chain management. Most of us as supply chain executives have faced situations where demand forecasts were off. Inventory was marginalized and supplier disruptions caught us by surprise. Supply chain management in last 3 decades relied heavily on historical data, human intuition, and linear planning models. In today's volatile business environment, something more powerful, more agile, and more intelligent is required. Artificial intelligence and data analytics is a transforming supply chain from reactive systems into proactive self-learning networks. I hope the outcome of this seminar and the recommendations will go a big way in helping our supply chain managers and vendors too. I wish all success to this seminar. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your thoughtful address and for setting such a meaningful direction for today's proceedings. Your words have added great value to this session. Today, we have with us National President of Indian Institute of Materials Management 2023-25, Sri Lalit Raj Meena. It's my honor to introduce Sri Lalit Raj Meena, an eminent professional in the field of materials management with an illustrious career spanning over 35 years. Sri Meena is a distinguished alumnus of University of Rajasthan and further enriched his academic credentials with qualifications in export marketing from IIFT, JDMM and PGDMM from IIMM Mumbai. Throughout his career, he has demonstrated exceptional expertise in purchase and supply chain management, inventory and import management, R&D procurement, project budgeting and accounting, and construction project procurement. As an academic mentor, he has served as faculty for key domains of materials management and has guided scholars pursuing GDMM and PGDMM. Sri Meena has also contributed significantly to managerial capacity building, having organized 40 to 50 executive management and training programs. A life member of IIMM and AIMA, he has held prestigious positions including Chairman IIMM Chandigarh and Vice President North DO Mumbai. It is now our privilege to invite Sri Lalit Raj Meena to deliver his address. Sir.
Good morning. Good morning. First of all, I thank the Durgapur branch for having invited me in this program on the supply chain management, specifically on artificial intelligence and blockchain technology, etc. I welcome our first national president of Unified IIMM. In 1975, this institute was instituted by merging of 3 different associations in India and named as Indian Association of Materials Managers. In 1981, our leaders approached the government of India to approve our flagship course, Graduate Diploma in Materials Management. And later on in 1983, we changed our name from Indian Association of Materials Managers to Indian Institute of Materials Management. And the Indian Institute of Management first president is Mr. Ashok Das Gupta, sitting here. Fortunately, I am the student of first batch of GDMM of IIMM. You can understand if a student from the IIMM can go up to the national president level. And this is because of dedication and the knowledge we gain from the IIMM courses and training and seminars we conduct time to time. Presently, we have 10,000 members across the country, short by 1%. I fixed the target during my presidency as 10,000 members, and I could achieve 9,900, I think, 23 or 25. So I am short by around 1% in my target, and I never wanted to achieve 100%. My 99.5 is, I think, 9.25 is sufficient for me. I'll leave some leverage to the other person who's coming on the chair. Last year, I belong to Alwar branch, though actually founder, I'm the second or third chairman of the Chandigarh branch, 93-95. Later on become Vice President North, 96-98. National Secretary and Treasurer, 2017-19. And last 2 years, I was National President. I belong to CSR. I think your neighbor is CSR, our laboratory, Central Mechanical Engineering Research Institute. I am from that organization, CSIR. Persons are from Jamshedpur. We have National Meteorological Laboratory. I think this very closely you people are working with NML for your different R&D projects and other things. We conduct 2 flagship programs now. From 2018, Government of India transferred our course from UGC to the AICT, Allied Council of Technical Education, because all technical courses being approved by now from AICT and non-technical courses by UGC. So our course comes on the technical category, postgrad diploma in materials management and postgrad diploma in supply chain management and logistics. I request the young professionals to join these courses. I think it's very knowledgeable syllabus we have. You don't get the books in the market. We developed our own books in consultation with professionals, academicians and professionals. Our faculties are also a combination of the both. So when our contact classes are online, you feel that we give the practical examples of our own during the contact classes, which get benefited to all the participants. During my period, I think this is also a duty as a professional as a materials management or supply chain management. I could get manufactured 4 import substitute
in CSIR. And those companies from where I got it manufactured, now 70% of their product they are exporting to the other countries. So it's a lot of foreign exchange, give employment to our own persons, and we see a lot of money also. Recently we have taken a project from Andhra Pradesh Medical Joint Technology, the new baby of Government of India and Government of Rajasthan, Government of Andhra Pradesh. They have developed a 500 acres medical technology zone in Visakhapatnam. Presently, we are manufacturing 20% of medical equipments in India, and 80% we are importing either from European countries or from China. To reduce the dependency on the European countries and China, government of India has thought that why don't we manufacture in India? It is difficult for all manufacturers to invest that much money. So what government of India has done, they have developed that technology, medical technology zone. They are creating all the infrastructures and central test facilities, including a university within the campus, Global University, and 5-star hotel. So they have a capacity of 10,000 students hostel within the campus. The supply chain mapping work is being awarded to the IIMM. In July, I got a call from their CEO, Dr. Jitendra Kumar Sharma. Since he did some course from IIMM, so when he saw the IIMM logo, he contacted me. We approached them, I went them, and he gave me these are the works we want to do. The specific course on supply chain management on medical technology, some training programs, and supply chain mapping of the medical equipments to be manufactured in India. It was a difficult task as we were not having that much expertise, and some of our members said, sir, we cannot do this. But one of our member, Dr. Samar Rai Chaudhary, he came forward. Sir, we can do it. We prepared the presentation, gave that presentation. In first presentation, our project was approved. And if with the efforts of AMTZ and IMM, if we could manufacture even 50% of the imported equipments, I think it is a great help to the public of this country. One example I am giving you, they manufactured the MRI machine, which is being imported for around 7 crore rupees at the moment. We could manufacture and installed at a hospital in Nagpur, where our Minister, Honorable Gadkari ji, in his mother's name's hospital is concerned, and that MRI is costing 3 crore rupees being manufactured in India. Now you can understand the amount of saving we can have in particular one equipment. We get the cheaper equipment, cheaper medical facilities to our public, reduce saving of foreign exchange, generating employment within the countries. Therefore, it is onus on our purchase this materials management professionals, whether it is steel industries or electrical industries, medical professionals, whatever we are. These professionals are backbone of an industry. We spend around 60% of the cost of the raw material as a raw material, and if you save in 2%, it will be equivalent to around 10% of increasing your profitability of your organizations. In the steel industries, I think 3 components are the major components: iron ore, your fuel, and logistics. These are the major components actually in manufacturing the steel. I think logistics cost from mines to end user, maybe around 15% of their cost. Logistic cost from mines to end user, I think it's go like that. Same fuel cost. I think we are now reducing the dependency on the fossil fuel, mostly taking care of the new technology which is on the electricity base. Sometimes we are also generating solar energies where we have surplus land in our, because we have a lot of surplus land. So we have to reduce the dependence to fossil food, and in fossil fuel also clean fuel. I think the ash contents in our coal is much more than the Australian cost which we are importing actually. I was in CFRI, Central Fuel Research Institute as Control Coordination, except research, everything was under my control. Dr. Kalyan Sen was the head of that coal washeries division actually that time. And I think he did a lot of work actually with the coal washeries actually. And the CFRI, and now SIMFR is doing a lot of work in this area. So now a lot of manufacturers are here. I think even 10% of them are not the members of this professional body. I think please become the member of this institute, because every week we conduct 2 to 4 programs online, free of cost. The program which is of your interest, you can attend without incurring any cost. We send those information to the all branches, and in general, branch circulate to their members. We conduct a specific course, in-house courses also for specific industries. Now for steel industries, we are having collaboration with the MTI, Professional Diploma in Contract Management, and now we are entering also for the other training programs in the supply chain management areas. That is being almost finalized. I think Mr. Ahmed can give you better idea of that. It was sent to your corporate office for the approval. Similarly, we are having the coal-based industry, same courses in the coal-based industries. So for industry specific also we are having them. When we talk of the coal contract management, it is not only for the supply chain management. Supply chain management is the area where each and every field of any industry is involved. If one chain is broken and HR is not recruiting your person in time, you cannot deliver things in time. If they recruit, finance don't pay in time, your supplier will not supply you in time. If they do everything and purchase department, maintenance department don't procure in time, we cannot achieve the same target. Similarly, the maintenance people in the sweeper in the morning, you come and you don't sweep your workplace, you will not be having the same mind of application for the working as you want to do that work. So each and every area is as important as of ours. So we should not feel that my is the only core area. Every area is a core area for successful supply chain management and to success and help in the success of the industry. Friends, I will again request to join this institute. And I think for steel and branches, we have 4 or 5 branches, steel branches. I was feeling that they are not active as much as they are supposed to. So I took the task along with Mr. Hamad. Yes, we should activate them. And I think we are succeeded to activate 4 branches and 2 branches remaining. One is Bhilai, another is Bokaro. And Bokaro has promised me in the next 2-3 months they will have some program. And to honor this, the activation of this task, Mr. Ahmed helped me. So I will request Mr. Ahmed and representative of ED of all the 4 or 5 plants to come here. We would like to honor Mr. Ahmed for coordination of these programs. Please come here. This we wanted to honor him in the NETCOM 25, but I think there was certain agencies in the official work he could not come. So I have brought it here. This all because of collective efforts of all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful and inspiring address. Your words have not only enriched today's proceedings, but have also strengthened our collective vision for the future of IIMM. We deeply appreciate the time, thought, and leadership you have brought to this gathering. Thank you for your nice gesture, and your guidance continues to motivate us, and we are grateful for your presence with us this morning. A chemical engineer with an MBA in marketing, Sri Bhupender Singh Popli began his career as management trainee at Bokaro Steel Plant in 1989. Over the years, he has gained extensive experience across diverse range of functions, which includes materials management, contract cell, water management, oxygen plant, production planning and control, human resources, and vigilance. His tenure as Chief General Manager, Town Administration at Bokaro was especially notable, which brought significant positive changes and a renewed vibrancy to the entire steel township. Before assuming the role of Executive Director, Materials Management in Durgapur, he had a very important stint as ED, Human Resource at the corporate office. A passionate adventurer and sports enthusiast, Sri Popli has a keen interest in swimming, trekking, and other outdoor activities. I now request our Chief Patron of Durgapur IIM branch, Sri Bhupender Singh Popli, Executive Director, Materials Management, Durgapur Steel Plant and Alloy Steel Plant, to kindly address the gathering with his valuable insights.
Thank you, Samita. Respected Director, Technical Projects and Raw Material, Shri Manish Raj Gupta ji, he is connected online. Shri Meena ji, the National President, IIMM. Of course, Shri Ashok Das Gupta sir, the first National President of IIMM. Hamare Pradeep Kumar ji, Vice President, East IIMM. All the executive directors of MM from our ISPs and CMMG, all the ex-HOMMs and the stalwarts of MM, who have taken out time and they are here with us today. All the CGMs, the delegates, partners, invitees, speakers, especially we have Amit Bhargav and Shaleen Chawda from KPMG who are the keynote speakers. Friends, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, wish you all a very good morning. It gives me immense pleasure and of course it's an honor to welcome you all to this very special gathering where we explore the transformative theme that is harnessing the power of AI and data analytics in supply chain management. The world as we know is changing. It's changing at a pace, at a scale we've never seen before. Everything is going green, everything is going digital. Everyone is talking of AI. AI is omnipresent. If you see in your day-to-day lives, when you pick up the phone, there's an autocorrect or a predictive text, that's AI for you. When you're using the navigation, Google Maps, or the voice assistant, Siri and Alexa, that's all AI for you. Now just imagine the kind of potential it has when we talk about the industrial landscape. And that too, if we talk of a sector like steel, which is huge, complex, and capital intensive. When we talk of an integrated steel plant, we are talking about, thousands of items, millions of tons of raw material, finished products, their logistics, their quality concerns. You have volatile global markets. 24/7 production schedules, that leaves very little scope for an error. So in such a scenario, AI and data analytics are not optional add-ons any longer. They are must-have. They are the critical enablers by which you can, plan faster, you can see that things happen, you are more agile. So that is the power. It's no longer a competitive advantage. It's a question of survival. So, suppose we talk about our raw material, Traditionally, we've been relying upon the market reports and the supplier inputs. But now we have those AI forecasting models, where we can analyze the global commodity indices, currency fluctuations, the shipping trends, historical data, to predict the price movements weeks or even months in advance, which gives us the leverage to procurement manager to plan better, plan smarter, so that there is a reduction in cost. Now you take predictive maintenance of the critical equipments we have in the plant. By, making indents which are based on the machine sensor data, we can indent in a way that we reduce inventory as well as we also reduce the unplanned downtime. So this is the potential that's there. As AI evolves, as AI improves, the procurement function will transform from just being transactional to a more strategic, insight-driven, value-generating pillar of supply chain. But then, is technology enough? Technology will probably not get that transformation until we have the people and processes evolving alongside it. So we need to have the procurement managers should be data-savvy decision makers, and different teams should collaborate to function seamlessly together. The organization itself has to have a culture. They should foster a culture of digital learning. That is when these things will be possible. So now as we are all here, as we inaugurate this event today, so let us take this opportunity, let us use this opportunity to discuss, to deliberate, to come out with ideas which will define the supply chains of the future. So I extend my warmest gratitude to all of you here, all the partners, the speakers, the delegates, the invitees, everyone here. Your presence here itself reiterates, that we are both into this, that we need to have to design the supply chains of the future, which are excellent. With this, a very warm welcome to you all once again, and thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words and insightful address. I'm sure for future journey of IIMM Durgapur branch, your vision will help a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to one of the most awaited segment of today's seminar, the keynote session. It is our privilege to welcome our esteemed keynote speakers from KPMG, Sri Amit Bhargav and Shalin Chavda. Sri Amit Bhargav, senior partner at KPMG, brings over 23 years of distinguished experience advising leading domestic and global organizations on business strategy, operating model transformation, value realization, and digital acceleration. His work spans asset-intensive sectors such as metals and mining, chemicals, petrochemicals, upstream oil and gas, and pharmaceuticals, with deep expertise in both ferrous and non-ferrous value chain. He currently leads KPMG partnership with major Indian metal conglomerates and steered the firm's metals and mining agenda. Recently, Sri Bhargav has guided a prominent conglomerate in its growth and diversification journey into high-tech electronics, spearheading AI/ML-driven EBITDA enhancement and advancing prior circular economy initiative aligned with national priorities like Make in India. Prior to KPMG, He held leadership roles in Accenture and A.T. Kearney and served as head of strategy at leading pharmaceutical organization. He began his career in petrochemicals operations. He holds a postgraduate degree in business management from IIMM Bengaluru and a BTech in chemical engineering from Harcourt Butler Technological Institute, Kanpur. Sri Shalin Chavda, a seasoned management consulting professional, is a trusted advisor with over 22 years of expertise in digital manufacturing, advanced analytics, manufacturing strategy, operational excellence, and supply chain management. He has worked closely with industry leaders to shape strategy, implement transformative technologies, and unlock value across complex operational ecosystem. His ability to leverage digital tools and analytics for performance optimization has made him a sought-after expert in the manufacturing and operations domain. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to Sri Amit Bhargav and Sri Shalin Chavda. Their profound insight and expertise in AI, data analytics, and digital supply chain strategy will undoubtedly enrich today's learning experience. I now invite our distinguished keynote speakers to kindly take the stage. Sir.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, ma'am, thank you for those gracious words. I wasn't sure if I did all of that, but thank you so much. First of all, let me say that we are really truly privileged that from KPMG, we are here celebrating this momentous occasion of IIMM. 50 years of excellence, and truly, all the past leaders here deserve a huge round of applause for that. So I truly applaud the momentous journey that IIM has had. Also, a big thank you and to Mr. Popley for having us here. It's been a it's been very special, and I also truly feel very grateful for all the tall leaders out here. At KPMG, my name is Amit Bhargav. I'm also been entrusted to lead the metals and mining, and Shalin, we work extensively in the metals and mining space. And one of the problems with consultants, let me call that out, is that we become too slide focused and framework oriented and theoretical. I can only promise you this thing, that both I and Shalin will try to keep it very practical basis our experience, right? I must humbly say that AI ML is a journey that I started working about 10 years back, and it is evolving, right? I think earlier we did hear the messages that there was a bumper accident which caused the supply chain disruption. And then the fact that supply chain is prone to such disruption is a reality. We'll speak a little bit about that. The fact that that AI ML is actually a statistical tool with a large computing power to it is also true. It does have a learning ability which makes it even a little more potent, but at the end of the day, it's a tool. As Mr. Popley said, that look, the culture side of it, and I think that resonated very big with me. I think we have seen organizations who have been able to take AI ML digital transformation very, very progressively are the ones who have had the mindset for digital, right? And I think it's, at the end of the day, it's a tool, right? You either embrace it or you don't embrace it, right? I wouldn't say believe it, but you either embrace it or you don't embrace it. And I think that's really what we're going to give few examples. I think what we're going to do in the next hour or so, I believe we have an hour, is that we'll set this up. What we had the two choices of actually swimming across or going a little deeper. We thought we'll pick up some 3-4 topics three specific topics, and we curated that upfront, talking to some of you, which we will deep dive a little bit so that we can get into a little more specifics and get the little color in terms of what we've been up to and what we believe is happening in those specific areas. These will be more on the, I heard inventory a lot, so it will be inventory. It will be more on the PR to PO. It's always been a curse for procurement. I've always struggled to find the right TAT and aging equation sorted out there. We'll talk a little bit about that, and we'll talk about the procurement control tower, which I think is also a very important element now as we are moving forward. With that, let me start by saying, I think we did hear about shocks, right? And in today's world, I think the supply chain, and I'm so glad that we heard that fact that, there are new businesses that are being thought through. There are diversifications that are being thought through. There are new product developments that are happening. So that's a strategic angle, because of which you need to then find the right inputs, right? And localize the supply chain. We hear a lot about that. I think the most important aspect about supply chain is today that it is going through tremendous shocks. We did see about the Red Sea event a little earlier. There are tariffs happening, and there are these localized disruptions that we see, right? Which basically implies that the supply chain is no more a cost or a cost competitive part of the business, but it is fundamentally now ensuring that the business continuity happens, right? So it's to avoid risk, it's to give it more resilience, right? And in that light, if you really see, when I started early in my career, the ask from a sourcing and procurement exercise was that, why don't we extract cost, right? Let's focus on strategic sourcing. Can we make it a little more efficient? What's the year-over-year spend reduction that we can have, obviously without diluting the spec or making it better fit for manufacturing? From there, I've seen it moving to saying that, look, can we evolve a nice operating model for sourcing and procurement, right? Can we outsource tail-end spend? Can we outsource transactions? Can we look at should be organization, should be costing, right? So really, really ensuring that we have extracted the maximum that we can from the supply chain. To the point now that we are saying that, look, can we build ecosystems? And can we have global supply chains? Can we ensure that there are optimization done? And I'll tell you why I'm saying these, because as you transition from here to what we are now expecting it to be part of ecosystem, global supply chain optimization, I believe one of the important element is cognitive computing or cognitive capabilities, right? And that's where the digital sits in pretty nicely, right? So if you look at around this slide here, and I've covered a lot, but I think the point is that if you really look at it, I think one single largest element that the supply chain is now asking is that how could it be able to predict? How can it get the insights on demand? What really is the most important thing to be done to be able to be future ready, right? Okay. And how can it support the strategic initiatives of the companies, like new product development? So I think those are really the questions which I'm sure most of us, everyone would have seen, right? If you move, please. And I don't know if you have to do a slideshow here, or I don't know if this is visible. Okay, thank you. So, I mean, it is areas like this where, we have done just the last in terms of what we have seen and what we have worked recently. So we have done work on commodity buying decision. I think that was something that was talked about earlier. Negotiation, bid evaluation. Of course, I think there is some work that is happening on bid evaluation. That's absolutely perfect. And I'll talk about even a layer of digital there, but that's the other one. We have seen a lot of marketplaces coming in. Catalog buying has become very, very important. Vendor managed inventory is now evolved and matured tremendously. There is also what we are saying is the fundamentals of this digital journey, because sourcing and procurement, the procurement processes is something that can be made more automated. And I'm saying this because it looks very intuitive, but there are still organizations which are still catching up, right? It's not as if it's been done and dusted. So the basic automation and ensuring the RPAs are coming in. We'll talk about a little bit about all of that as well. But I think those are important. And if you see this is a frame that we use a lot, right? And I would just call out 2-3 things from here. The top one says what some of us are and what our aspirations would be, correct? So it is 2-3 things what we want to be, and this has come basis surveys and discussions with various procurement sourcing leaders. One is that we would like to be adaptive, right? And that's not a big surprise, right? Because we have to be nimble and all that, right? I mean, it's a very dynamic world. Insightful, right? So you have enormous amount of data, etc. But even today, can we get it on demand, right? I want to know what's my spend versus plan on a specific category by a specific vendor is, or it should be in the last 2-3 years, right? So some things like that. And I think the most important part is the talent side of it. I think this goes unsaid, but the more, and this is something that we have seen when we speak to the CXOs and COs, I think one of the unsaid or less said about things, which is now getting prominent, is they also want to be seen as a company of the future. So therefore, the talent attraction, the talent retention, the way they are doing their work is using with the right tools becomes very, very important. If we can move, please. So let me also then take you through a little bit of a journey, my own consulting journey. Sorry. Okay. I hope no one is hurt there. Let me continue, as they're saying. So one of my consulting journeys that I have seen is, when I started my consulting, it was macros, right? Goal seekings, linear programming, optimization through those, right? From there, it has become that how do I make my tactical procurement activities more automated? That's where the chatbots come, the RPAs come. And before that, even some rule-based automation also kind of comes in. From there, it is then moving into that, can I collate all the large information data, like in contracts, through LLMs, which is the large language models, to a point that can I be an agentic AI? Now, this is fantastic, because agentic AI is now, and which is now coming into place and as getting institutionalized, it's an agent. It's like us, right? Which can actually adapt to the different conditions and take decisions, right? Now, it comes with that qualifier that hallucinations and stuff like that, but the accuracy is improving, right, for the agentic AI. So I'm just saying that journey has been quite transformative in the last 20 years that I have seen in my career. When you see this map here, right, you see some of the strategic side of it on the left-hand side. I'm not going to drill that out, but it is more about, how can I develop my vendors? How can I do the right sourcing from? What's the planning that is going in? What is the internal readiness I need to do to kind of manage certain business goals? On the right side is the execution, which is really the PR to PO to delivery processes, right? P2P process, as we are calling it out, correct? Now, on the left-hand side, we will is where you can use a lot of forecasting, lot of prediction to kind of get more ahead and more prepared, more proactive. And we are going to talk about demand forecasting in the MRO space. I think that was one area that was called out. So we're going to talk about that. On the second side is the process side, right? Which is where the efficiency, the TAT comes in. Therefore, there is RPA or agentic AI, which is now coming in largely, right? So that's the definition. that we see here. Over there on the right-hand side, we will dig deeper into PR to PO. So what can we do about this process? How can we improve the TAT, have better control on it, etc. And the last one is that post the PO, how can we have a greater visibility and control on the fulfillment, right? Till we receive the material back in our premises, right? So that's really what we're going to believe in it. We're going to drill down further into it. And I will also have Shaleen now talk through some of those, right? So maybe we can go into the details, right? So inventory optimization is not a new phenomena. It's been there from time immemorial. Just that now we have a better tool to kind of help us to do right demand forecasting, set the reorder levels, maybe in certain cases automate the ordering process, reduce the lead times that are there with respect to vendors, right? And that's really what we are going to talk about a little bit, that how AI/ML is coming into use. And in each of these use cases, you will see international, you'll have other industry examples. We purposely kept other industry examples because these are areas where you can learn across, right? One of the thoughts was that perhaps it will help us to ideate and see what is fit for us in the integrated steel sector. So Shaleen, over to you, please.
Thanks. So if you take a look at this slide, right, and how is it different from the way conventionally inventory management or inventory forecasting is being done, right? So one way to definitely look at it is consider historical data, right? And some of these models have existed for a very, very long time, wherein, historical demand, suppliers' lead time, variability, etc., have been taken into consideration to establish your reordering points, safety stocks, as well as the quantity that needs to be purchased. So what is different now, right, vis-a-vis that kind of a regime? So what we are increasingly seeing across clients is the fact that a lot of these practices are now getting richer through additional data points. That is the biggest change, right? So Mr. Popley did talk about linking this back to something like predictive asset maintenance, right, or PAM. We have seen very elaborate models which can predict quite nicely when an equipment could fail, right, and hence what kind of failures might happen, what kind of spares would be required and when, right? So that definitely becomes a very important input to these kinds of models to arrive at a number which is slightly more real-time, slightly more dynamic than what it otherwise used to be. There are other data inputs as well, including information about the part itself, about the unit cost of the part, about the history of the part. There are information and data points related to machine itself, right? The number of machines which are using that part, right, across locations and so on and so forth. There are information points regarding financial data and so on and so forth. And of course, there are information points regarding supplier as well, right? So till now, the only input was supplier lead time, right? But how about supplier risk? What do we know about your tier 2, tier 3 suppliers and the extended supply chain? And what kind of risks those kind of extended supply chains pose on procurement of such parts, right? So I think all those data points can be brought into such kind of AI/ML models, which can make the model that much and the model output that much richer to arrive at a more dynamic kind of a procurement regime. So I think that is the essence of this slide. So if you take a look at this, I did cover parts like data ingestion. So obviously there is a past history which can be obtained from your various data sources. There are ML-based forecasting models, right, which take into account some of the input variables that I just spoke about. And then, of course, there is this part around governance, right, which I would like to emphasize on, which is more to do with tracking of KPIs on a continuous basis, right, because it's an important part of the overall governance process. So if we just move on.
As we are moving on, I mean, this MRO inventory is an integral part of the maintenance philosophy, right? Whether you're getting into predictive maintenance or you're getting into preventive maintenance, and hence this becomes important. You'll see some of these examples here. Yeah, Shalin.
Yeah. So if you take a look at a couple of examples, right? So while a lot of these things are being used by by retail industry, by semiconductor and high-tech industry, and of course industrials and automotive industry to a very large extent, you'll see that even asset-intensive industries, especially in chemicals, right, and some of the global majors like BASF, Dow Chemicals, etc., are using these kind of models to a very large extent, right, wherein the the IoT-based sensor data, for example, coupled with the AI/ML models, are providing real-time inputs, which are not only acting as inputs to your inventory management models, but also helping improve the overall machine availability and uptimes, right? So I think this is a major shift vis-a-vis some of the conventional ways of predicting and forecasting inventories. I think some of the benefits are here to be seen. Of course, there are significant reductions in machine downtimes. There are significant improvements in the inventories that companies end up carrying, and hence the inventory carrying costs. And of course, there are a lot of improvements that we see in the overall service levels, right? So I think those are some of the improvements that companies are seeing by adoption of some of these AI/ML based technologies.
So something that I feel is very applicable in our environment, right, is the BSF example. If you just look at the third row, right, in the BSF, it says IoT sensors captured vibration, temperature, and pressure data. We do that, right? ML algorithm predicts failures from historical. We do that. What I have not seen is the third bullet: dynamic norms, adjusted reorder points and safety stock, and alerts for procurement of critical space. Now, what I'm trying to say is that the PAM in itself is excellent, but it is what it is, right? It has a vulnerability, and that's where this piece becomes very important. So we don't give too much importance to inventory as a topic, but when you look at the, as I always think in my mind, inventory is the symptom of multiple functions, right? So therefore, it sits pretty well in the critical asset maintenance, and especially in our world where the OE is so important, asset sweating is so important. So I think just wanted to call that out. Yeah. I think we need an AI/ML here. Okay, so PR to PO. I mean, this is one of my favorite topics in the procurement, right? I mean, I've about 10 odd years back, I worked and we were doing our procurement outsourcing, and we created the entire dashboard for the entire PR to PO process, and to expediting, to receiving material, all of that, right? And the classical pain point has been that, and has been that, look, how do we reduce this PR to PO TAT, right? It's important because, again, it leads to inventory, it leads to inefficiencies. You have more processes in your areas. I mean, that's also is an important point. But more importantly, I think it's an efficiency driver which represents the firm, right, to the outside community, the vendors and the partners, right? How efficient one is, right? And that's when we started the journey of RPS, right? The chatbots. Initially, it was a simple rule, certain processes, you just made some rules, some repetitive things that you can go into. But the RPS have also evolved. And I think I'll let Shalin take in from there. Yeah, Shalin.
Yeah, thanks, Amit. So I think one of the major changes, again, that has happened is how have companies shifted from performing some of these repetitive, rule-based tasks and activities, right, which were quite mundane, to letting the codes, right, or the bots handle some of these in a much more efficient manner, right? And if you take a look at the entire set of activities that go right from an indent to placing a purchase order, or even after that, right, something like vendor reconciliation, invoicing, payments, and so on and so forth. There are a lot of tasks and activities which could be automated by the usage of some of these techniques. I did hear about tender evaluation, for example, right, which has been taken up, right, as an area for improvement, right, and I'm assuming that some of these technologies might be getting deployed over there as well. But today specifically, we would like to talk about three very similar activities, right, which again we have seen most companies adopt through some of these technologies like RPA. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So the first one talks about PR evaluation, right? So how can RPA and bots be used for evaluating PR, right? So RPA's bots can be used for validating most of the information that is there in PR, missing fields, incorrect information, right? It can be used for doing checks on your suppliers, right? Whether they are approved or not, whether they are blacklisted or not, right? They can also check whether the item that is being, for which the PR is being raised, whether it's a part of the catalog or not, and so on and so forth, right? So I think those are some very basic checks which can be automated. Next, this kind of a technique also automates the workflows, right, for moving the process forward, right, in terms of the sequence of approvals that are required, the sequence of escalation points that might be involved, and so on and so forth. I think what it can also do for you is, raise the PO itself in your ERP, right? So I think those are the kinds of automation, those are the kinds of simplifications that this kind of a technology can bring in, right? Just one example. If you can move to the next one, please, I'll quickly give two more. I think the next one is on tender raising, tender drafting, right? We did talk about tender evaluation, but tender itself, right, in terms of a standard template, can be generated by using this kind of a technology, right? So your bots can pretty much read emails, documents, right, Word docs, Excels, attachments, etc., and extract information in a standard templatized format, right, which can be generated quite easily. Right, it can extract information with respect to the scope of work, the deliverables, right, the qualifying criteria, deadlines, and so on and so forth. And it can also, by the way, publish these kind of tenders by logging into your ERP systems or your e-procurement tools and publishing those tenders out there, right? And also some mailers can be sent to the selected vendors or the authorized vendors against such kind of tenders. So I think this is another quick area that I wanted to, an activity that I quickly wanted to talk about. If we go to the next one, right, I think that's around supplier onboarding, another very interesting area which can be automated to a significant extent. So if you take a look at this flow, it again talks about more like a template which can be circulated to your suppliers. And once the supplier provides information, what kind of checks and balances a bot can do in order to ensure that, number one, the supplier provided information is complete. If not, it will reach out to the supplier and raise a flag or a notification to complete the information. It can also do checks on some very basic things like contact details, tax codes, etc., whether they are of a certain format, right, like a 10-digit mobile number or whatever, right? So, of course, it can't check the number itself, but is it a 10-digit number, for example? Right, so I think those kind of checks and balances can be performed by the bot. Once the backend team approves a particular vendor, then the bot can also create a supplier master record, right, in your ERP systems, and then also send out, automated welcome mails or notification mails to those suppliers, welcoming them on board, right? So I think these are some of the activities which can be automated to a very, very significant extent, thereby reducing human intervention and chances of error, etc., right? So productivity is a big push in terms of getting some of these technologies implemented. Yeah.
Productivity and obviously the timely closure of some of the bids, I think, because that is almost like a business need. So I think 2-3 things just wanted to add on this is negotiation is becoming a very important area for AI. It can do negotiation simulations based on the past records. What was the initial bid? What was the price it dropped down? What are the factors which are supporting the price? These are very intuitive to us, but we will probably take 3-4 days to kind of collate it. It can be, it is something that computing can do it much faster, and it can do a little more evolved because it will keep learning. So it will also understand the the psychology nature of the bidder, right, and what's happening. So I think that is an important area as you look at PR to PO. Second, I think on the bid, the TCB or the bid evaluation, the bid clarifications that you're sending out, the bid ensuring that the bid is comprehensive, aligned to the RFP that has gone in, etc., is something again that can happen. In certain cases, we have also seen the should cost modeling be done by the AI ML. I think that's another area. I think on this topic, since SAIL is already working, I mean, is there any questions that you have on, especially on the bid evaluation and things like that? I mean, we wanted to make this more interactive because otherwise it just dries out a little bit. I mean, we can do it later or wherever, but yeah. Okay. Perfect. Sounds good. Okay. Let's go. Yeah. Okay.
You want to take this?
You want to just cover this?
Yeah, so I think this is again a case study from a recent client of ours, again a very large private steel manufacturer in India, wherein if you take a look at the middle row, right, there were at least 15 such processes, right, across procurement, HR and finance, right, which were automated through RPAs and bots during the course of the project tenure. Leading to, as I mentioned, right, some significant improvements in not just the overall PR to PO cycle time, but also up to a 25 to 30% kind of a productivity gain, right? So I think those are some of the important data points to note, right? So, I mean, the scope is immense. There are multiple, task activities that can be explored in terms of what all can be automated to make the day-to-day jobs of the materials manager, of the procurement professionals that much simpler, easier, faster, and so on and so forth. And then depending on, which are the areas, right, that need to be picked up, those kind of areas can then be prioritized, right? Because, I mean, obviously there are investments required.
I just want to call out on one of the pain points I have seen in the sourcing, which is the material master, service master, vendor master. Cleansing of it, the governance of it. I think that is now a big thing where AI is coming into play. It just makes it's such a foundational thing that it just makes the other processes much easier, right? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So on the look, I think if you look at a classical, let's say a FMCG or a agro-based producer. The supply chain goes into multiple tiers, right? From the farm, it goes to a processing. From there, it goes redistributed. Then it comes in, and there is a reason why people are looking at traceability and mechanism to see what's the origination, more on the sustainability side or compliance side, and also for taking proactive actions. I think in our world, in the steel world, I mean, and especially where some of the mines are captive, right? I think that part is not the problem. I think the problem is the consumables that are coming from imports, right? So if they're coming from imports, the shipments that are happening, the port activities that are happening, the documentation that is happening, are you expediting it properly? Do you have visibility in terms of where the material is and when it would land for you to take planning, especially in the CapEx programs and even on, and I would say even on OpEx as well, but CapEx for sure, because one of the reasons for the delays in the CapEx projects has been that, the synchronization with the input materials and syncing up into the integrated plan. So we're going to talk about a little bit about that here. Yeah, Shali.
Yeah, thanks. So let me try and demystify this, right? It's a much abused word to my mind, control tower, right? But honestly, it's about how do you get best possible visibility in your supply chain using data which currently exists in pockets. That, to my mind, is the biggest challenge, right? Now, conventionally and traditionally, getting a good handle on what is happening even within the four walls of your factory itself is a good starting point for any control tower, right? So how best can we say, for example, integrate the existing systems, right? Whether they are your order management system, whether it's ERP, whether it's your CMMS for maintenance, etc., and bring all the data onto one common unified platform, which gives a good visibility in terms of what is happening within the four walls of the factory, right? That, to my mind, is also a very good control tower concept to start with, right? Second is, how do we extend that concept to at least our tier 1 suppliers, right? And let's think about some strategic tier 1 suppliers to start with. So, I mean, there are, again, various ways and means to do it, right? And various shades of gray, so to say. One way to look at it is, using some communication that we already are, kind of ensuring with our suppliers, right? Through emails, notifications, records, etc. How can all those information points be compiled, consolidated, and brought into our ERP to reflect the true picture, right? Or the ground realities. We did talk about RPA a bit, right? So say, for example, if a supplier is sending me an email stating that, the dispatch would be delayed by 10 days, right? So from 10th of a particular month to 20th, can the RPA or the bot at least capture that information and auto-update the records in the ERP, right? Without anyone necessarily having to do it manually. I think that is also a good level of integration, right? Which we can do or think about in terms of tier 1 suppliers. The second level of integration could be in terms of intertwining the two supplier systems itself, right? Using EDIs, APIs, and so on and so forth, which makes this entire process a bit more real-time in nature, right? So can some such protocols, say, for example, be used for capturing data directly from suppliers' systems and, be fed into our systems? The third way to think about it is also the fact that can, digital forms or access to your systems be provided to suppliers so that some of the things can be updated by them at their end, right? And we get clarity in terms of what's happening at their end, right? So I think there are these various types of integration points which are currently available, right? Which we have seen companies deploy depending on their appetite, depending on the nature and type of integration that they are seeking with their suppliers, and deploying them in a seamless fashion. But increasingly, it's moving in the direction which Amit was referring to, right? That how do we first of all create an internal system, right, which gives us good traceability and visibility? How do we take it forward to tier 1, and then how do we go beyond tier 1 as well, right? Because if we were to understand the sources from even where our tier 1 suppliers are procuring materials from, how reliable is that part of the supply chain, right? How are some of the global events? It could be a geopolitical event, right? It could be a weather or a natural event. It could be a pandemic. It could be trades and tariffs. Any such event, right, which is happening globally. What kind of impact those kind of events have, right, in terms of a supply chain impact, which will not just impact the tier 1, but eventually us, right? So there are, again, advanced technologies available which deploy all these data inputs to figure out what could be the potential impact of any such event on my supply chain and hence to my operations, right? Both in terms of time to impact and the nature and magnitude of impact itself, right? So I think those are, again, some of the advanced technologies that we have seen companies deploy in a bit more a roadmap based or in a bit more progressive manner, moving one step at a time to achieve better transparency and better traceability of materials. Yeah, Amit.
Yeah, I think that's really what we set ourselves for. Very happy to have questions. I think one secret sauce I will share from my own experiences that you want a speaker? Yeah.
See, a lot of the automation that we talked about is in some form or other is available in the ERP platforms that we have. And a lot of it is in the thought process. The challenge for us right now is in the case of materials, things are easier because it's more data centric. Is there any project that you've done for service contracts where the automation, I'm talking of RPA as well as LLM use has been made? Other than for the evaluation portion once the data is available. Yeah. On the foresight, is there any work that you all have done?
Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for that question. So on the service side, and I'll just ping into my experience and then you can, Shalin, come in. I think there are three areas that comes to my mind, right? First is that I implemented service masters. Now, if you look at it in our industries, the material masters is typically well established. Services masters isn't. So on the services side, I think it becomes very important to have the right taxonomy, the right vendor codes, the the rule base, so that you can do spend analytics on the services. I think that's the starting point, and that's something which is, there are specialized agencies that do that, but it can be expedited using AI now for sure. Number two is that, not getting into the bid evaluation and all, for large services like MDO, O&M of power plants, O&M of smelters, right? Now, some of these have very tricky terms, right? I don't know what's the state in SAIL, but, for example, I worked with a zinc producer. So they have in the service contract, which is called NFW, non-fair work. Now, basically means that, I have three service providers. One is the OEM, the other is the operator. Let's say there is an equipment OEM, and there is a drilling contract that I have, right? Now, and there could be some which could be providing certain vehicles, from the main gate to the site. NFW is typically that it falls in no one's land. So the one says that, look, your equipment upkeep was not good. It had a downtime. Therefore, it's not my drilling machine was not there, right? It's your fault. The other person will say, no, the drilling machine was there, but you didn't operate it in the way it should have been. You were probably not. You didn't get it in for the preventive maintenance, right? Or the laborers were not there. So this NFW becomes very, very tricky. So one is that through LLM models, you can basically simulate these conditions. First of all, collate these terms, right? And then you can simulate also through AI to say that, look, how we can avoid or reduce this NFW. That's number two. Number three is that there are these very strict payments that are done on service levels that they achieve, right? Now, to do that, they have to bring in a certain pyramid of people. They are international expats. There are people with certain specialized skills. There is a certain number of manpower that they have committed. So, plus their own consumables sometimes. So, as per the contract compliance, are they complying each day, is something now we can do very easily with the LLM. Otherwise, it becomes very, very difficult. Right? Again, LLM I'm using as a loose term, but AI to just keep it a little more broader, right? That's the other one. And then the payouts, right? So what the models can also do, and this is something we did, is that we said, okay, as a contractor, let's say you're contractor A, you bring in these inputs, right? You make this labor, these consumables, these are the market rates. These are the expected outcomes, right? Let's say so much drilling to be done or so much ore to be...
APIs for WIM and ASN. From the
SAP, Shalin can talk a little bit more about, is what we call as the business requirement and the product requirement. That for us is the sanctity, right? What do we want to achieve here, right? Therefore, what all is the suit of your IT architecture? The best fit product will come out of it. It could be off the shelf or it may not be off the shelf, right? And there is a business economics decision to be taken. I'm with you at a very cursory level. I personally feel off the shelf are must to use because they give you speed, right? But I mean, look, I think it really depends the problem that you're solving. And I'm sorry, I'm doing a consulting here, but we do the business requirement definition for a purpose, exactly for this purpose, Shali.
Yeah, and I think, so to my mind, again, it's a bit tech agnostic, sir, to be honest with you, right? Because depending on, as Amit mentioned, right, what the exact requirements are, right, and the nature of the features and functionalities which your in-house tools offer, for example, right, if those suffice, then obviously that's the best possible way out. But many a times what we have seen is that with most of these, commercially off-the-shelf available tools, right, and systems, a lot of the advanced modeling capabilities, for example, are amiss, right? the integration or the bolt-on part to external systems which can provide you with much more richer information, right? How do you bring all those aspects in? For example, if you need to ingest data which is related to global events, right? Or port congestion or weather information and so on and so forth, right? How do you bring all those things into some such common tool or platform which can help you make better decisions in a more real-time manner, right? I think that's the trick, right? So yeah, I'm sure SAP with all its offerings, etc., comes quite close to meeting most of these requirements. But we have seen clients and companies adopt bolt-ons, right, on top of SAP, right, which can do something extra when it comes specifically to AI, ML, and digital, right, which probably might not be offered in a box, right, by providers like SAP or Oracle for that matter. So I think that's the trick over here.
Yeah, I'll just add one thing for the information of SAIL colleagues. We did a trial with both IBM Watson and with SAP Joule. We did this for techno-commercial evaluation, where we had actually received 358 bids against a particular tender. Watson and Joule are both pretty accurate. I mean, we got accuracy levels of around 98 to 99% accuracy in the techno-commercial evaluation, and they were able to tell us whether the vendor was acceptable or not. What we were then looking for is references to be built in, and they did that for us also. But the solutions are costly. They are not cheap. What we are now looking at is to look for a solution that gives us the same result or maybe a higher accuracy. And we are in talks with certain other providers who also provide us robots to be used for automation along with the extraction and the summarization. So that process is on. And we are looking at all options available, and if KPMG has some options, they're most welcome to share it with us. But we've done 2 trials, both with IBM Watson and with Joule, and both are pretty successful. Yeah. In the tender that we are taking out for the S4HANA, the provision is there. SAP has given us a 50% discount on Joule already, but we are not satisfied with the outcome as yet. So let's see. I mean, where we go from here is something that we'll have to see.
Very essential for everyone to learn prompt engineering. That will be of great help. Thank you, sir.
SAIL now has a digital transformation division, and prompt engineering is one of the things that is being taken up on a large way. You have data scientists coming up, 300 to 400 of them across SAIL, and possibly you will be assigned courses that you have to complete, which the company will reimburse to make you savvy with use of data and possibly use of AI and ML also. So that's something that's coming up very soon.
Sure. I mean, if I have a permission of a little humor in uniform, we were always told to ask the right questions from the beginning. But just...
Hello. Myself Deepak Kumar from Coal India. You talked about PR to PO automation. Now the decision in public sectors are based on the manual and DOE guidelines. Do you have any solution where after tendering, the decision taken is aligned with the provisions given in DOE and the tender decisions can be taken? Do you have any ready solutions?
Yeah, answer is yes, because rules, policies, regulations are crystal clear. There is no ambiguity. So anything which is so crystal clear, the tool will work fantastically on it. It will just point out the deviations. It will tell you the clarifications and all of that, right? I think the challenge really, and to your answer is yes, right? I'm just making a little more segue into the cognitive thing that I spoke about is where the beauty is coming and the value is coming, which is saying that how can I make decision making faster, better, more database for you. I think that's where the thinking is now coming. Answer to you, sir, is yes.
Maybe you can share the
Sure.
solutions that you have on personal basis.
We'll connect.
And we will discuss over it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. हमारा तो हो गया जी. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sirs, for an illuminating and truly impactful keynote session. Your insights into AI, data analytics, and digital supply chain strategy have added exceptional depth and value to today's seminar. We are grateful for the clarity, vision, and expertise you brought to this platform. Thank you once again. I now request our branch chairman, Sri Ansi Parida, to kindly felicitate the keynote speakers, Sri Amit Bhargava and Sri Shalin Chavda. Thank you, sir. We are very fortunate to have with us the first National President of Indian Institute of Materials Management, Sri Ashok Dasgupta. Mr. Dasgupta is a distinguished management expert, renowned both in India and abroad, with over 4 decades of experience in the power and energy sectors and in supply chain management. After graduating with honors in physics from Calcutta University, Mr. Dasgupta joined the Mechanical Engineering program at Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur in 1959. He later pursued further studies in England and obtained a BSc Engineering degree in Mechanical Engineering from the University of London in 1962. He was also awarded the AWP Lund for General Proficiency Studies, leading to the BSc Engineering degree. Upon returning to India, he worked with the Indian Oxygen Limited and Simon Curves India Limited before joining Calcutta Electric Supply Corporation in 1970. Over the years, he had various senior roles in metals management and was eventually elevated to Chief Executive of Syscon Limited. He subsequently also served as the president of Noida Power Company Limited. In 1995, Mr. Dasgupta joined DLF Power Limited, where he served as president. It's worth highlighting that Mr. Dasgupta was the first national president of the Indian Institute of Materials Management from 1983 to 1985 and has been honored with both National Award and Lifetime Achievement Award for his contributions to the field. He currently heads the research wing of Indian Institute of Materials Management as co-chairman of Center for Research in Materials Management, a 50-50 joint venture between Techno India University and IIMM. Mr. Dasgupta is a founder member of the Independent Power Producers Association of India and presently serves as its president. He is also the past national president of the 41 Clubs of India and a past president of the Rotary Club of Calcutta Midtown. We now have the distinct honor of inviting Sri Ashok Dasgupta to deliver his address to this gathering. May I kindly request our National Councillor to escort him to the stage.
Mr. Ashok Dasgupta is the first national president, and considering his age and by listening Durgapur is arranging some program, he came early in the morning from all the way from Calcutta. So it's a great honor he is coming here. So I will request the house to give a standing ovation to Mr. Ashok.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. Mr. Popri, Mr. Mina, Mr. Parida, Mr. Ajit Kumar, and all the dignitaries and all the delegates of this conference. I really feel very much honored that you have asked me to come here and to be present with you. You know, my association with this IIMM takes me back to 1967. You know, as she was mentioning that I was originally a student of IIT Kharagpur, where I even now go as an alumni. But I left IIT Kharagpur, wasted one of the seats in mechanical engineering, and went to London. My father wanted that I should go to London. And I graduated from the University of London in BSc Engineering in mechanical branch. And thereafter, as luck would have it, let me tell you, when I came back from England, my father died very young, I was searching for a job in Calcutta. Nobody will give me a job. He says, Mr. Dasgupta, you're overqualified. We don't have any job for you. You are too qualified. It happened to me in my life. So I said, look, my father is not there. I have a young brother and sister, my mother. I have to look after them. So whatever job you've got, give it to me. I said, there's only one vacancy in purchasing department. I didn't even know what was purchasing department because I always wanted to be in engineering and especially gas turbine design, which was my favorite subject in my engineering studies. But I joined because I needed a job. So I joined Indian Oxygen, and I was very lucky that my boss liked my work, and I was joined as a non-officer with a salary of 300 rupees because I needed money. And with the DNS allowance, it came to only 500 rupees. But my luck was good. My boss, a gentleman from South, he liked me. He promoted me in no time. And then I went up in Indian Oxygen. I joined a company called Simon Calves as the chief. During that time, I was trying to get some training in materials management or supply management. So I went to the Calcutta office of Purchasing Officers Association of India in Shaw Street, enrolled myself and took some training program. It was way back in 1967. So you can imagine 33 and 25. 58 years that I have been in this profession. But my love is supply chain as well as for power. And I was very keen because after that I joined CSC, and in Calcutta Electric Supply, I headed their materials management department. Then my boss called me. He said, Ashok, where you are now, that is the highest position. But we want to promote you more, so we are sending you to technical department now. So I was sent out to the technical wing of CSC and became the chief executive officer, like managing director of Sescon Limited, subsidiary of CSC. And after that, being the chief executive, I also left and joined DLF Power. If you have heard of DLF, and they called me from Delhi because we are building some power plants. We want you. So I joined them as president of the company. So my life has been divided in two parts. One is my supply chain, another is power. I've also written some books on power industry, electricity. In fact, you'll be happy to know that even now today, I'm doing a lot of experiments how to make cheap power in the villages of India where transmitting power is very expensive from cow dung. I have a team consisting of my friend. He's almost like my son. He's from Poland, and I have a friend in Hong Kong. So we three have formed a group, and we are trying to make a special type of burner, burning cow dung, from which you can produce electricity. And you know, in India, there are many places, in West Bengal especially, islands, where bringing power by transmission line is very expensive. So they use diesel power, which is very expensive. So that is what I do every day, practically. At the same time, I was the one who started this organization called Iimm, Center of Research in Materials Management, after Mr. M.L. Kapoor, who started it actually. He passed away. I took over as the chairman, and I did a lot of research work in Iimm. I think Mr. Meena is aware of that. I'm still attached to Iimm, so my life is divided into both, but power sector as well as supply chain. Now, one question I find always, you know, when I joined this supply chain, people used to tell me, Mr. Dasgupta, what's our future? You know, we can become the chief purchasing officer, that's all. We can't go up. I have thought of it quite a lot. I said, you can take my example. I also joined as supply chain manager, but my luck would have it that I became the top of the company. I became CEO. You can become also. So what I did, I made a small PPT, which I was supposed to show at the last NatCom in Ahmedabad. Unfortunately, there was some problem in my house. My wife fell unwell. I had some problem with the left eye, taking injections, so I could not go to NATCOM first time. That PPT, I have shown, they will show it to you tomorrow. My presence is not required. That PPT will show how you, as a supply chain manager, can get yourself involved with the total business of the company, and then you'll be a candidate to head the company. Because this I've been hearing when I joined, that, our life, finance man can go on top, production man can go on top, even a marketing can go on top. But since we are spenders, we hardly go on top. But that is wrong. That is up to you. You should involve yourself. So you see my PPT, I won't be there tomorrow. And in that PPT, I wanted to tell you, pass this message, that you should not think yourself only as a purchasing man, supply chain man. You should think yourself as a man of the company, what the company wants, how you're contributing. Just because saying that, I'm saving on material cost is not enough. And that is why you get beaten by finance people as well as production people and marketing people. Marketing people will tell you that, look, we are running the money, we are bringing the business. What are you doing? You're only spending. So please take that off your mind. You have a bright future, and especially the young officers who have joined this profession, you can rise to the top of the company, provided you make yourself available for the company's affair. That I wanted to tell you, so that you know. So I wish I'm very happy that you organized such a nice confidence vendor by a relationship. I'll tell you a small story. When I joined CSC, Calcutta Electric Supply, many people told me, Ashok, CSC has a very bad name. I said, what bad name? He says, in your stores department, people get bribed. I said, oh. So I was a new man. I joined CSC. And those suppliers who were actually trying to bribe our stores people, they came and met me and found that I'm a different man. I'm not the same man as the old Britishers who used to take big Dali during Christmas and all that. I'm quite different. So I said, what should we do? I know what I did. I could see some of the storekeeper, other officers have a bad reputation. And I also knew by hearsay that who were giving this. So I decided to call for meetings in our boardroom in CS in Victoria House, where I would call the suppliers as well as those who have been, and openly I'll expose them. Look, I know that he has given you something, and this is what I did, and at least during my tenure in CSC, the bad reputation that we had gone away. That's what I did in my own life and many other things also. And I was bold enough, I told of course, I had the backing of my boss all the time. He said, Ashok, whatever you do, I also brought down the inventory, etc. And that's why he said that you have now reached the top. We don't have any position, so we are sending you somewhere you can reach. And I finally retired as an executive director of CSC and CEO, where I was building substations, transmission lines, power stations. I built many power stations in Assam, in DVC area also, on behalf of DLF. So that is one of my love. Another is supply chain management. And thank everybody, especially Mr. Popli, who's sitting next to me. He has been giving me a lot of help, a lot of encouragement. You see, a few days ago, I had gone to see my eye specialist because I was seeing some floaters, they call it, in my left eye. So when my eye specialist saw me, he said, Mr. Dasgupta, come on time. I said, why? He says, floaters is not the problem, but you have a blood vessel in your left eye almost going to rupture, and it will be a serious case. So you better take advice of Dr. Zahir Abbas, the retina specialist, either surgical or injection. So what has happened now, I started taking the injection on my left eye retina. First one is done. And what has happened, that has handicapped my vision of this short distance. Meaning, the letters in the computer, I work every morning, so I've changed my glasses twice. That is why sometimes I needed help. But I hope it will get over. Only for one injection, I have to take 4 more. It's called AMD, age-related macular degeneration. So unfortunately, I had that change. So that is why, please excuse me if I tell somebody, kindly help me and go down. I can drive, I can do everything, but this is the problem I have. So, Meena ji, I'm very happy. You spoke very well. You've become an expert speaker now. Huh? Thank you very much. I'm lovely to see you. I didn't meet you in Ahmedabad. Sandra has been calling me, and Pankaj has been calling me how badly I missed it. It was these reasons, because my wife also fell unwell. She's still not fully fit. So she was not willing that I should go there. I said, I'll go there for a day, because the way Mr. Farida and Mr. Ajit Kumar, I must thank them. The way they invited me, I was moved. Otherwise, I'm not going out anywhere. So I thank Mr. Farida and Mr. Ajit Kumar. I have not yet met Mr. Ajit Kumar. Thank you very, very much. I'm very honored to be here with you. At any other occasion also, if you want me to come to Durgapur, I will definitely come. Anything for IIMM. Thank you very much. Thank you. Have a good day.
Our heartfelt thanks to Sri Ashok Dasgupta for sharing his invaluable insights in this program. I would like to call upon our IIM President, Mr. Lalit Raj Meena, to the stage. I request our branch chairman and our chief patron of IIM Durgapur branch to come to the stage and facilitate the first national president of IIM, Sri Ashok Dasgupta, and Sri Lalit Meena. Thank you, sir. We are glad to share that this seminar has also been designed to provide a platform for vendors to showcase their products and capabilities to this esteemed gathering. Several vendors who wish to utilize this opportunity are present with us today to speak about their companies. The first in line is Mrs. Air Water India Private Limited. We now invite Mrs. Air Water India Private Limited to deliver their presentation. Representative of Mr. Air Water India Private Limited, please.
It seems air water is not yet ready. So without wasting the time, may I now call our speaker, Anish Majumdar from Deloitte. We now move to our next session. Sri Majumdar serves as director and leads the steel and metals vertical within Deloitte's mining and metals practice. With over 11 years of rich experience, In the iron and steel industry, he brings deep technical and strategic expertise. An accomplished metallurgist from Jadavpur University, an MBA in finance from XLRI Jamshedpur, he has advised leading global and Indian steel and metal companies across diverse geographies. His work spans business transformation, process excellence, cost optimization, digitalization, market assessment, and project management in the mining and metals sector. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to invite Sitanesh Majumdar to take the stage and share his insight with us. Sir.
Please give me 2 minutes. I'll just connect the presentation.
Dear delegates, if anyone has any presentation to present, please submit your presentation to the backstage. We will present from here. Thank you so much.
Very good afternoon to all of you. So I am Anvesh Majumdar. I am a director from Deloitte Mining and Metals team. I will start the presentation. Just a minute. Okay, okay. Is it working now? Just a minute. Next. না এইটা দিয়ে করবো তো এটা দিয়ে বেশি তো হচ্ছে না সেটাই বলছি
আপনি বলতে হবে আপনি ইশারা করেন বলেছি
আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে So no problem, I'll start with the session anyway. Let us not keep waiting. So I will try to give a brief overview about the topic, and I will try to keep the presentation brief, and I would like to in fact invite questions and opinions from you on this important topic. So I'm very thankful for IMMI for inviting me to this national seminar and vendors meet. It's a really privilege to be present in this momentous occasion when IIMM is celebrating 50 years of its being. So my presentation is divided into 3 parts. First is why digital is important. Second is, supply chain use cases and some benchmarks. And third would be what do we need to take it further. So I'll try to keep it within 15 minutes. Has this issue been solved yet? Sorry. Can you go to the next slide, please? Next. So there's a video that I want to show actually. So this video talks about the internet minute. So every minute that we are spending, what happens in the internet is an interesting piece of video. If you can just play that. Is there any audio? So I think there might be some problems, no problem. Let us skip over this part. No problem. You can go to the next part. So without audio, we won't probably get the flavor, so it's fine. We can move to the next slide. So just to summarize, what I wanted to say was, the internet is moving so fast and we are getting so much of disruption nowadays. Everything is at our fingertips. So every minute, every 10 seconds, there are millions of videos being streamed, millions of messages being sent. And that is something that every customer is looking at nowadays. So for example, even today morning, I ordered something on Blinkit at 5 a.m. in the morning, and my mother was impatient that why isn't it coming in just 10 minutes. So that's the speed of supply chain that we expect. Better accuracy, more speed, and more transparency. That is also one of the most important facts. So if you can move to the subsequent slides, let us skip this video. Next slide, please. Next. So disruption is the new normal. Currently, what we know is, so all the large players around us, be it Uber, they are the largest, I would say, conveyance provider, but they don't own any taxi cabs, or Airbnb, they don't own any hotel chains. So that is the kind of disruption that we are seeing. So business models of delivery is changing, and we can see forecast similar trends in supply chain also in the future. So previously, companies used to own their own trucks, etc. But other companies are coming in providing decentralized models of delivery. So these business models are also going to affect our supply chains in the future. Next, please. Next, we can skip this part. Next. So these are some of the digital technologies which are, impacting us every day. And each of these technology probably, they have some link with supply chain, be it blockchain, which increases our transparency of how we deal with it. Be it, in the previous, this one. Be it sensors and controls. I think SAIL is already using so much of it. Other companies who are present here, they are also using. Be it autonomous operations or cognitive computing, as Amit was mentioning from KPMG. So all of these are some of the technologies that we will talk about in the upcoming slides and how they are impacting supply chain. Let us move to the next slide. So this is the future of what we see today. So probably, industrial metaverse is going to come up, that, machines are already they are talking with each other, and we will have a full ecosystem or an environment of, machines interacting with each other, telling us what to do, instead of us telling them, be it predictive maintenance, be it supply chain variability. So probably the machines can interact, and that is the kind of future that we foresee. Now moving to some specific aspects, what I want to cover here. So I think in the previous presentation, Amit Bhargav from KPMG, he delved a lot into specific use cases. What I plan to do is to cover a large horizon. What are the potential use cases? And probably I would seek your guidance, your feedback, your comments and questions on those kind of use cases. I think that would be a more interactive and insightful for this kind of a session. Can you move to the next slide, please? Next, we can skip these parts. Next. Next, please. Next. So this is one point that I would like to highlight. In currently, the kind of investments that we see in India, we project that it's going to grow, in investments in digital technologies is going to grow by almost 2.5 times over the next few years. And this will be largely driven by all the technologies that I showed earlier. But apart from technology also, there are other facets which we need to keep in mind. Moving on to the next slide. So typically, what does a supply chain encompass? It encompasses everything right from bringing the raw materials into our plants, ensuring that, services as well as goods are obtained on time, and then sending them the finished product to the ultimate end customers. So we have, I would say, procurement, we have stores management, we have inventory management, we have logistics, and we have supply chain risks as well, which we can now see due to global uncertainties, that various supply chain shocks are affecting our business. In the next slide, what I would like to highlight, for this particular presentation, what I have tried to done is, curate more from a, I would say, procurement, inventory management perspective. Supply chain has so many aspects. I will not delve so much into logistics, but rather into some of the procurement aspects. So some of the key opportunities in procurement would be, faster, more compliant procurement cycles through intelligent sourcing, then smart warehousing, where, because in steel plants we have often seen, and again, my presentation is very specific to a steel plant and all the requirements that we have here. Steel plants, we often see, problems of, I don't know where my finished product is kept at a particular location. So in fact, in one of the companies that I was working with, it's a part of Tata Group, they in fact employed 2 to 3 people on their floor to find out, to search for a particular plate, that where is this plate, and they're spending 2 hours on this particular problem. And once that is located, then that is taken out and dispatched to the customer. So smart warehousing is something that we need to focus on. AI optimized logistics. I was given to understand, I'm not sure if logistics person are here, so I have not kept much focus on it. And finally, end-to-end supply chain planning. The next slide, here I would like to, spend some time on this slide. Intelligent sourcing, what can we do? The first instance that I heard was, so in the last India Steel conference, so I was moderating a panel discussion with Chairman SAIL. And Sri Prakash sir, he mentioned that, SAIL, they are looking into opportunities, and one of the members in his team, what they did was they ran a typical tender document in ChatGPT, and that came out with recommendations as to what is wrong with this contract, what are the deviations from the current manuals, which I think was one of the questions asked by one of the officials here. So probably if the tender making process, the same terms and conditions, we can automate that through Gen AI, making tenders, those kind of documents. Then AI-powered negotiation. I think Mr. Surajit Mishra sir mentioned one point that in his speech, that we don't know what is the right price. But what we can predict through these kind of AI and ML, that what are the different kind of prices that have been given by the suppliers in different kind of scenarios. Say for example, SAIL wants to buy a motor. If you have AI and ML software which keeps a record of all the motors that have been brought by SAIL and the associating conditions with it, you can probably predict what is the price range currently a motor should have. I faced a similar situation in SAIL refractory unit because we are working there. So they had a requirement of mag carb refractories. At that point of time, the requirement was very high from all the SAIL plants, and therefore they got a large amount of, I would say, raw materials imported from foreign. But after 6 months or 1 year, so the demand fell, but those stocks have still remained. So these kind of problems, that at what price should I buy? Should I buy only 10 kg now and 20 kg maybe 6 months down the line? These kind of predictions, even though I might not predict the right price, I can give a price range. And what amounts can be brought at this point of time, procured at this point of time, those can be predicted. The third is obviously AI-powered contract review mechanisms. I think this is pretty straightforward. If rules are set, you can always identify what are the deviations from your standard manuals, procedures. You can come up with insights. In fact, in Deloitte, what we do, very standard thing, so suppose we get a tender from SAIL asking for appointment of management consultant to do this service. We run it in our own internal, we have a Gen AI software. We ask that, what are the key conditions in QC, in the qualifying criteria that you see which might be hindering, our business proposal. And the Gen AI comes up with such answers readily. So contract review is something which can be easily automated. Let us go to the previous slide, please. Previous. Yes. Because I would like to spend some time on these use cases, and thereafter I would like your suggestions and feedback. Then AI-powered price prediction. I believe Tata Steel is already doing this. I think SAIL is also working on this. I don't know if this is fully functional or not. But since we have to import a lot of coking coal, this thing really is helpful in there, AI-powered price prediction. Blockchain-based PR2PO. We have heard a lot about PR2PO in our previous section. And blockchain is something which helps us to increase the transparency because it maintains a constant ledger. In this regard, I would also like to mention blockchain is also very important from CBAM perspective. Now that CBAM is coming up, we would need to reduce our carbon emissions, and European agencies would need to verify those that yes, it is 2.5 tons per ton of crude steel. So all sensors, if they send their data directly to blockchain, that it can be verified that yes, this is the actual emissions data and this has not been monitored. So there are huge applications. Let us go to the previous slide, please. Previous one. Please keep on this slide. Thank you. In terms of smart warehousing, like I said, one of my customers, I think it was Evaneeth Steel, they faced a particular problem, even though they know where a particular slab has been kept in the warehouse, still they can't take it out because there are 5 slabs on top of it. So how do I stack those slabs, plates, etc. in an intelligent manner, keeping in mind my delivery timeline that, okay, I have to supply this on 12th of December, therefore this particular slab should be somewhere at the top. These kind of intelligent solutions can be solved through AI and ML. AI-enabled image-to-part prediction, this is very useful in stores. So sometimes in stores, frequently what we do is, in stores we do an age analysis, that what is the kind of aging that different spare parts have. And in our past experience, what we have seen is, there are several parts lying in the store for so many years. This, AI image to part analysis can, help us to identify. If I just give them an item image, they can actually identify with the image codes that what is the level of stock of that particular kind of spare part or something associated with it, something similar to it. Inventory replenishment and optimization, I think we have discussed very much in detail. AI-enabled demand forecasting. This is something which all companies are doing. I believe SAIL is also doing something in this line. Moving on to logistics. Logistics, the kind of problems that we face typically is, I have produced. There is a customer demand, I have produced, but I don't have enough trucks or railways because I have to coordinate with external agencies. Such kind of supply shocks can be predicted by AI. Say, for example, that okay, you have 10 plates or 10 hot rolled coils to be supplied elsewhere. But currently, with the level of trucks that you have, in the next 1 week, you can only dispatch 7 coils. So for the remaining 3 coils, you have 4 days of time to arrange for another 2 trucks. And that gives an advance notice to the logistics planner to help in a plan in a better manner. Fleet management, we already know, SAIL is already doing so much about it. And AI-powered scenario planning, what are the different kind of scenarios, keeping in mind the news articles, keeping in mind the global uncertainty, sometimes you have to export and import, and that might impact our shipments. These kind of scenarios can be planned through AI. And finally, the supply chain planning and risk intelligence, they can portray the different kind of risks that we may have. Moving to the next slide, what some of the other companies are doing, what we have seen. These are the benefits. I will not go much into it because it is pretty well known. It helps us to reduce stat, improve the productivity, etc.
Please keep silence. Please keep silence.
Yes. Let us move to the next slide. I want to give some global examples as well as Indian examples. And some of these examples, I believe, will be very much relevant to SAIL. First is number 3, virtual warehouse maintenance. West Alpine has done this. They have planned their warehouse stocking in a better manner to see a 5% improvement in their storage efficiency. This is one solution which probably we can look at in steel plants. Then it would be point number 7, use of AI and optical character recognition. So often on coils or other products, we have names tagged on them. And though we have RFID tags, still we can use optical character recognition to track their movements throughout the plant. That would also be helpful in planning for better deliveries in a less amount of time. And finally, Smart Steel, what they have done is, they used a mobile app. They basically scan their product, and all the data comes to their mobile app so that, supply chain managers can plan in a better manner. Moving on to the next slide, I want to give some Indian examples. Tata Steel AI-powered price prediction I've already talked about. JSW, they have an advanced planning and scheduling software. Same is being adopted by Jindal Stainless, where I think they are collaborating with Dassault System, and the implementation agencies is some other company. What they're doing, they want to increase their asset efficiency. So all the rolling mills, all the casters, then further processing units, they're actually mapped in the system, and depending on my customer demand, suppose I have smaller heat sizes, as a result of which maybe my my BOF is not being utilized fully, but my casters are being utilized fully. They actually, I would say, modify the planning schedule based on the inputs of that software. That is also another good example. And JSW Sampark, they also have their own unified logistics platform. Tata Steel also has this compass where they can track the entire movement of all the possible goods and possible steel plant goods. The customers can view in one shot. So these are some of the examples which I wanted to highlight, just to, I would say, brainstorm with all of you so that you can have some queries or suggestions even. Moving on to the last part of my presentation, let us move to the next slide. In this particular sense, I think one sir asked, can SAP Joule be utilized? I think SAP Joule is very powerful. They are coming up with this, they have come up with these different kind of solutions. But at the same time, I would agree with Amit that it certainly requires a certain level of customization to suit our needs. And all the software providers, they have come up with different kind of solutions. Be it Blue Yonder, Kinaxis, SAP, Oracle is also there. Moving to the next slide. These are 2 case studies which I think we can skip because I want to finish in the next 2-3 minutes. Let us move next because since audio is not there, let us move to the next slide, please. Next, please. Let us move to the next slide. Yes, next. So I think we have discussed already that driving digital adoption is the largest challenge to digital transformation as we see it today. We need to embrace the change, I think, as one of the speakers pointed out earlier. Moving to next slide, I would like to show some of what are the challenges. Typically, we see that 70 to 75% of projects fail because they're unable to adapt the digital transformation in a holistic manner. And what are some of the typical challenges that I would like to highlight? Let us move to the next slide. There is a part called challenges, this one. Resistance to change, yes, we know that. Second, I think, sir, you mentioned this, that, they're very expensive. That is point number 3. That is linked with point number 4, that challenges in benefit sizing. How do I quantify what is the benefit that I will get from a particular solution? Say, for example, if something helps me to reduce downtime, say, for example, previously both of my orders could not be dispatched and the order got delayed by 2 days. But the customer was very nice and friendly with me. As a result, he did not impose any fine. So I am unable to quantify. So I have to baseline those KPIs. First of all, identify those KPIs and baseline the parameters to quantify the actual benefits, because without benefits or a business case, my management will not approve. This is the biggest point where the supply chain professionals, or even we as consultants, we focus our efforts in while suggesting any potential solution, because unless there is a benefit, people won't be spending capex. Integration issue is one more point, because steel plants often have legacy systems. From my own personal experience, I was working in Coal India. So they had a web portal based system. Then they brought in SAP. I think Praveen Kumar sir is here, so you will be knowing better. What the problem was, that was for project management. The project web app, the project schedules could not be integrated with SAP. So we had to rework the entire effort once again, and that's a costly affair. So often these system integration issues becomes a huge hurdle or a bottleneck, and these commercial off-the-shelf solutions, they will simply say that, this is our offering and there is very little that we can do about it. So those also requires, I would say, some better kind of planning while we are trying to deploy those solutions. And talent and availability, I think everyone has discussed on that. We all agree that, upskilling is the best possible way to ensure that digital change is adopted. Let us go to the last slide, please. Let us move forward. Next, please. Next, please. So I think what I would like to take away from this presentation is, IMMI being such a powerful body of supply chain and material management professionals across India, it's already doing a fantastic job. It offers courses, certifications, upskilling programs. In my opinion, in my humble opinion, what are the further things that it can take up? I think it's already taking up some of these. Building up digital capability programs, sharing, knowledge or awareness is the first step to digital adoption. Sharing probably some potential use cases, what the other members are doing, and how they can upgrade, they can apply the same principles to their own plants or premises or businesses. Creating technology standards, upskilling workforce to specifically design, digital related capabilities. Because I think, again, sir mentioned that, such programs are being brought into sale, where 300 or 400 analysts will be brought in, and they need to train and upskill everyone else. Those kind of programs are required in every possible organization, not only the buyers like SAIL Coal India, but also the suppliers who are supplying the digital solutions and the vendors as well. And regulatory support, sometimes it requires, suppose we ask for a certain amount of funding for a government. In that, such kind of roles also, I think IMMI can play a very pivotal role. So this was my 2 cents on this topic. Now what I would like to request is to hear from you what points of view you have, or any questions or any suggestions that you might have. So that's it from my side, please. Thank you. Yes, sir. Can someone give sir a mic?
Yes. Actually, we have a huge value of inventory lying at our stores for last 50 years, which is not, which has lost its identity. So I want to know, this AI-enabled image-to-part identification, can somehow it help us out in this, in identifying those items?
It can help, sir. But see, the main problem of AI, not problem, I would say, we have a perception AI can do anything that which we can't. Ultimately, sir, AI is just our replica version. It is a replica of our intelligence. So you have to feed a huge amount of data to the AI. That once that is done,
Yes,
it can
because
easily identify.
those items are still industry-specific items, maybe
Right.
specific to Bokaro Steel Plant only.
Absolutely.
So that's the difficulty we are facing, and we are not able to come out of that.
That we can use. Definitely, that solution can be developed, but we would need past
But
data.
we don't have any data regarding those items.
Yes, sir, please. So that can be done to answer your question, but we would need some background work, and the legwork is most important for training that AI model. Anyone else has any question or any opinion? Okay, so thank you very much for your time. Oh, sir, I think you have one question. Yes, please. Yes, please. Sorry, sir, I can't hear you. Can you please switch on the mic?
That AI-powered Tata Steel
Price
price reduction tool,
Right, sir.
that is available in the open market, I can also access, or they can only access?
It's a price prediction tool, sir, and only they can access. They have developed this customized solution. We can also do that. We, meaning we Deloitte, we do that as a part of our offering. We develop customized, such applications for our customers.
So that tool has been developed by Deloitte?
That particular tool has not been developed by Deloitte, sir.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello. Before you leave, sir, just one question. This is extension of what the gentleman from sales said. Suppose one product is lying in my store and I
Right.
don't have any document.
Right.
Any document after searching. Now, do you have some sort of a scanner or something through which it can be photographed and some estimation about the time since when it is lying or when it was manufactured, it can be
So
taken
when
out?
it was manufactured can't be predicted. Let us be frank with each other. But you can have, see, what would the AI ultimately do? It would have a database of, say, it would have a database image of, say, 100 pieces of equipment which looks similar. And based on that, it would identify one that's saying that, this is the particular piece of equipment. That's what it can do. It cannot give us, this was manufactured in 1975 or something like that. Not at this stage.
वो डेटिंग वगैरह का जो कंसेप्ट है वो
सर
इसमें
डेटिंग के लिए तो सर कार्बन डेटिंग वो तो सर दूसरा कॉन्सेप्ट हो गया
अच्छा,
जो तो सर हर एक चीज अलग अलग लैब में भेजना पड़ेगा एआई इज एट इट्स प्रेजेंट स्टेज इट्स ऑल अबाउट विजुअल स्कैनिंग तो विजुअल से सर पता करना बहुत मुश्किल है सर यू हैव एनी कमेंट ऑन दैट
This inventory, data inventory problem is everywhere, not only in the Steel Authority or Coal India. Actually. We have entered with agreement with the MTI sale, and even actually Coal India can also do that to certain programs for this inventory management. And especially when do that, first we will study the inventory, existing inventory of the one plant. Then we will come out with some solutions. We know that there will be data inventory, non-moving stocks. And we don't know since when they are lying it. So in that case, what we'll do actually after the study of that particular plant, we'll suggest some committee. We'll form that committee. They'll come out with certain actually value of that actually that particular non-moving inventory. And again, then we can put on the e-auction actually what was the as per our procedures. I think that we can do that. That's not an issue.
Sir, you told the system it was a traditional method we were following in Coal India, but he has asked for the present AI support in that respect.
I cannot do anything.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Majumdar. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to Sri Anish Majumdar for delivering such a wonderful, impactful and interactive presentation. Your insight truly enriched the session. I now have the privilege to invite our chairman of IIMM Durgapur branch, CNC Parida, to kindly come on to the dais to hand over the mementos to Sri Anish Majumdar. Sir. We have with us one of SAIL's valued business partner, Mrs. ABB India Limited. May I now invite Mrs. ABB India Limited to deliver their presentation.
Am I audible? Yeah. Thank you. So many thanks, Mr. Majumdar. In fact, Deloitte and ABB very recently entered into a AI-driven cybersecurity agreement for industrial equipment. So thanks. Also thanks, Madam, for literally pulling us into this event and giving this platform to present in front of our distinguished customers and technocrats, educationalists. So, fortunately, this is an occasion whereby ABB India, starting from 1949 of inception in India, so this is our 75th year we are celebrating in India. Thanks for your patronage. Thanks for giving the space. Myself, Kaushik Bhattacharya, so I take care of, I think this slider is, yeah, okay. So this is the 75th year and I'm afraid that Madam is famous for putting LD on our deliveries, and if I delay my session, Madam, LD is not applicable on the presentation. I will try to restrict my time within 7 minutes. So, I think we are doing most of the sectors applicable in India, which includes the latest data center trends also. And we are the motion people. ABB is having 3 of its main business area, we call it. One is the electrification, another is automation, process automation, and motion. So from motion, we take care of low voltage, medium voltage drives, motors that includes from fractional horsepower to the megawatt range of synchronous motors and LCI drives. Next slide. So in India, I think we are most probably #1 in drives and #2 in motors. We have around 1.9K number of employees and then almost 13.6% of gender diversity in our workforce. And in India, we are, with our equipment, we are saving almost 20 point something terawatt hour of energy. So this is our presence in India. Next slide. We call it engineered to outrun. Now this may be a statement kind of thing, corporate statement, but how we are doing this, how we are engineering to outrun, maybe the next slide we will try to take. So this video, I think we can, yeah. Yeah, so #1, we are enabling the renewables power generation, that includes the automation and then the grid optimization, offering the even smallest drive for the agricultural purpose, which is solar based, and also related big grid oriented stabilization products. Then developing our emerging applications that I will try to elaborate, and definitely decarbonizing the industrial process and transportations by various energy efficient equipments. These all red dots, basically we are present with our drives, motors, and related services, which includes hydrogen. I am sure, I think I myself cannot read these points, but it includes the power segment, it includes the equipment segment, it includes the transportation segment, and also the buildings. Most of the applications we are very much there. Indian Railway, I think we are able to contribute by offering our energy efficient inverters and other products. So we have 7 kind of divisions, which means motions high power, we call it HP. and then the ICLV motors, then NEMA, then drive products, related services, and our traction offering. Okay, so this is a topic, motor. I think the primitive motor was invented in 1821. So 204-year-old technology, we are still talking on motor technology. How we are doing this? We have reached to the level of I5, and we have compared with our own I3 grade of motors, and it is recorded that a I5 grade of motor is having 40% lesser losses. Lesser losses, I am not telling 40% better energy efficiency, but 40% lesser losses compared to a I3 motor. And we request that you consider this, because ultimately, if it is steel making or any energy or any process, one of the raw material must be power nowadays, and which is directly connected to the decarbonization, energy efficiency, and sustainability. We have introduced a concept called proof of concept, whereby you can compare a I5 motor along with existing another motor, whether it is rewounded or a ABB installation or any other motor of I3, even I4 grade of motors also. So our suggestion is to consider this very seriously, as it not only it's a ABB product, but it really contributes to the sustainability part. This is called the top industrial efficiency motors. You will be happy to know, generally the higher rating of motors falls into this category. We have recorded the Guinness Book of World Record very recently for an Indian customer only steel maker, 99.13% of efficiency we were able to record it. And that's become a benchmark, like previously we could not achieve this. So 99.13% of efficiency, you can understand that this 204-year-old technology, ABB is still investing. We are still trying to recover the kind of losses by improving the steel grades, electrical steel grade, and offering better efficiency to minimize the losses. These are the drives, and unfortunately, many of the drives basically are still not driven by, many of the motors are still not driven by drives. And we have seen that at least palm fan applications along with drive, at least 25% of energy saving is possible. And we have this drive portfolio which starts from fractional horsepower till megawatt range of products. Now I will end my presentation as committed to Madam. Related services. Nowadays it is no more the days of whereby our equipment fails or any of the equipment fails and we supply spares and we make the kind of equipment ready. We could customize our services whereby we can do the prediction of the remaining life of the equipment through our install base analysis. We can offer a reconditioning solution of older drives. You have a big lineup of drives whereby big inverters are there, which is never possible to recondition because you have to dismantle it and send it to the works for reconditioning. So ABB could customize a solution whereby we can recondition the drives at your works. Bigger drives, smaller drives, anything. I emphasize the part bigger drives because that is logistically nearly impossible. And we could recently do almost 64 inverters of a plate mill, taking 6 to 8 inverters at a time out, giving standby 6 to 8 modules at the same customer, and we could recondition those drives. That also includes the data and advisory services. Then we are having our mobile connect solution for the visual inspections and troubleshooting, which enables a kind of real-time solutions. Then absolutely life cycle management. It is not only reconditioning, but timely planning that when you should change the capacitor bank, when you should plan for fan replacement, because those are almost kind of consumable, though the lifetime of fans has increased, industrial grade. Earlier it was 4 to 5 years, now it is almost 9 years, we can see. But capacitor bank, which is almost 9 to 10 years of age, we can do. And rotating equipment, like whether it is alternators or HT motors, we can do the air gap analysis. We can do the complete overhauling. We call it the L4 maintenance at site, which will enhance your motors or generators life further. I think these are the things we wanted to share in this platform to emphasize that our presence remain there for the sake of sustainability, and we will try to improve our offered products and equipments further. Thank you so much. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, ABB India Limited, for a beautiful, compact and informative presentation. Now we invite Mrs. Siemens Limited to deliver their presentation. Mrs. Siemens, please. Sir, please try to limit it.
Yes, I'm aware of the time and the supply chain of time as well. Good. Thank you. So, good afternoon, and I'm sure lunch is around the corner, so I will definitely try to restrict my time. My name is Shibashish Khan. I'm from Siemens. I'm the Senior Director. I head the vertical of metals, mining, and cement in India. And I took this opportunity to, of course, a very strong insistence from ma'am, and thank you, IIM, for hosting this. We are very glad to be to participate in these kind of sessions, not just for the products or solutions what we have, but when it's AI, we believe that as Siemens, since we are at the front, we are practically leading the OT Industry 4.0 technology evolution. It's important that as a thought leader, we should really be in with you to share more thoughts, more ideas, and the myths that surround. Like I heard about a few statements about can we do video analytics of certain inventory and all. But let's understand. So what I will cover in the next short possible time is technology that Siemens is working on, technology that Siemens has with AI as centrally. At Siemens, we have adopted a lot on AI in our supply chain. I saw KPMG was giving instance of that. So we will just park ourselves on thoughts. And most importantly, before I start a few slides and my thoughts to you, my one caveat, which I also heard Mr. Mishra saying, of course, AI is evolving for everything, whether it's our the chat GPTs to the Google Lens to whatnot. AI is evolving. We should not expect, and this I particularly am saying when I go to all the producers of steel and cement and other places, at a workplace when you have faced with problem, we are used to buying a box. We are used to buying a box which will solve. We are used to something that it is done, that can be done. The first thing which we all should have an open mind that there's no box to be implemented. It's not a license you can take and customize and start with your problem. Within the sale fraternity itself, a blast furnace situation in a Bokaro will not be the same in another plant. So that's the caveat that we should not expect the box to really run through. Yeah, next slide. So Sayan Mukherjee is with me at the console, and he is the account director for sale for all Pan India, and he is closely working with your entire team of sale, including the digital transformation, which we actively help. Next. So when it comes to digital, yeah, when you as sale, whether it's in your supply chain or logistics or manufacturing or anybody, somebody wants to know, because there's enough pressure. It's a board topic. It's a management topic in every organization. Today, everybody is a buzzword, get digital. And everybody wants to know, do you have any solutions? And everybody, you'll see a lot of hands raised. A lot of people will say yes there. Within your organization, as you go through transformation, a lot of people will raise your hand and say, yeah, I know. But let's get to the real. Are you AI native? does AI come natural to you? You are steel producer, you manufacture, you know the physics and the chemistry of steel manufacturing. These are technologies to be adopted. So it's very important that we must actually be not naive, that we just kind of we should not get mixed up something which is an automation as an AI-driven solution. An automation or an advanced automation and the AI solutions are different. So these are various myths and jargons which kind of, let's say, confuse us. What's important for us is that whenever a data is making an information for you, that is the power of digitalization, and there where AI is one of the technologies that can be involved. That is not the only technology. Next. This is something which again Mr. Mishra was alluding to in the morning when he said, this is the data from McKinsey and Gartner reports. Globally, close to 6,500 companies which was surveyed. 92% actually within the companies, they lack the AI expertise. And what is important, that are staggering, as low as only 16% of the projects, AI projects that have been done, has actually delivered the results that were intended to. This is data which came out. Now, what it means? Does it mean that we don't get into AI? Does it mean that we should avoid? This is where we all should be realistic. This is an evolving technology which can be put on benefit. There are things, this is part of the learning curve. Not everything will succeed. But then, and as I always say, a calculator was not invented for any other purpose to just, it didn't reduce jobs, it didn't reduce work, it made us more useful. And then we had the scientific calculators, right? So calculators also evolved. So very similarly, AI right now is going through an evolution. And let's go, next. So these are the various proven within the steel industry as Siemens we have done. So Siemens, when it comes to Siemens, you know us as the hardware guys, the guys with the automation. Most of your plants are running on Siemens automation, the drives, the motors, etc. But then over the last 4.5 years, we have evolved into a hardcore technology company. We are actually doing what the digital and the real world meet. Just to give you on a very general knowledge information, we are a roughly 100 billion euro company globally. And the business out of our software portfolio makes us the 10th largest software company. So that's a shift. Even as an organization like Siemens, we are shifting towards us to where how we can power technology in providing solutions. So these are various AI solutions, but I'm not here to talk about this because we have a SCM community, but I want to again stay stuck to the technology and how you can, in your conversations and in your digital transformation, actually go to the next step. Next. So digitalization, this is a typically a basic concept which I want to leave with, and when you do discussions even within your organizations. So AI is impactful when the right context is made through. Today, I feel very happy that SAIL has started the digital transformation. SAIL is now onboarded, with which Mr. Jain there is now actually leading along with the all organizations. What is important, we hear a lot. So typically, if you see steel plant, you are all about your the core, the blast furnaces, the furnaces, which is your core, and then you have the various systems. So you can use AI for the core or for the systems, but we get to hear a lot on the point solutions. Let's solve this, let's solve this, let's solve this. No, that's not bad, because there are enablers. There are enablers, be the automation, the cyber security, other things are there. But it's important for us to be bold, to go from the right side to the left side, because the value is on the optimizations using these technologies in the core and in the system. And instantly, as Siemens, we are, we have expertise on most of the domains, which makes us sit with you and then deliver it. Next. Next. Yeah. So this is, you are more expert on this. This is how a steel works. So just to share with you, all the red dots are typically where we do the point solutions. Whereas in the overall, we can actually do the impact when the context is set right. And as I think our friend from Deloitte also said to a query, it's the what you want to actually achieve, not just one little, but what's the overall you want to achieve, then gives a bigger picture, because that has to be backed by a certain amount of data. So if most companies or most thinkers actually try to do a, let's say, jump onto a solution quickly, and then the context gets missed. And then once you implement, over a period of time, I mean, those who are engineers here, typically electrical engineers, we have these ACB circuit breakers, and then there's load. We have designed the breaker to trip at a certain point, which is actually a protection feature. But then what we do is that when we have to hire production, we bypass the trip, so it doesn't trip and goes on. So, you have a breaker to trip, which is good, but we avoid it so that the production can be increased. So these are, many a times we are beginning to see in the AI implementation, a good idea fizzles out because then the overall context was not thought through. Next. Yeah, so this is, so at Siemens we do, as a consultancy, we do the digitally mature, but I'm sure let's next. At least at SAIL, I know, next slide. At SAIL, I know that, you are, while most companies start at level 3, somewhere SAIL is also, but I'm sure you'll go to level 4 and level 5. Next. I want to spend next 2 minutes on the most abused jargon in the AI world, and that's a digital twin. And this is something which I want to leave my thoughts to before I leave. Digital twin, we just know, what's a digital twin? Digital twin is basically, from a definition point of view, it's a virtual representation that serves as the real-time digital counterpart of a physical object or a process. So it does not mean that there's only one way of doing digital twin. So this, can you go next? So at Siemens, we have, so there are various kind of digital twins. These are, I'm just going a little theory so that you are able to, as you are actually trying to improve your organizations, you also know which path to take. So there are data-driven, so go back once. So go back. Yeah. So there can be model-driven digital twin, or there can be data-driven digital twin. A model-driven digital, just to give an example, let's say Mr. Popley is, there are sensors in his room, and every day he comes in, walks in, the data collects that his blood pressure is 80 and 120, that's fine. Every day he gets a message that he's fine, and then one day he walks in, it's a Saturday, and he keeps coming on Saturdays as well, and Saturday he comes in, it's 130, it's 90, 130 in the morning. And then, based on a model-driven twin, you will have a pop-up that, oh, it's you need a rest. Whereas when a data-driven, when it's more contextualized for Mr. Popley, there's information fed that every morning, Saturday, you actually walk and come to your office, and not necessarily you are actually coming by a car. And then, though it's 130, so it learns that up to 130 or 140 is because of the walk that you have taken, and not necessarily it's. So these are how you contextualize. These are, and I would say it comes more out of common sense rather than our physics. Next. So, the weakness of a comprehensive definition in organizations is that we believe there's only one type of digital twin. And I'll just show you a glimpse, next slide. So at Siemens, we are doing various solutions. Just put all together. No, don't put video, put all together. So there are, put all the 6 boxes. So there are digital twins. We are doing currently 11 types of digital twins as a concept. So you can you avoid the video, please, for lack of time? Just escape it and maybe keep it without slideshow. Escape. Technologies. I was in fact in CET, Ranchi, this Saturday. They invited me for also for the AI conclave, and while we talk AI, the human intelligence is still required. That's the best part. Yeah, can you just put, Sayan, the slide without the video? I just want to share at a very thought level that there are how digital twin. So digital twin is not about just what do you want to do with a digital twin. Do you want to simulate? Do you want to, you can even, do you want to improve the product? Do you want to improve your process? Do you want to do like bid evaluation, for instance, which is more of predicting? Do you want to, So go back. Okay. The first 6 and this 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, stay there in the start. So maybe you can see number 9, for instance, is something as a digital twin which India is not yet ready. As Siemens, we have a platform which is already used in very much in the West, is the sea green platform, so which is more of the product carbon footprint. So if you have to sell to Europe, and effective 1st January, the CBMA is going to be implemented in place. So we use blockchain and AI to use digital twin of every sale bar that's coming out, how much carbon is consumed, or is not only at your plant but tier 2 and tier 3, all your suppliers. So we integrate the whole solution there. The second one, 8 for instance, the number 7 for instance, it's someone talked about Mr. Popli talked about the predictive maintenance and how it can help your inventory. This is a predictive solution which, let's say in Tata Steel UK, they have more than 600 assets which has been put on predictive maintenance, but it's not a predictive maintenance. This is the only predictive maintenance which is integrated with the industrial co-pilot. And I'm very bullish that this will be something which will be loved here in this country, because the biggest challenge steel industry, or for that matter steel, cement and power industry, is that you are not located in Bombay or a Delhi or a big city. To get blue collar and to get skill to run a basic rudimentary machine is a big challenge. This predictive maintenance it has got all the 14 native languages in Oriya, in Bengali, in all languages. Somebody can go, mera kya hua hai, mujhe kya karna chahiye, and they can get to it. But what I try to do is that this inventory management, this also get plugged in inventory management to give a pop-up that this is something that needs to be done. So this has got all those elements. Next. So these are the various digital twins. So what I wanted to leave with you is that do not be rudimentary to think that digital twin is just, it's a visualization. But what is the context? You have to set a context of it. If you do not say the context of it, it will always land up in having a product and then not having a solution and not actually maximizing its usage. Next. Next slide. Maybe we had a couple, yeah. Okay, so this is a sea green carbon footprint. Okay, so probably in the want of time, I will not, maybe you can stop the slide. So I'm around here, we can always have conversations, but my 2 cents today is that harnessing AI for operational excellence, for supply chain excellence, for all kind of performances, it's very important to set the context and do not expect from anyone, आपने कहाँ पहले किया वो मुझे दीजिए, because it doesn't work. Because your data set for a same blast furnace or a feed supply chain process is completely different from, let's say, A or B or C. Today we at one of the leading steel company, I think Deloitte mentioned that we have done complete digital logistics for them for their in-plant, outbound and inbound truck movement. They are saving huge man-hours and huge cost, but that is that plant. The platforms are there. What is important for you to understand is that there's a platform, there are technologies, but you have to have conversations and co-create, and then you will succeed. And at Siemens, fortunately, we have a bunch of physics and chemistry scientists along with process experts. We can help a lot in supply chain. On an ending note, Siemens being a 180-year-old company globally, the first supply chain, first reduction, real process at Siemens, what we did was in 1920, when Werner von Siemens, our founder, he laid the telegraph cable from London to Kolkata. So a message which was taking 3.5 months started taking 28 minutes. So that's how the power of technology as it evolves. So I'll leave with that thought, and thank you, and I'll be happy to, for any conversation available. Thank you.
We are thankful to Siemens for the insightful presentation. Now we come to the end of this morning session. I request everyone present here to please join us for lunch, which has been arranged outside. The post-lunch session will start at 2:15, and we request everyone to kindly take their seats. We also request the invitees, delegates and members present here today to join us for the cultural program with dinner here at Steel Club at 7:30 p.m. Before finishing this, I request a branch secretary to kindly give the vote of thanks for this completion of this inaugural session.
Thanks, Shamita. Respected dignitaries, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, dear members and friends. It's my honor and privilege as the Honorary Secretary of the Indian Institute of Metals Management Durgapur branch to propose the vote of thanks for this memorable morning session of our national seminar. We began today's event with registration of participants, making an enthusiastic start with the presence of professionals from various sectors. Our sincere appreciation goes to everyone who made this session smooth and well coordinated. We then witnessed the lighting of the ceremonial lamps. My heartfelt thanks to all our esteemed dignitaries who graced the auspicious moment. A special word of gratitude to Sri Amitesh Vishwas, GM Alloy Steel Plant, for the soulful inaugural song. Our sincere appreciation to Panchajanna for their beautiful cultural performance, bringing artistic grace and cultural pride to the inaugural ceremony. I extend my heartfelt thanks to Sri Bhupender Singh Popli, Executive Director, Materials Management, DSP and ASP, and Chief Patron, IIMM Durgapur branch, for the warm welcome of the dignitaries, and our respected branch chairman, NC Parida, for his thoughtful and inspiring welcome address. I extend my deepest gratitude to all the distinguished dignitaries who graced today's event with their esteemed presence, insightful words, and inspiring guidance. Your blessings and encouragement truly elevate our efforts. Our heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished keynote speaker from KPMG, Sri Amitav Srivastav and Sri Shalin Chavda, for their powerful and thoughtful, provoking presentation that enriched the theme of this seminar. We are deeply privileged to have received the insightful address of Sri Surajit Mishra, Director in Charge, ISP, DSP and ASP. Sir, your presence and guidance have greatly elevated this session. Today also makes a proud moment for our branch with the formal launch of the IIMM Durgapur branch website designed by Sri Sharup Poddar of eBase Solution, and the release of our souvenir. Our sincere thanks to everyone who contributed to bringing these important initiatives to life. A special appreciation is due to the organizing committee, volunteers, and every members who worked tirelessly behind the scene to ensure the seamless success of today's program. Finally, my heartfelt thanks to all dignitaries, invitees, members, participants, and organizing committee members whose efforts and cooperation made the inaugural morning session of a grand success. Your presence, encouragement, and support have truly enriched this event. We look forward to your continuous support and participation in all our future endeavors for the Indian Institute of Materials Management, Durgapur branch. Thank you, one and all. Thank you, sir.
We are running slightly behind schedule, so we request everyone to join us at 2:30, since it's already almost 2.
With the advent of globalization and ever-increasing presence of global brands, it is essential that the professionals in the field of materials and supply management excel. The Indian Institute of Materials Management, IIMM, with its headquarters in Navi Mumbai, is the national apex body representing a wide spectrum of professionals engaged in various facets of materials and supply management, responsible for planning, sourcing, control, and distribution of materials. Established in 1975, IIMM was previously called the Indian Association of Materials Managers. The IAMM came into being merging three professional associations: the National Association of Materials Managers, the Materials Management Association of India, and the Materials Management Association of Hyderabad. On 23rd April 1983, the IAMM was rechristened as Indian Institute of Materials Management. IIMM has a wide network of more than 50 branches and chapters, having over 10,000 members from government, public, and private sectors. To have an effective global presence, the Institute is a chartered member of International Federation of Purchasing and Supply Management, which has its members in over 44 countries. IIMM is governed by the National Council with representatives from all branches. IIMM is totally committed to its mission of promoting excellence in materials and supply management towards national prosperity through sustainable development.
At McKeel Ispat and Forging, we believe in transforming metal into the backbone of industry. Welcome to where precision, power, and promise meet. Founded in 2009 and headquartered in Durgapur, West Bengal, McKeel Ispat and Forging has built a modern open-die forge plant equipped with advanced heat treatment and machining facilities. From raw ingots to finished engineered components, every step is integrated in-house to deliver high standards of quality and service. Our product range spans forged and machined components, from heavy rollers and shafts to nozzles, flanges, and more. We serve industries including oil, gas power, transportation, and infrastructure. Every product is backed by dedicated quality teams, full in-house verification of incoming materials, online inspection, and final testing, ensuring your specifications are met. At McKeel Ispat and Forging, our quality, your growth isn't just our philosophy, it's something each member at MIFL work for. We continue to strengthen India's industrial backbone by delivering world-class forged solutions that empower growth and progress. With end-to-end manufacturing under one roof, lead times shorten, communication simplifies, and you benefit from a true manufacturing partner. Safety, regulatory compliance, and continuous improvement underpin our operations. So when you work with us, you're working with reliability. Our facilities include heavy capacity open die forging presses, advanced heating and reheating systems, comprehensive heat treatment lines, and precision machining centers, all aligned to produce high integrity components. Our 3,500-ton and 1,000-ton hydraulic presses, supported by high-capacity manipulators and overhead cranes, enable the production of forgings up to 40 tons in a single piece. Our process integrates material selection, forging, finishing, and inspection, giving you a partner who controls quality from start to finish. Our customers depend on us for critical components. Our suppliers collaborate with us for consistent standards. Our investors trust in our steady growth, and our communities benefit from our safe, responsible operations. Behind every product is our dedicated team of professionals committed to your success. Partner with Makil Ispat and Forging Limited, where the strength of steel meets the strength of trust. Let's forge your future together. Thank you for your time. We look forward to working with you.
With the advent of globalization and ever-increasing presence of global brands, it is essential that the professionals in the field of materials and supply management excel. The Indian Institute of Materials Management, IIMM, with its headquarters in Navi Mumbai, is the national apex body representing a wide spectrum of professionals engaged in various facets of materials and supply management, responsible for planning, sourcing, control, and distribution of materials. Established in 1975, IIMM was previously called the Indian Association of Materials Managers. The IIMM came into being merging three professional associations: the National Association of Materials Managers, the Materials Management Association of India, and the Materials Management Association of Hyderabad. On 23rd April 1983, the IIMM was rechristened as Indian Institute of Materials Management. IIMM has a wide network of more than 50 branches and chapters, having over 10,000 members from government, public, and private sectors. To have an effective global presence, the Institute is a chartered member of International Federation of Purchasing and Supply Management, which has its members in over 44 countries. IIMM is governed by the National Council with representatives from all branches. IIMM is totally committed to its mission of promoting excellence in materials and supply management towards national prosperity through sustainable development.
At Makil Ispat and Forging, we believe in transforming metal into the backbone of industry. Welcome to where precision, power and promise meet. Founded in 2009 and headquartered in Durgapur, West Bengal, Makil Ispat and Forging has built a modern open die forge plant equipped with advanced heat treatment and machining facilities. From raw ingots to finished engineered components, every step is integrated in-house to deliver high standards of quality and service. Our product range spans forged and machined components, from heavy rollers and shafts to nozzles, flanges, and more. We serve industries including oil, gas power, transportation, and infrastructure. Every product is backed by dedicated quality teams, full in-house verification of incoming materials, online inspection, and final testing, ensuring your specifications are met. At Makil Ispat and Forging, our quality, your growth isn't just our philosophy, it's something each member at MIFL work for. We continue to strengthen India's industrial backbone by delivering world-class forged solutions that empower growth and progress. With end-to-end manufacturing under one roof, lead times shorten, communication simplifies, and you benefit from a true manufacturing partner. Safety, regulatory compliance, and continuous improvement underpin our operations. So when you work with us, you're working with reliability. Our facilities include heavy capacity open die forging presses, advanced heating and reheating systems, comprehensive heat treatment lines, and precision machining centers, all aligned to produce high integrity components. Our 3,500-ton and 1,000-ton hydraulic presses, supported by high capacity manipulators and overhead cranes, enable the production of forgings up to 40 tons in a single piece. Our process integrates material selection, forging, finishing, and inspection, giving you a partner who controls quality from start to finish. Our customers depend on us for critical components. Our suppliers collaborate with us for consistent standards. Our investors trust in our steady growth, and our communities benefit from our safe, responsible operations. Behind every product is our dedicated team of professionals committed to your success. Partner with Makil Ispat and Forging Limited, where the strength of steel meets the strength of trust. Let's forge your future together. Thank you for your time. We look forward to working with you.
Procurement delays? Long cycle time? Choked bandwidth? No more with MJ Pro. MJ Pro, the highly configurable e-procurement platform, simplifies workflows, automates processes, and enhances efficiency, minimizing time at every step. Here's how it works. MJ Pro intelligently aggregates or splits purchase requisition, or PRs, minimizing total number of RFQs. Auto conversion of PRs into RFQs, and publishing them to relevant suppliers. Need quotations urgently? With the quick RFQ feature, buyers instantly gather quotes for routine or urgent purchases. MJ Pro provides auto-comparative statements instantly, eliminating manual calculations and errors. Sanction notes or purchase proposals generated in MJ Pro helps in quick documentation. Once approved, data from sanction note automatically moves into POs in the ERP system. And it doesn't stop there. MJ Pro simplifies the post-PO processes, from order tracking to seamless invoice processing, ensuring a fully optimized procurement cycle, removing all delays and redundancies. Make procurement faster and competitive with MJ Pro. To empower your procurement, visit our website, email us, or call us today.
Delta, founded in 1971 in Taiwan, is a global leading provider of power and thermal management solutions. Our corporate mission has guided Delta to evolve into a provider of smart energy-saving solutions, capable of nurturing smart factories and sustainable cities. Delta serves customers and leverages global talent through its sales offices, R&D centers, and manufacturing facilities, spread over close to 200 locations across 5 continents. We leverage our commitment to innovation and core competence in high-efficiency power electronics to provide a wide range of energy-saving products. Our diversified product portfolio is divided into 4 major categories: power electronics, mobility, automation, and infrastructure. Our power electronics components optimize the energy efficiency and thermal management of a wide range of applications, such as AI PCs, mobile devices, and consumer products. Delta's switching power supplies, air cooling solutions, and liquid cooling solutions, as well as passive components, support AI servers and other IT and industrial applications. Our mobility category leverages Delta's core competence in high-efficiency power electronics and experience in industrial motors to develop powertrain and power control systems and solutions that are bolstering the electric vehicle megatrend. Delta's cooling products, components, and modules also support critical systems of a broad range of vehicles. Our industrial automation products and solutions leverage AI and IoT technologies to enable smart manufacturing through comprehensive and energy-efficient management and control of industrial equipment, production lines, and entire factories. Delta's building automation portfolio facilitates smart control and energy management of building systems, such as HVAC, indoor air quality, lighting, surveillance, and more. We also provide smart streetlights and surveillance to make cities safer and greener. ICT infrastructure is a backbone of sustainable cities. That includes telecom cell site solutions, as well as AI and cloud data centers, for which Delta provides infrastructure solutions, including power, air cooling, and liquid cooling, as well as networking communications equipment. We also provide high-efficiency products for renewable energy power plants, energy storage infrastructure, and microgrid systems, as well as for EV charging stations. We develop healthcare technologies to improve well-being in cities. Delta also offers display products for control rooms and projection venues. Our brand promise, Smarter, Greener, Together, entails the development of smart green solutions and long-lasting collaboration with partners to enable sustainable development. By mastering its hardware and software system integration capabilities, Delta has developed a thriving portfolio of IoT-enabled smart energy-saving solutions that are nurturing sustainable cities and smart factories around the world. Our solutions include industrial automation and smart manufacturing solutions, building automation solutions, telecom energy solutions, data center solutions, EV charging solutions, smart energy solutions, as well as display and visualization solutions. Delta's high-efficiency products and solutions not only enhance the productivity of our customers' operations, but also realize substantial energy savings and lower CO2 emissions worldwide. Our own factories utilize renewable energy, smart manufacturing, and total quality management best practices to create high-quality products and systems with the lowest carbon footprint possible. Delta has also built itself into a world-class corporate citizen by proactively implementing environment, social, and governance best practices to echo 7 UN Sustainable Development Goals. Since buildings consume a significant portion of the global energy supply, Delta has integrated its energy-saving solutions to create green buildings for its operations, as well as for donated academic campuses worldwide for the next generation. We also proactively promote energy conservation at the international stage through various world-class environmental initiatives and events, such as the UN Climate Change Conferences. Through the years, Delta's excellence has been honored by remarkable governments, institutions, customers, and partners across the world.
With the advent of globalization and ever-increasing presence of global brands, it is essential that the professionals in the field of materials and supply management excel. The Indian Institute of Materials Management, IIMM, with its headquarters in Navi Mumbai, is the national apex body representing a wide spectrum of professionals engaged in various facets of materials and supply management, responsible for planning, sourcing, control, and distribution of materials. Established in 1975, IIMM was previously called the Indian Association of Materials Managers. The IIMM came into being merging 3 professional associations: the National Association of Materials Managers, the Materials Management Association of India, and the Materials Management Association of Hyderabad. On 23rd April 1983, the IIMM was rechristened as Indian Institute of Materials Management. IIMM has a wide network of more than 50 branches and chapters, having over 10,000 members from government, public, and private sectors. To have an effective global presence, the Institute is a chartered member of International Federation of Purchasing and Supply Management, which has its members in over 44 countries. IIMM is governed by the National Council with representatives from all branches. IIMM is totally committed to its mission of promoting excellence in materials and supply management towards national prosperity through sustainable development.
At Makil Ispat and Forging, we believe in transforming metal into the backbone of industry. Welcome to where precision, power, and promise meet. Founded in 2009 and headquartered in Durgapur, West Bengal, Makil Ispat and Forging has built high-integrity components from our safe, responsible operations. Behind every product
for an engaging and insightful session. Sri Nayak is a highly accomplished trainer with over 7 years of professional experience and an academic background in English honors. Over the past years, he has been passionately driving the onboarding of business and government entities onto the government e-marketplace platform, promoting greater transparency, efficiency, and digital transformation in public procurement. His contributions have been truly remarkable. He has guided and trained over 52 departments across West Bengal, in addition to conducting impactful capacity building program for central ministries and public sector undertaking. Sri Nayak has been regularly conducting GEM session over the past several years, and his dedication has played a vital role in expanding the reach and adoption of GEM across the country, empowering both government and business stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a very warm welcome to Abhishek Nayak as he takes the stage to share his valuable insight. Mr. Nayak, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, welcome back post lunch. I see most of the audience are still outside. So let me quickly start as we have a short of time. So GEM is a very vast thing which can happen, because in post of buyer view and seller view, there are a lot of things which we can learn, but I just give an overview of what we can learn in GEM. So GEM is just as a marketplace, just if you can see as a commercial platform for personal use, but the difference is over here we do procurement related to office. So GEM stands for Government E-Marketplace. Okay. Next, please. Next. 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 Okay. So I will straight away go to the procurement options which we have in GEM. So as it's mandate for every central government and state government employees that all the procurements needs to be done through GEM. So there are various options in procurement options through which GEM can be procured. So there are a few examples which I will show you over here. That is the first option, which is direct purchase. So this is a mode of procurement for especially for all the buyers, where the limitation is still 50,000. So any procurement or any items which you like to do a procurement, you neither need to do any kind of comparison, nor you need to do a bid. You can directly go and select the product whichever you're looking for. So currently in GEM you have product and services which is only available in GEM, but we are still working on the civil part for any kind of work related work also that will be in GEM 2 by next year. Coming up to the second option, which is L1 procurement. This is also a type of procurement if the limitations of your department is more than 50,000 but less than 10 lakhs rupees. In that case you can go with a L1 comparison, where you need to compare 3 products and system will suggest you the best lowest price product of the same specification. In this scenario also you do not have to go with any kind of bid, or you don't need to do any kind of other type of procurement. Second also comes, that is a push button procurement option. This is a new procurement option that has been introduced to GEM. This is the scenario which has been introduced because in case you find out the system suggested L1 product is not suitable in terms of the brand or the quality, you can go with the push button procurement option, where several parties will participate in your procurement just like a bid, but it's a few days bid which happens of 3 days, in which system will suggest you a better product comparison to the L1 which has been suggested by the system. It is not available for all categories, but for few categories it is available, and we have found out that buyers are facing very helpful for going with this procurement option too. Fourth comes is bid/RA. Now any procurement amount which is more than 10 lakhs is mandate that you have to go with the bid option, in which there are 2 kind of scenarios which happens. One is technical, one is financial evaluation. In technical evaluations, you evaluate all the documents which has been submitted by the sellers, post which those who have been qualified, they have been transferred to financial evaluation, and you come to know who is the L1 party and you give the contract to that particular person. Now there is no restriction that above 10 lakhs only you have to go with the bid option. If you are trying to do a procurement of 1,000 rupees also, you can go with the bid option. But as bid takes a longer period of time, hence the alternative ways which is direct purchase, L1 and push button procurement has been introduced so that you can get the products as soon as possible. Coming to the last option, which is PAC. PAC stands for Proprietorship Article Certificate. There are many departments where they require a specific brand or a model of a product. In that scenario, you can go with PAC direct purchase or bid option, where GEM is not going to ask you any question regarding why you're going for a specific brand or a model. It is your department's choice that you are looking for that particular brand or model. Only the option which is required over here, that is a higher authority approval is required, so that in your audits, nobody questions you that why you have gone for that particular brand or this model. So that kind of procurement is known as PAC procurement. One more procurement is also there, which is known as custom bid or BUK bid. Any particular product or services which is not available in GEM, what we usually do, we try to download a non-availability report and share it to our higher authority and get it from the offline market. But that needs not to be done, because in custom bid, any product or services which is not available, you can go with custom bid option, so that the seller will create a catalog and participate in your particular bid and provide you the product as per your requirement. Any questions related to this procurement options? Push button procurement. So push button procurement is a smaller category which has been available. Sorry, I'm not able to. With an example. Okay. So for an example, you are looking for a printer for your office, and you have searched printer in the GEM portal. You found out there are 1,000 categories available of printers. So you have gone ahead and filtered the specification part, which is your requirement. Post filtration, you found out there are 200 printers which is matching your specification. So you will be comparing 3 products to get the lowest one, which is selling you for the lowest one. So out of 3 products, you have found out that an X product is available at the lowest one. But you do not want to go with that product now because of the quality or the brand which has been suggested. In that scenario, if in that category push button procurement is available, you can publish a push button notice which can be published. So what will they do? They will send a notification to the entire 200 categories that L1 has been suggested with X price. Can you sell your product lower than X price? So over here, system is not finding out any particular brand. People will be manually participating in push button procurement and giving a quotation which is less than L1. So in that scenario, what happens? The chances increases you are getting a branded product. Yes. Any more questions? Yes. No. Okay, you need a mind. Sorry. Someone please just pass a mic. I'm sorry, I didn't get your question.
Yeah, so do you provide the push button or an API per se in GEM wherein the documents can flow back, the bid documents?
No. So in push button procurement, it is not like bid.
No, I'm not saying push button procurement. I'm saying, do you provide an API wherein when you float a tender, and the tender, suppose you have received bids for the tender.
Okay.
Now, if it is a single part bid, it may be a 2-part, it may be a 3-part. So whether there is a provision wherein I can transpose those documents within SAP?
Yes, you can do that.
Do you have an API?
So while creating the bid only, you will get in this option, whether you want that option or not.
No, but you provide that API so that documents flow to SAP?
No,
are you getting my question?
I'm not able to get your question. Can you just give me the full form?
Yeah, so we are on SAP. Suppose all sales.
So you're talking in perspective of a seller or a buyer, first of all?
I am talking from the perspective of a buyer.
Buyer, okay. So you have created a bid, right?
I have created a bid. I have floated it on bid.
Okay.
But before that, there is a backup document which needs to be created in SAP.
So that is your internal thing, I
guess. Yes, it is my internal thing, but I need to clarify my internal process as well as whatever is happening in GEM, correct? We need to be on the same page.
Right.
So my point here is that firstly we need to, when we are floating the tender, that backup documents gets created in my system. I push it into GEM. Now in GEM the bid gets published. After publishing the bid, I get certain offers. Those offers flow back. I need an API.
No, that won't be happening.
No,
that won't happen.
That is our requirement actually.
But it doesn't get synced with your internal devices. You can download it or take a screenshot and keep it in your...
no, that doesn't help, because why? I'll tell you what is the use case. Suppose I get, there is a tender and I get 10 bids for it. And each bid has 15 documents attached to it.
Correct.
So, in essence, on an average, I have to look at
Every document.
150 documents. So,
Exactly.
When we are talking of AI or a use case of AI, I would like to I would like to have an API there, flow those documents back into my system, apply a agentic there, and do the evaluation, because evaluation
Those will be auto disqualified and qualified based on the documents automatically.
No, agentic will help me define a workflow wherein they will suggest what to reject, what to accept, and then maybe the decision can be taken.
See, currently this feature is not available in GEM, first of all.
Yeah.
I will take this as a suggestion, because in GEM 2.0 we are introducing AI, because AI is not available in GEM 1.0.
Okay.
So there will be mechanism in which will help you to understand the documents which has been provided, whether it's a genuine one or not, or any missing documents or clarifications required. The system will give you a prompt, which is done manually right now by the buyer. So that will take care of it. But syncing with your system, I don't think so that will be feasible.
No, we just require an API. So
I do
for that
understand.
data to flow.
I'm really sorry. That won't be
So
possible.
if your concerned person can get in touch with us, that would be great.
So I'm the concerned person.
Yeah, but the technical person,
So
since you are not
you can send an email.
Yeah.
Okay, send a suggestion email, but let's see if that can be done. So it can be sent from your higher authority if it can be approval for your particular department, but more or less for overall it won't be available, I believe. But that also I'm not committing anything. So you can send an email. I will share my mail IDs also. You can give us suggestions. I will forward it to Delhi.
Understood. Yeah.
Okay,
Thank
sure.
you.
Okay, next slide. Okay, go to the next slide. Okay, coming to the roles and responsibilities, it's just a basic thing. So there are two kind of roles which you have in GEM. So one is a buyer, one is a seller. If I segregate a buyer portion, a buyer also have two users. One is primary user, one is secondary user. So primary user usually is the head of the department, the director level, who organize everything and set up the systems for GEM in their organization. So if you closely notice, under primary user, there are four primary user roles of the primary user. First of all, registrations of their organization. Secondly, creation, modification, deactivations of the secondary users, which can be done by the primary users only. Last, not the least, that is monitoring all the orders that has been placed. Except this, that person cannot do anything else, like he cannot play a role of a buyer or a payment authority, because one role can be tagged to a particular person. It cannot be clubbed, because all the IDs are tagged with your Aadhaar card. So with one ID, there can be only one role that can be tagged. Coming up to the secondary users, primarily there are three secondary users which is required for a proper communication of a procurement. One is a buyer who does the procurement. Second is a consignee who receives the materials. Third is a payment authority officer or a DDO who does the payment post the procurement has been received. Now coming up that in case there is a crunch of candidates or employees in a particular office, in that scenario, a primary user can club buyer and consignee role to a particular person. So a buyer consignee can be a same person, but a buyer consignee cannot be clubbed with the payment authority officer. So they have their different rules. A buyer is responsible for all kind of procurement. Consignee's main responsibility to receive the items, to check whether the items are good to go or not. Rejection, acceptance, everything needs to by the consignee. In case that has been misplaced or not done in the right time, auto approvals will be done and the DDO or the payment officer needs to do the payment even if the product is not received or not been accepted. So it's very crucial role for the consignee that whenever an item receives, he needs to do the PRAC and CRAC. Any consignee over here? Okay, so I believe you will be familiar with the term with PRAC and CRAC, which happens. Okay. Next slide. Next. Okay, so these are the same thing which I have discussed, which is BUK and custom bid. Any product and services which is not available in GEM, you can go with custom and BUK bid. Next slide. Next. Okay, payment methods. So this is an overall payment methods which is available for all kind of procurement for all departments. So I believe majorly for central you use PFMS and offline mode of payments. So both these options are available. But in case if you're doing a payment through like NFT, checks, RTGS, those are considered against an offline mode of payment. The payment details needs to be updated in the system. If not, you will be marked as a red buyer. So has anyone been like facing this issue by showing a red buyer, or when you're logging in, it's showing you to update the bulk payment before 2018? Any buyer over here? No one is a buyer? No, buyer in the sense secondary user buyer who does the procurement. Anyone with a buyer ID? Okay, no worries. Just to recall people if they are not available right now, whenever you log in right now, there's a current update as per the latest update that any procurement which is done before 2018, the details are not been updated, procurement will be stopped for that particular ID. So make sure you update all the offline details or procurement details within 7 days once you get this email. People are getting notifications through email also. Next slide. Next. Next. Okay. Coming up to the Q series, I can see whenever you see any kind of procurement, so all these procurement categories in GEM are been segregated in 6 categories. Q1 to say Q6 tak wahan pe categories diya gaya hai. If we just go through our notable, that is the first 3, which is Q1, Q2, Q3, is majorly the OEM, the manufacturers, authorized resellers, OEM and the authorized resellers. Coming to Q4 and Q5 is resellers, and Q6 is one district product. For example, a product which is only sellable in West Bengal, that is a one district, one product. So in that scenario, you will get it from Q6 categories. Next slide. Okay, coming to rating part, as I mentioned, so ratings is considered mostly for buyer end as well as seller end. So I will talk about the buyer end also. That is, mostly in 2 scenarios the ratings get affected. One is timely payment, if you are not doing the payment on the right time, which you have been considering it. Second is a bid extension. Whenever you float a bid, you have an option to extend your bid, but that also affects your rating. So make sure whenever you float a bid, you take an ideal or most of the time which is available, which is 180 days, so that you don't need to extend the bid. In case you complete your bid before that time, close that bid. Coming similar to the payment option, we are now introducing a new feature for the seller's end. In case if there is a delay in the payment for any XYZ reason before the committed time, there will be a certain interest that will be charged to the buyers. So make sure if you are committing a date of a payment, so if you have the sufficient plan, then go for the procurement option. Because while creating the bid, there is a new feature been added, which is the payment date, which is minimum is 11 days, maximum is 45 days. So the time which you mentioned, please make sure you complete it in that period of time. Next. Next slide, please. Okay. Coming up to the incident part. Any kind of official complaint which is required to be done from the buyer end or the seller end, there's an option called incident. You can raise an incident in an official manner, because calling the customer care or sending an email won't help you. Because officially, if you want to raise a complaint, that's the incident way. There are 3 ways you can raise an incident. One is with the order number, whichever the order you place. Any issues with that order, your order is getting delayed, your seller is not becoming your call, anything, you can report an incident. Second comes with the bid number. In an ongoing bid, if you face any kind of difficulties, you can raise an incident. Third, with the seller ID. In case if you find any issues with a particular seller, you want to blacklist this. For example, many times it happens, many sellers participate in your bids intentionally and gives a L1 quoted price and later on doesn't supply that product. So if you see there's a repeated seller who is doing this thing, you can raise an incident and suspend that particular seller from your organization so that he won't be able to participate in your bids. Next slide. Next. Sure. Yeah, tell me. Okay.
When we raise an incident based on the vendor ID, because we have banned the organization in our company and we want GEM to recognize banning for our organization, I think you can just put a little bit of stress on that so that the buyers who are sitting here from Steel Authority can then, once they ban at the plant, they can go and ban the party online onto the GEM platform for the period mentioned in our banning guidelines.
So basically, sir, what happens, the first suspension happens, which is normally for everyone. For all the organization, he will be suspended for 1 day, 1 week, or 1 month. But if there is a prioritize that I want it for my organization, so separate email needs to be done to the higher authority, so that this will be separately taken for your organization. So while just simply raising an incident won't suspend it for your organization, there's a special case that is required to be done.
What we've talked to GEM right now is maybe you've not brought it into the slides. There is now a new screen on GEM where with the PAN number or the seller ID, you can block the particular party for your organization.
Exactly.
And upload the documents, which can
relevant
be done,
documents is required also.
And there's no mail required for that, which the buyer can do from their ID. So,
Sir, that has been launched recently.
Very recently, yes.
Why I'm not talking about? Because that is not working full-fledgedly. People have started doing it. That's the option we have launched it, but we have been told not to say about that. That's the reason I didn't discuss of telling the old method, which is sending the email.
Okay.
So once that has been live, I will just let
I just wanted to give a message to SAIL procurement agency here that this is now a facility available, and whoever is, when you're uploading the banning order on the SAIL tender portal, please make sure that the banning order against the PAN number is also uploaded on the GEM portal.
Exactly.
So, yeah, that's all.
Sure. Thank you, sir. Okay, next slide. Okay, coming up to the red buyer and the orange buyer, which I was talking about, in case you do not update the payment details or the ratings are getting affected, whenever you log in, so it will first show you as a orange flag, then it will turn into a red flag. The disadvantage of having a red flag is that you will be able to do procurement and do everything else, but there are two challenges which has been faced by the buyer basically. First, whenever you do a direct purchase or a L1 procurement, usually a seller doesn't have the right to reject your orders. If an order has been placed, they have to provide you with that order. They have the right to decline your order and no penalty charges will be done on the seller if they found out that it's a red buyer who has placed an order. Secondly, good sellers won't participate in your bid thinking that you are not doing the payment rightly or not closing your bid on the right time, because a red flag can be issued at any point of scenario. Just an example, you are doing the payment in an offline mode, but you're not updating the details. That means you are not doing the payment in terms of GEM. So that needs to be updated on a timely basis, not on a daily basis, at least in a weekly or a monthly basis that needs to be done. It can be done by the consignee, buyer or DDO. Anyone can do it. Next slide. Next. 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 If we are doing the payment through PFMS, then it's done automatically. What is the payment gateway?
I'll answer that question.
Sure.
Sir, हम लोग के यहाँ पे हम SAP पे पेमेंट करते हैं. GEM पे there is a facility where you can download the invoices. You have to put the dates there of the actual payment and then back upload it on GEM. So that is how it is being done between GEM, because GEM has the payments to be done on GEM. So you have to have an account linked to GEM जहाँ से पैसा आपको रखना है वो अपने आप कट जाएगा.
Exactly.
That is the standard. But हम वो standard पे नहीं हैं. We are outside. We make payments on SAP and the data has to be periodically updated. So there is a gap. नहीं, the invoices are downloaded. List is downloaded. अपने recently we had asked them to add the GST invoice number. तो अब system से हम उसको catch करके we can relate and then upload. So it can be done based on system. Manual intervention अभी नहीं required है. Yeah. अब नहीं. And now the invoices download करके system से you can pick up the data since GST invoices are now available and that will get uploaded on GEM. So manual intervention अभी कम हुआ है. This has happened very recently. We were insisting for it for 2 years, but I think 1-1.5 महीना पहले GEM has agreed to it and done it.
Sure. Okay, few services which is updated till 1st August 2025. So majorly all the services are available in GEM. In case you do not find any particular services, as I mentioned, you can go with custom bit service option or BUK bit service option, which is also available. Next slide. GEM is for the sellers. In case they want a loan from GEM, so GEMSA is an option to which they can apply for loan. Next. Next. Okay, the last thing which we have come to an end, that is, in the website there are few options which have been available, that is Ask GEM AI, which has been installed. First the beta version was been installed, but now if you are looking for any particular topic, you can simply type over there and all the FAQs and the questions will be available. All the PPTs are also available in the GEM portal. Along with that, the support team's number, pan-India, everybody's number is available. Dedicatedly, there are 2 people assigned, one trainer, one support in pan-India basis. Their email address and phone numbers are also available in the website. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Yep. Your question.
Hello.
Registration process of a supplier. So there is a, I forgot to mention one more thing, that is every day we do a free classes online training for sellers as well as for the buyers. So it is free of cost with the link available in the website itself, which is starting from 11 AM till 1 PM with different topics every day. So they can join.
No, I am not telling this thing. I am telling, suppose as a supplier, I want to register in GEM.
So he needs the training first, right?
How you have registered? Whether your person is going there in their farm, visiting, then what is the authenticity that he is up to that mark of supplier?
So, right. So, basis on that, once the person registers, so in registration, there is no validation which has been done. Once the registration has been done, once he tries to upload a catalog of a product or services, that's go through an mandatory certification, vendor assessments, which is done by RITES, RITE RITES, for checking all the certificate license are genuine or not. If we found that is genuine, then only the catalog has been uploaded. If not, we cancel the catalog. In case any seller challenges the price mentioned in the catalog is incorrect, हो ही सकता है ऐसा कि सर एक प्रोडक्ट का प्राइस है that is 1 lakh rupees और एक सेलर ने जानबूझ के उसका प्राइस रखा है 10,000 रुपए, which is illogical. If a seller goes and escalate this to us, then we once again cross check. So it is not only a one-time job. Every after 90 days, the person needs to upload the catalogs once again, update the stocks, mention how many products are available right now, changes in the price, MRP, everything needs to be done in 90 days. If not done, we again send a message to the particular seller that your catalog will be suspended because there is no changes been done. So it's a continuous process that happens. So that can be rest assured, any catalog which is uploaded in GEM, that is been verified. Whether it's a Q1 or a OEM category product or a Q6 local product, every product is been done in a similar way.
हेलो एक क्वेश्चन और ये जो अभी आपने पुराना पीओ का अपडेट करने के लिए बोला ना दिसंबर 14 2023 सो उसमें 3 ऑप्शंस हैं जिसमें इनवॉइस है सीआरएससी हो गया है जहां इनवॉइस है लेकिन सीआरएससी नहीं हुआ थर्ड इज जहां इनवॉइस भी नहीं हुआ है सीआरएससी भी नहीं हुआ.
So I will tell the 3 scenarios. So first is CRSC issued, second is invoice issued, third is invoice not issued. In the first scenario where PRSC's invoice, PRSC, CRSC has been done, but the payment is done in the offline mode. So only the payment date needs to be updated. Second scenario where the invoice is created, but no PRSC, CRSC was been done, and an offline payment has been done. So 3 dates needs to be mentioned: PRSC, CRSC, and invoice date. Now the PRSC and CRSC date will be the date on which you have received the product, because you haven't done it in the system. Third, when nothing has been done, no invoice was been uploaded by the seller, obviously no PRSC, no CRSC, no invoice done, everything has been done offline. So 4 dates needs to be updated: the invoice date, the PRSC date, the CRSC date, and the invoice date. The payment date.
नहीं बट जहां इनवॉइस ही रेज नहीं हुआ सीआरसी पीआरसी हुआ नहीं है वहां सिंपली पेमेंट डिटेल अपलोड करने से वो क्लोज नहीं होगा
बिकॉज 4 ही ऑप्शन आपको खाली दिखाएंगे. सो देखिए, आपको ऑनलाइन नहीं हुआ है, आपको तो ऑफलाइन वो इनवॉइस मिला है, बिल जनरेट होकर आपको मिला है ना हार्ड कॉपी.
वो हमारे सैप सिस्टम में मिला होगा
जो भी मिला है सर, बट एक तो डेट वहां पे मेंशन होगा ना जितनी तारीख को आपको मिला है, पुट दैट डेट ना.
अच्छा, only date is required.
Exactly. I'm talking about only the dates: PRSC date, CRSC date, invoice date, and payment date.
Okay.
So if you haven't generated in the system, obviously the date won't be the correct date, but at least it can be nearby the dates.
Okay. So dates as per our system, we can upload it.
Exactly.
अच्छा, one more question.
Once we place a GEM contract, seller has to pay GEM the fees. And after that it shows as accepted. So can we know on which date the payment has been done by seller? Or is it not available?
Seller has done a payment.
The fee payment.
Fee payment, but who wants to know? The buyer wants to know?
Yeah,
or?
buyer.
No, that won't be possible. to
Okay.
say. I can tell you the commission which has been charged, which is 0.03%, but that is only been done once the order has been placed and received. Then only the person. So basically, see what happens, there is a caution money concept that was beforehand, in which he needs to put a certain amount, and every time the order comes in, there's an auto deduction that used to happen. But now that is not mandate. Manually they need to do any kind of amount. Previously it was a set of limit that if it's less than 1 crore, turnover is less than 1 crore is 25,000. Like between 1 crore to 10 crore is more than 25,000. So there was a token amount that needs to be set it up. Once the amount gets reduced, we send a notification to the seller that your caution money has been reduced. Please top up the amount, because we auto deduct the amount as per the orders which they receive. Yep.
Sir, I'm having one question that is related to getting the JEM OTP. So, is there any option that we can enter another mobile number or email ID?
First of all, sir, this has been done because many buyers are complaining it. But try to understand this is because of password sharing. This option has been coming up. Number that will be updated, that needs to be linked with your Aadhaar card which has been updated. You cannot add any other number.
And if we want to change that mobile number?
Yes, obviously you can change that mobile number. That number needs to be the number which you're trying to update it. That new number needs to be linked with the Aadhaar card.
To whom's Aadhaar card? Any employee of the company or?
No. I'm talking about the ID. If I'm using my ID, right?
Okay.
The OTP will be sent to my mobile number,
Yes,
because
yes,
I have linked my Aadhaar card, my mobile number.
Okay.
So if I'm changing my mobile number, so that new mobile number needs to be updated with my Aadhaar card, not with any one Aadhaar card. No?
Okay.
So that is a complaint issue which you're asking.
Okay.
Yep. Sure.
One more question.
Okay, we will discuss it. Okay.
Just a minute. GEM GTC जो है ना, GEM GTC ये regularly आपका update होते रहता है. So is there any, मतलब कैसे आप indicate करते हैं कि GEM GTC update हो गया या क्या changes हैं?
So when you go to the website, at the end you get an option as general terms and conditions. It's get updated almost every week. We also don't understand. So we also download the PDF file and go through what are the changes been made.
नहीं वो बड़ा cumbersome है. कई important changes आप कर देते हैं और पता ही नहीं चलता.
So उसके लिए भी website में पहले में first page में एक option है new on GEM. Any new updates has been mentioned over there. This is a running page which goes on the first page of the website, new on GEM. So if you click on that, any process update will mention.
Changes है ना, जैसे अभी आपने किया कि जो 500 करोड़ का टर्नओवर है, उसको उसका EMD का exemption था, अभी आपने हटा दिया. तो वो ये मालूम कैसे चलेगा कि आपने इतना important change कर दिया?
Latest update in GEM में दिया होगा सर.
नहीं उसमें changes कहीं दिखाते हैं कि आपने क्या change किया?
Latest update पोल के लिखा रहेगा वो.
उसमें change दिखा रहा है?
अभी जो अपडेट किया गया है, जो था वो चेंज किया वो नहीं बताया जाएगा. अभी जो रिसेंटली चल रहा है वो चीज लिखा रहेगा.
नहीं तो वो हर बार कंपेयर करना पड़ता है ना, बहुत सारे इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट छूट जाते हैं.
सर बाकी डिस्कशन चाय पे कर लीजिए प्लीज.
हाँ
we have to finish everything.
बिल्कुल.
Okay, thank you sir.
Thank you.
We extend our sincere appreciation to Sri Abhishek Nayak from GEM for delivering such an insightful and enriching session. His clarity, depth of knowledge, and practical guidance have greatly enhanced our understanding and left us truly inspired. I now have the privilege to invite the patron of IIMM Durgapur branch, Sri Rajiv Sehgal sir, to kindly come on to the dais to hand over the memento to Sri Abhishek Nayak. I also request Barsha and Pooja to assist. We now invite Mrs. Air and Water India Private Limited to deliver their presentation. Please try to complete it by 5 to 7 minutes time.
Yeah, good evening all. We are representing Air Water India Private Limited. I am Shom Shuvra and I am heading the Eastern Region sales part. With me, Mr. Obik Ghonto and Olivia is here. Olivia is into procurement and he operations, right? So this company was established in 1939 and based out of Japan. This is basically a Japanese MNC. And in India, we have our headquarters in Calcutta, and it was established in 2020. Right, we are into manufacturing of industrial gases like oxygen, argon, and nitrogen, and we are a supplier of manufacturer of medical oxygen also. With SAIL DSP, we are an exclusive LMO, liquid medical oxygen supplier for your main hospital. And our on-site plant will be commissioned somewhat around mid of next year, right? So this is how we are placed in the Eastern region in Jamshedpur and in Kolkata and in Durgapur, right? So change the slide, please. Revenue-wise, we are 1,500 crore now and have plans with a new investment pan-India-wise will grow up to 6,000 crores by 2030. Next slide. Next. We serve various industrial customers and medical customers and we supply the oxygen, nitrogen and argon through tankers. Tanker tracking system we have, Olivia will be explaining it, and we are producing 4,000 tons per day of gases, and liquid wise we are 300 tons per day pan-India basis. Okay, now Abhita, please take forward.
Thank you, Somsupru. In India, we are having presence in 7 states right now, basically in southern part, northern part and eastern part. The majority presence is there in south and eastern part. So we are having 7 air separation units with the larger capacity of producing industrial oxygen and also medicinal oxygen, and along with that nitrogen and argon. And the major bulk production units are there in JSW, Karnataka, and then in Jamshedpur. And also we are having the tonnage plant in Chennai and Hyderabad. And recently our another manufacturing facility of 1250 ton of capacity, which is under construction in DSP. From the supply chain perspective, we have all the stages from raw material to our customer end supplies, where our basically raw material that we use in production, it is atmospheric air. But during the production, the major raw material is basically we consider as a power, which consumes a heavy quantity of power for producing these atmospheric gases and also the specialty gases like our argon. So our main motive was to optimize the power during our production process. So we use many basically not the detailing in AI base, but also some predictive controls to control our production process with optimized power so that we can reduce the power consumption in the manufacturing process and along with that increase the yield of the production. And from there, we are having also merchant supplies where we monitor all the supply chain process to supply our product to the merchant customers who are using our liquid-based product, along with the hospitals who are using our medical oxygen in their patient's care, healthcare process. So for the supply chain in detail part, Olivia will take care of it with the procurement part. Olivia, over to you.
Yeah, sure. Hope I'm audible? Okay. So thanks to Shom and Avik for giving such a wonderful overview about our organization in such a small span of time. Now I'll take you to our supply chain management system. So when we come to supply chain management, I mean, as per me, it is the heart of any industry. So for us, it plays a major and a very crucial role because we have to supply our end products, liquid oxygen, argon, nitrogen, to our end customers. And one of our crucial customers are the hospitals, wherein we provide the medical oxygen, which is kind of a life-saving. So we need to be supply chain-wise very optimized, very strong, very robust. So now, you have seen we have implemented a lot of things. So first of all, I would like to tell you that in our distribution logistics, we are working on an online platform. This tool is basically designed for proper tracking, monitoring, automated billing, along with the safety aspects as well, like driver behavior safety or the driver behavior tracking. The moment you track the behavior of the driver with their eyelash movements, it's a kind of an AI tool which we are going to implement. And the driver behavior mapping will lead to the improvisation or the improvement of our safety aspects for future supply chain management. Because safety is a major part, I mean, it's a major role which plays in our industry, our kind of industry a lot. And moreover, apart from this, you can say that, so hence you can say we are focusing on a total supply chain optimization. That is optimization on the milk run, optimization on route, optimization on cost of course, which is the part of our KPI for any buyer, any supply chain managers. And apart from this, later on, we can use this particular platform, by tracking the safety, tracking the route optimization, tracking all these things for improving our customer services and customer experiences in future. So now, for the other tools, what we are trying to implement, it is e-auction. Please go to the, thanks. The e-auction platform you can see. This is going to actually enhance the transparency, competitive bidding, and faster sourcing cycles. ERP system, we are trying to upgrade it from our existing ones. It is going to, upgrade the workflows, automated approvals, and then real-time data visibility as well. Savings management tool. This particular savings, see, any supply chain manager or a buyer, the part of our KPI is productivity savings. So this kind of, savings management tool will, give all the calculation in hand, in front of a buyer. I don't have to go back and calculate, do a lot of manual exercises. So it is going to give me in one page, one platform, this. Suppose I buy a ABB motor. I have certain specification. So prior to this, from where did I buy the similar specification? Maybe I might have bought from Siemens, I might have bought from some other vendor. So it is going to give me all the details. It is even going to guess the price, or it is also going to let me know that, okay, you can purchase now from these other, market players from the market. So this kind of tool is for that. And just I explained to you, end-to-end distribution tracking system, which I said route optimization and improved delivery visibility. Next slide, please. So you can see our major key customers like Tata Steel, JSW, and many others, Caterpillar, Hyundai, Tata Hitachi, Suzuki, so many other suppliers, customers from our. Okay, so thank you. Thanks for all your time, for listening to us. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Air India Private Limited, for an energetic performance presentation. Now I invite Mrs. Delta Electronics India Private Limited to deliver their presentation. Sir, you have 7 minutes time. One announcement. In the evening, there will be a selfie point. So anyone want to click a picture, immediately they will click it and make a frame and give it to you. So please use it.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. And I will be presenting how Delta drives are working towards making your process more efficiently. Hello. So quickly, I'll introduce myself. So I'm a part of Delta team. I'm representing Delta Industrial Automation Group. I mainly focus on variable frequency drives of high power. With me is Anurag here. He takes care of PLC and SCADA networks. And we have divided our presentation in 3 parts. I'll try to finish it quickly. So first part, I'll cover brief overview of our Delta. Second part, I'll cover our drives. And then I'll take it over with Anurag. And then we have a few case studies, which we had done with SAIL itself. So we are founded in 1971. We are basically a Taiwanese firm. And we are world leaders in switching mode power supplies and DC brushless fans. So I can say every third laptop in the world that will be having Delta power supplies and Delta brushless fans. So we are into various other business segments like telecom power systems, EV powertrain systems, industrial automations, networking products, visual displays, renewable energy, and EV charging infrastructure. Globally, if I talk about our revenue, we had strong revenue growth, and we closed more than $13 billion in 2024. So, focusing on R&D capabilities, we are having around 72 R&D centers worldwide. 9,500 plus R&D engineers we are employed, and we have more than 11,000 patent certifications. And about 6.5% of our revenue we invest in our R&Ds. So in India, we are having 3 centers: Gurgaon, India, Bangalore, and Rudrapur. Next. So we are committed to Make in India. And our CEO, Mr. Ping Chang, has also shared the dais with Mananiya Modi ji. And we had committed to invest more than $500 million in India. And Krishnagiri factory that we started in 2019 is a part of our mega factory that is in Tamil Nadu. Next. So this is our Delta India operations. So our head office, it is in Bangalore. And then we have 16 region offices, 2 R&D centers, and 3 factory setups to cover all India market. And this shows our commitment to serve Indian customers. So this is a mega factory. We have a mega factory in Krishnagiri that is in Tamil Nadu. So from there, we are not only making drives, but from card level to module level, we are manufacturing here in India. And we are also exporting these to global, to Europe and US markets. Next. So these are the productions in our Krishnagiri factory. So primarily we are focusing here on VFDs, temperature controllers, and touch panels. And these are the parts which we are manufacturing here and supplying to the world. So this is the market positioning here. So we are among the top 3 LV VFD suppliers. Among SCADA robots, that is also gaining popularity in Indian market. So we are at number 3. In CNC, we are among top 5. And we are in top 5 in motion and product solutions. So this shows our Delta Industrial Automation product portfolio, and also it shows IoT structure. So we provide the industry every solutions from shop floor to the top floor. So starting with like system and equipments, we cover AC motor drives, servo systems, planetary gearboxes, SCADA robots, and workstations. If we go above one system up, then we provide control and sensings, various HMIs, PLCs to the market. Then motion controllers, industrial power supplies, which is another big market here. Then in networking and management, we also give clouding solutions and SCADA robots. My colleague Anurag will be covering those topics later. So what's the Delta value proposition across SAIL operations? So in steel industries, we see there are various process areas like raw material handling, blast furnace, pump and compressors. So what we are providing here, so we are providing VFDs, PLCs, HMIs, sensor integrations, and as well as the motion controllers. For the utility management, for example, we also provide industrial PCs, energy management systems, and automations. And for maintenance, we provide again VFD, PLCs, even the power qualities for power quality divisions. So coming over the motor drives, these 3 segments. So we have a general compact drives, which are the smallest drive we offer to the industry. These are very compact in nature. So that covers MH series and VFD series. With the series, we distinguish the drives. Second is the AC motor drives based on the performance, the high performance and heavy duty drives, like for fan and pump applications or a hoist applications, we provide these drives. Also, we have a power regenerative drives, and new launches are the VFD for chiller compressors and also the liquid cool drives. We also do have industry specific drives, like for dedicated for fan and pumps, high speed fluids. Then we also have a motor mounted drives, which goes up to 22 kilowatts, and then fan and pump drives. We also do have a synchronous reluctance motors and active magnetic bearing drives. If we talk about the Delta cabinets, putting drive modules into the cabinet, we offer LV drive panels as a single standalone panel or a lineup panel. We also do have a medium voltage drives, which starts with 135 kilowatt, and we go up to 11 megawatts. So what are the Delta benefits? So key benefits, we have summarized here. So standard drives comes with an ambient of 50 degrees Celsius. We have an overload capability up to 200%. Then each drive is a heavy duty, heavy performance drives for the cranes, fans, rollers kind of applications. All the Delta drives comes with a built-in PLCs. So for small applications, you need not to hire or take a additional PLC. Then we have a modular design, built-in EMC filter, and a conformal coating. So I'll cover these quickly in the next slides. So this is the overload capability. So overload repeatability is the main primary factor that we have to look into. Like it should be, industry says 10 minutes, but we offer 5 minutes. Next. The conformal coating in the steel industry, it's a very harsh environment. So the conformal coating, which comply with IC standards, we offer 3C3, and very few vendors in the market provide you these coatings. We have a built-in PLC. Next. So derating is up to 50 degree. There is no derating up to 50 degree in any of the drives. Modular design. Next. IP fan protection. So there are two kinds of drives available in the market. One comes with a blower. So a single blower is cooling the full drive. All our drives comes with a multiple fans, and those are IP55. So even if one fan is down, the drive will still continue to work. This is a unique feature for the drives. If we go with 185 kilowatt and above drive, all the drives comes with a 12 pulse configuration. So it's on to you whether to use as a 6 pulse or a 12 pulse. Next. So these are the few features that helps in like industry. Like this is a built-in anti-sway feature for the overhead cranes. Next. So this is a open loop hoist operation. So we also do retrofitting. So here also we did retrofit and replaced the drive. So from here I'll hand over to Anurag.
So thank you, and very good evening to all of you. So I'll be taking care for the control products from the Delta side. So if you start with, we have a complete range of PLCs. So whether it goes for a process, the top one is for the process application. So if you are requiring for a new application or the new white field projects, you can have a complete process-based PLC. Or else we have a PLCs which can work as an accessories or complementing to your existing systems. So our PLCs which are there in the market are now IoT enabled also. Like we started discussing about the AIs and the different. But yes, our PLCs are now IoT enabled. So the moment we say IoT enabled, multiple communications are also available. So that if you want to pull out the data from a PLCs, that can be done. So it is a very simple PLCs that we have. So if you look at from the base, it is a very smaller one with a small width. And then we go up to a high-end PLCs. The advantage is the software is easily downloadable. You can have a free softwares. The cable is a simple one. So I'll going to the next slide. It is specifically on the high-end PLC that we call for a process PLC. So if you look at the capabilities, the major is it can handle more than 1 lakh IOs as a input-output. The rack-to-rack communication, it can extend up to 100 meters, wherein 7 racks can be connected. And parallelly, if it has to be done up to a 1 kilometer or 2 kilometer range, a small FO can be used, and it can be extended up to 14 kilometers as a complete solution. So this is what the advantage is. So if we move to the next slide, which is onto the redundancy. So we come with 3 different redundancies as it needed in the market. So one is the power redundancy. Onto the power, what we say is, it's the 2 SMPS which are there on the rack. but that can be connected either with the AC or a DC. That option is also available with us. So it makes it more better placed wherein you want to have a selection on with respect to the redundant PLCs. Then we have the CPUs for sure, being a redundant systems. And then there is the communication, which is redundant over here, and by which we ensure that the communication also redundancy is available. Not only this, the DIDOs and the others are hot swappable. So the advantage of this is on the run, if something maintenance or some troubleshooting has to be done, you can use the same module, you can remove it on the run and it can be reinserted. So that is the advantage further. The next slide is the 3 different series that we have. So yes, Delta India is 1971 founded, which is like 56 years old company. So comparing with the others, we are late entrants. Onto the PLC also, we are there in the market from past 26 years. But if you see within this 25 and 26 years of span, now we have a patent also onto the PLC, which is not from the technical perspective. But yes, the advantage of the patent is we or the R&D has started thinking something new. Like we have now a setup in Krishnagiri, Tamil Nadu for the manufacturing. We do have a R&D center in Bangalore. So these all developments and the other activities which will be happening will be as per the requirement of the Indian market, and we can still move ahead with these developments. The next slide is now for the HMI. So we have a complete range complementing the PLC series. So the display units are there. We can give you a solution up to 21 inches. The next slide is specifically few example wherein the remote access of the HMI has to be done. So if you are connected on the same LAN, same network, you can monitor your HMI or it can be monitored. The next slide is onto the animations or the drawing which has to be put in. Sometimes what happens is we put a panel, we put a drawing onto the panel, but it may get, sometimes it is lost or it is misplaced. You can still use the pen drive or you can use the PDF onto the HMI and you can monitor the drawing. So this again is an added advantage onto this HMI. The next slide is onto the integration with the camera. So maybe a big machine, maybe like a furnace or something wherein the human intervention is less. The same HMI, which is either of 12 or 15 inch, can be used for monitoring maybe the camera. It can integrate whether it's an analog or a digital. So with a single location, the operator can monitor or can visualize the screen. So these all helps in troubleshooting and improving the process also. The next is from the IoT perspective that we say. So we have a device which can have the option of uploading and downloading or monitoring the product from the remote location also. So whether you are based out on a centralized location or a remote location, so this can be used across not only for the upload download, but yes, it can be used as a IoT and also as a collecting the data onto the centralized location. So this comes with multiple patents. So it's a secure network. Cyber security is what we have. And the next slide is onto the SCADA. So like we have a HMI for the process industries if we are discussing, and we don't have a SCADA, that will be, that was not one. So we have a SCADA also, which is specifically from the process. It is a tag-based SCADA, and we did some development of 25 lakhs tags that we have installed with this SCADA. It has the option of redundancy, which is for a standalone, for the server-based redundancy also, and up to the enterprise level of redundancy that can be given using the SCADA. So this is from the control products. I'll give it back to Manish for the success stories that we have from the Delta side.
Thanks, Anurag. So I'll not take much of your time. I'll just quickly go through the success stories. So these are the critical references that we have done, like 132 kilowatt barrel reclaimers, 12 pulse IPC and SCADA for ID fans. We also did few wagon tipplers here, then roller tables, trolley cranes, and charging cars. Next. So in the Vizag steel plants alone, we have more than 550 plus drives installed as on date, and we covered almost all the applications that are available in the steel segment. So this is the success case of a Durgapur steel plant itself. So we provided here a drive for hot metal hoist crane, and we are also repeating these. This is the wagon tipplers which we did in Vizag steel plant. Blast furnace hoist upgradation. Then we also provided for steel industry roller table in the coke plant for the coke transfer car. It is for the Tata. Then again wagon pusher car, that is for the VSP. Battery charging cars. And quickly you can go through the slides. So the conveyors. And this is the case study for the condensate extract pump, which we installed in Chhattisgarh power plant. So here we had proved the saving of around 24%. So that is quite evident. This is another example where we had the saving of 41% after we put our medium voltage drive. And the ROI was less than 6 months. This is for, again, WHRS, IOCL, few installations, and these are our valued customers. So this is all from our side. So we have a very good team here to take care of all your requirements. So Mr. Swagata is heading our region here, and along with him, Mr. Somek Banerjee is the key account manager for all your segments, and also the Arindam and Ranabrato. So these are also taking care of sales and service departments. For any queries, you can connect anytime. So this is a very efficient teams for yourselves. Thank you very much.
Our sincere thanks to Mrs. Delta Electronics India Private Limited for delivering such an elaborated presentation. We would like to mention here that Professor Datsena from Indian Institute of Management in Ranchi couldn't make it in person to this seminar. However, he has consented to join us online. Professor Krishna Kumar Datsena holds a PhD degree from Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, and is a distinguished scholar in operations research, logistics and warehousing management, operations management, and decision science. His research lies at the cutting edge of today's supply chain landscape, spanning sustainable transportation, digital supply chains, risk management, and the circular economy. His academic contributions have earned global recognition with publications in several top-tier international journals, including A and A-star categories. He has also presented his work at highly prestigious global forums, such as the Production and Operations Management Society Conference in Orlando, 2016, and the Inform's annual meeting in Phoenix, 2018. Beyond his scholarly achievements, Professor Datsena is an inspiring educator, having taught at Indian Institute of Management, Ranchi, Indian Institute of Management, Raipur, and Institute of Management Technology, Ghaziabad, shaping and mentoring the next generation of management professionals. His industry engagement is equally noteworthy, including specialized training programs such as the one conducted for Usha Martin Limited. It is my privilege to invite Professor Krishna Kumar Datsena to deliver his presentation.
Yes, thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind introduction. I hope I am audible, right?
Mic on, please. Mic.
Yes, am I audible?
Sir, mic.
Am I audible? Anyone? I think my mic is also working. I am visible and audible also. So please let me know if any issue from my end.
Sir,
anyone can please respond it at least yes or no, so that we can process for.
Sir, you are audible now.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, DSP, right? So I cannot see the name. I will call it the DSP, right? So. Hello everyone, thank you so much for your this opportunity, and I was really sorry for not able to attend this in person at the last moment only, right? Maybe last moment cancellation of this tour, but definitely what I have prepared, right? Let us just go through the things, right? And definitely let us try to explore the kind of use, right, of artificial intelligence or digital technologies in our supply chain management, right? And I hope you all are basically expert in this field, right? So there is a basically you can just think, right? Because of the time constraint, we may just try to figure out some challenges which is basically facing. Maybe I have related the challenges and the whatever our solution, right, from the steel industry, right? So maybe you can try to connect what are the tools and how the artificial intelligence or digitization can help us to reshape, right, maybe to make our supply chain performance more better, right? So that is the basically objective of next 20 minutes, right? I will call it 20-25 minutes, right? Not more than that. Don't worry, I will not bore you guys, right? क्योंकि क्या चल रहा है पता नहीं, but yes, let us. I will not bore you because let us try to connect it, right? So here you can see this is the basically power plant, all the process, right? And if you are, let me just directly jump to the whatever the issues we are facing, right, in terms of steel industry. If you are having such kind of issues like raw materials supply, quality risk, right, or coal or iron ore sourcing challenges. These are the some important challenges. And please, this all this information I have gathered from the different sources, right? Maybe from the trade journals, magazine articles, right, news articles, all those things, reports, all those things, right? So sometime please let me know because I have also mentioned the reference also. This is not my own data, so that we can connect. Okay, this is the real challenges we can see in our practice, right? So that so raw material and supply chain quality risk is one of the biggest challenge we can see, and that also impact the steel sector because of the risk, supply risk, quality variability will be there if you are going for this raw material, right? There will be again, if you are going for outsourcing, there may be possibility of maybe cost, right? Logistic cost will be high, right? And again, there is a issue of finding out the right source, right? And there are rules, regulations, policy, all those things are the biggest challenge as per the current supply chain management. Right? Another one of the biggest challenge what I have seen, right, from the different reports is basically inventory management, right? Inventory and logistic inefficiency. That is the one of the again biggest challenge, as it is also mentioned by the report, right? Many reports and some news articles also which I have highlighted, right? There are significant lapse in inventory management during 2016 to 23, right? And also the recent financial results show the profit drop due to the inventory cost, and this is the one of the biggest challenge, right? So let us try to just highlight the challenge. Then later on we will try to find out the link how these challenges can be maybe mitigated through some different technologies. Another challenge which I hope we can directly relate it the global market and external risk, right? Because of the geopolitical, geographical locations, right? We may have the different uncertainty, right? Which may be also create the pressure on the margin, unpredictability on our procurement process, right? Delivery timelines, complicate planning, all those things, right? That is another kind of issue or challenges, right? We can easily relate it. Another is basically a need for major capex or modernization transition, right? So where as I have taken the example from Shell only, they are planning to capital expenditure of around 7,500 CR, right, by financial year 2026 to boost their capacity, right, for modernize their plants, right? And one last one, regulatory and environmental. As we nowadays we can see this is a very common term. Everyone is talking about the sustainability, right? Ethical sourcing, right? All these terms has become very popular nowadays, and how we are actually basically performing this in our operation, our practice, that is something different. Right, so basically global also they push towards the green steel, right, trying to minimize the net zero, right, emission, rising the energy cost, all those things, right? So for this is the some challenges, right? So I hope challenges, we all have so much challenges, right? Don't worry, right? Sir, हमारे पास इससे ज़्यादा challenge है, we can share it, but let us try to integrate, right? Try to link how AI or digitization in our maybe in a for some particular operations or process in our supply chain may maybe can be done, right, which will also enhance the overall performance. So these are the basically, if someone will talk about the decision makers, right, roadmap for the towards the digital maturity, right? Digital maturity means basically if you're talking about the any sector, right, how they are able to, right, adopt or implement some digital technology. So first most important thing is the identify your objective, which is again related to the cost, quality, throughput, ESG. There are so many parameters, right? Then after we are going to find out the one of the very important thing, which is the basically digital infrastructure, whether we have sufficient infrastructure or not. Right? If someone will ask, okay, please implement blockchain, please implement IoT. I don't have infrastructure, right? So for let me just check the infrastructure perspective, scale across the different players, right? If possible, can we have some software? Like I hope many industry they can also implement this ERP, MES, all those things, right? Workforce capability, continuous monitoring, and cloud digital infrastructure. These are the basically 6 different steps towards the right AI maturity journey for any decision maker, right? So based on this, let us try to do some detailed right impact on the different issues and how the AI will help us to mitigate those particular challenges, right? So that is the one of the thing. So for first challenge, you can see like rising import price or pressure. I hope you can relate it, right? Because sometimes we can see there is lower steel price in India due to the Chinese import, right? Reduce the margin and profitability. There may be the overproduction risk leading to unsold stock, right? Extra inventory holding cost you are going to be right. So this can be the some of the important impact in the overall supply, right? But how this challenge can be handled? Can we use some kind of AI driven AI driven demand forecasting, right? Right.
ঠিক আছে চিন্তার কোনো কারণ নেই ঠিক হয়ে যাবে নাম্বার একটু পরে নাম হচ্ছে তারা একটু কাজ করুন খেয়ে নে হ্যাঁ চলছে এই তো অনলাইনে চলছে
DSP जी मैं मेरे को आप क्लास खिला दिया जब खाली क्लास में बच्चे लोग मोबाइल ऑन करके बात करते हैं सॉरी टू इंटरप्ट यू राइट बट if possible can you just mute it if possible
আচ্ছা অলিটা কাগজটা তোর কাছে আছে না অলিটা সিভিংটা পারলে দিয়ে যাস যদি পারিস আসলে একবার চলে আসবি আগে চলে আসবি
I don't know. Anyone else who is in from the support team, can you just request to maybe, if possible, the DSP sir can mute himself or. Okay, fine. Perfectly fine, no issue, right? Okay. So this is the basically can I include the data-driven demand forecasting, right, to match our production to market? Yes. Nowadays it is possible, right? So we can use the data, right? Available data. We can train those data, right? And we can use the model, which is basically which will provide me the better forecasting by minimizing the errors. That can be possible, yes, right? So we can easily handle the scenario, right? Again, when we are talking about the maybe this cost optimization, right? When we are talking about the cost optimization, especially for the maybe the product, right? Reduce the production and logistic cost, that can also be done using by using AI, right? Raw material volatility, right? That is one of the challenge, and we can also use the machine learning algorithm, right? Maybe for to basically find out the different machine learning algorithm, right? Based cold or quality prediction we can do, right? We can also measure the air moisture, all those things, right? We can also have the AI burden blend optimization, right? For the blast furnace stability, right? Stability and the supply chain prediction can also be done by maybe getting the scenario and the right data, right? So that we can train the data. Right. So there are several challenges here. Maybe you can also find the several things, but I have some detailed right example, the real case example for some specific challenges, and also you can find out the use of the digital technology or artificial intelligence on that particular basically maybe process or operations, right? So let me just take 2 or 3 just examples, right, so that you can easily relate it, right? So first and most important thing when we are talking about the challenge, especially in the supply chain, for considering the steel industry, right, the raw material volatility is the one of the biggest challenge, right? And again, unstable blast furnace performance, that is the other thing. Higher coke consumption, lower hot metal quality, higher dependency on the imported coals, right? These are some of the important basically impact when you are having the coal and ore qualities issues in your maybe process. How we can minimize, how we can mitigate that? Maybe by let us take this example, right? Raw material quality uncertainty. If you have a iron ore where there is the iron percentage fluctuates around 61 to 58%. Similarly, coal asses also fluctuates. Sinter quality also become unstable, right? So maybe blast furnace become erratic, right? So there are so many problems you can see, right? And how the AI, right, artificial intelligence or digital technologies will help us to mitigate or to control these challenges, right? Is again to by AI based quality prediction model we can do, right? So use the machine learning on chemical and physical parameters if required, predict the mine to mill quality in real time, right? So you can track and trace the real time the quality of the maybe the materials, alert when raw materials quality deviate from the optimum, right? So this is a very simple. It looks like, I hope you are also following the similar kind of approach in your real life. I am assuming that you are also going to do such kind of practice, right? In real life scenario, you can also take a plant if coal asses increases suddenly, right? AI predicts that effect on coal strength and adjust the sinter mix based on that. So please, you can see the benefit of having this automatic, right, prediction of the different composition, the qualities, right, will also benefit the blast furnace stability. Coke rate can be reduced by 5 to 7%, right? Hot metal quality also becomes the consistent, right? So this is the one way that how we can maybe integrate the AI in our supply chain. This is the one of the biggest issue what I feel, right? Personally, this is my opinion, like inventory mismanagement and yard efficiency, right? So this is again I have taken from the report, only CAG report. Because of this, they've definitely there will be misplaced coils, billets, pallets, right? Plates, high inventory holding cost, dispatch delay, wrong shipment. These are the some impacts of this particular challenge of inventory mismanagement or yard inefficiency. How we can mitigate this thing? Definitely, we have this. Let us take one simple example, like for any XYZ steel works, right, which operates a large integrated steel plant, right, where the company maintains two major yards, one for the raw material yard and another is a finished good yard, for example, right? And problem basically at the plant is misplaced coil and billets. I don't know whether it is actually it happens or not, but based on the research, right, it mentioned that sometimes operators often struggle to locate, but nowadays if you have the RFID or some special tag where you can maybe easily find out the products, right, that may be something different, but misplaced coil or billets is the one of the biggest challenge. Such time increasing, right, when you are having the crane operator spend around 20 to 15, 20 to 20 minutes to find out the right billets take, right? Wrong dispatches, right, is again one kind of maybe the challenge, right? So, and inventory mismanagement, right, and congested ward, which directly impact your OTIF, right, on time in fulfillment, customer complaint will rise, safety incident due to the busy yard, right, and high carrying cost is unnecessary inventory. How you can use the AI in this particular scenario where you have so many problems, right? You can see the directly on time fulfillment is increasing, production delay when raw material is not found, right? So we can integrate right, drone based yard mapping. It looks, अरे इतना drone का कहाँ बात कर रहा है? We don't have the sufficient infrastructure. Whether it is possible or not, I think yes. Considering the impact of this, maybe the operations, right, what your benefit you are going to see, right? If drone, maybe we can use this AI created 3D maps, right, coil billets, roll piles, right, again we can detect, right, misplaced material in real time. Like for example, real example, JSW, right, only they have misplaced the billet stack was detected during the drone scanning. with benefits around 100% of
पहली बात हुई थी तो बोले पहुंच जाएगा,
accurate digital yard, zero misplaced query delay, right?
पहुंच गया तो
Yard visibility will be improved, right? Similarly, the AI crane route can also be, routing of your crane can also be.
उसमें तो आपको वो देना पड़ेगा ना, है ना उसके पास कागज वगैरह सब। वो दिखा देने से ही वो हो जाएगा, वो दिखा देने से वो गेट पास बना देंगे, CSF यहाँ बनाते हैं।
Yes. Am I audible? Sorry for disturbance, right? That maybe sometime we can see. But yes, AI crane routing and task optimization can also be done. Like for example, Tata Steel, they have used the AI routing to reduce the average crane travel distance by 28%. Right, and this translates into the 20% more material movement per ship. Right. So this is basically not hypothetical scenario. You can find some scenario which is practically done by some organization. Is it possible to implement the same? If yes, let us go and just try to do it. Right. So based on this AI crane routing, right, during the transportation can also reduce the ideal time by 25 to 30%. It will also improve the yard throughput, right? More trucks loaded per day can be done. Again, the inventory optimization, right? AI forecasting, right? Everyone is talking about the AI forecasting. Please remember, forecasting is a simple method. Please don't worry about that forecast. But why we are using this term AI, right? Because the data, right? The type of model we are going to have, the type of dynamicity in the data set we have, right? For that, maybe we are going to use the different models, right? So for that also, if AI flagged that 900 tons TMT coils were overstocked for 3 weeks, like plan reduce the output for the grade and avoided inventory. So there is a real-time information management, right? Basically, so can also help to minimize this basically our inventory, right? Another problem which I feel is basically global market and external risk, right? Volatility. So here also you can see we have taken one example from maybe any maybe plant, right? Imported coking coal from Australia. We are getting PCI coal from Russia, right? These are the details. And what are the external risks? Definitely the delay in the shipment. The freight rate may be different, right? Fluctuation in the freight rate, the diverted, maybe the divert due to the port congestion that can get delay our delivery, right? Which will directly impact our plant shutdown or hot metal cost increase sharply, right? So all those things. I don't know. So and again we need to go for the emergency purchase if the situations maybe direct us toward the emergency purchase. How we can mitigate this, right? So we can also have the AI for market monitoring, price trend prediction, right? So here I'm just trying to give how this the different AI, right? The tools can we use, right? For making our maybe trend prediction. Definitely in 2023, you can see the coal prices volatility was very high in Australian flood, right? AI-based price forecasting at Tata Steel predicted at 15 to 20% price surge earlier than human, right? So you can see the impact of this tools, right? And the steel plant buys the coal before price spike. Right? And again, this AI supply risk prediction can also be done beforehand, right? If you have the proper information, proper data set, right? Maybe where you can see the vessel carrying around 70,000 tons for cooking coals, right? Was encountered a cyclone, right, near Indian Ocean. I predicted 6 days delays, right, and allowing plant to rearrange but and all those things. So basically, how quickly we are reacting towards the information, right? Basically, how we are getting the information, whether that information, every information you can, every data you can get some information, right? So that is the basically artificial intelligence or AI when we are talking. That is the basically how smartly we are going to use our data set, right? It can be for the maybe again for this project delay and slow, right? There can be the different AI project risk prediction can be done, right? We can have the digital twin for the production execution, project execution that can also be done, right? Here you can see one example, the blast furnace, right? During the major modernization phase, right? Critical blast furnace step were delayed for like 41 days, right? An EPC contractor manpower dropped by 20%, right? Unexpectedly, and the project missed the target, right? Commissioning window. Delay caused around 2.1 lakh tons of lost production, additional capex locations. So how we can mitigate this? Right. So basically, again, we can use this AI-based project monitoring, right? Basically, AI cameras can monitor the fabrication and installation of the mill stands, right? Which again, maybe if there is a singular plant, right, modernization, right? So AI can predict the conveyor erection, 7-day delays, right? So there are some benefits, right? How we can prevent the maybe delays, how we can save the maybe our money, economical or maybe production loss, all those things by integrating the right model for the forecasting or analytical tool, right? By analyzing the data and getting that information to make our decision better. This is another very important thing. I hope maybe most of you can easily relate is digital twin of the project execution, right? So digital twin basically what it basically create the 3D virtual model, right, of the project, and maybe simulates the different delays, equipment arrival, weather contact, right? Which will also allow you to test what if scenario, right? For this cold rolling mills, right, lines installation, AI simulates around 10 days delay, right? Ground workers would delay electrical work by 30 days. Management resequence the task and save one full month. And that also you can see the benefit around 8 to 12% of faster project completion, right? Fewer conflict between the contractors, right? So these are the some benefits, right? So let me because I can see that we have crossed the time, right? I took only 20 minutes for these things. Now, if any question, any suggestion, any query, anything, please, I would like to take your some suggestions, questions, right, or solution, anything. Most welcome. I hope I am in time, right? Maybe I have not delayed. I have not taken much time, right? Okay. Any question, any query, anything, please, you are most welcome. Otherwise, that's it from my end. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Datsena, for sparing time for us with your presentation.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
We now invite Mrs. RKB International Private Limited to deliver their presentation. Sir, please.
Namaskar. Good evening to all the dignitaries present over here. Myself, Amitava Dasgupta, representing RKB International Private Limited. First of all, let me thank IIMM for giving us this opportunity to present our capabilities in terms of products, services, and consultancy, whatever we provide to our customers. Now, since morning, I think all of us had a long day, and moreover, I think this is dragging for quite some time. So I will not take much of time. I had a lot of things to share with you, but due to paucity of time, I will try to make it shorter. Now, this presentation will run like this, that initially we will brief you about the company introduction. Then it will be how we approach our product and service sales. Then a special emphasis, as since morning we have been hearing a lot of initiatives and processes for AI initiatives and automations. And then RK-based offerings. What are the products and services we offer to our customers? And last is the customer base, what we cater to. So our business model runs like this. It's like consulting, engineering, sales, after-sales service for the products what we supply to the customers. Area what we cover is entire pan-India, east to west, south to north, and northeast also. Customers, we have about 150 plus customers who are listed in Indian Stock Exchange. And the experience of the company, not individuals, is more than 40 plus years. Now I will share some of the milestones of our organization. Company was established in the year 1979. From 2015, we started getting ourselves acquainted and partnerships with a lot of global quality OEMs. 2020, we introduced a very specific spares management systems at our own organization. 2024, we got an annual maintenance contract from one of the 3 million ton integrated steel plant in India for their entire hydraulic systems maintenance along with the spares. And 2025, we established actually our all India presence. How it is, it shows in this map. We have our head office in Delhi, registered office in Rourkela. Branches are there in Kolkata, Ahmedabad, and Raipur. We have our representatives stationed in various locations like Bhubaneswar, Jamshedpur, Vizag, Hyderabad, and Bangalore. Now this company was started by one Mr. Rajesh Vajir with his vision and thought. This company started its journey way back in 1979. Since then, slowly, this company has grown big and big and bigger. And we are well supported by Mr. Mehul Vajir, who is one of our directors for business development and finance. He is now giving us a new insight for the future path of the company. Now see, every organization, whether it is small, big, they will have a vision. Without vision, none of the organizations can sustain their growth and their process. So we also as an organization have a vision. Our vision is a joyfully expanding global conscious enterprise, making complex things simple for all the stakeholders through advanced technology. And what is our mission? Our mission is to provide solutions to some of the most challenging problems of the industry we all deal with day in, day out. And what is our objective? Objective is to make complex things simpler. And end of the day, the goal is best uptime in the industry so that you reduce your production loss. Now, how we focus or approach our sales, because we have multiple products, we have multiple types of services what we offer to our customers. So we have divided our entire operations into 6 verticals. First vertical is AI and automation. Second vertical is motion drive and control. Third vertical is rotating equipment. Fourth is flow control. Fifth is material handling. And sixth one is bearing. So you can see the spectrum of products what we deal in. It varies from different perspective to different perspective. Now AI and automation. Now I will not get into too much of detail into it because since morning we have heard so many good presentations. So I will just only touch upon the kind of AI solutions we can provide to our customers. One is a safety control. Now under safety control, lot of things can come. I don't want to elaborate it here. Then your intrusion, how do you find out that intrusion detection? Then heat mapping, image-based person search, and littering detection. These are the few areas what we have just started working on, and we need your advice and support so that we can also be a part to it. Now consulting and services, as I said that we are giving different kind of offerings. Apart from product, we also have services. services like health checkup. In each and every steel plant or power plant, you have a lot of bulk material equipment handling systems, like stacker reclaimers, like wagon load, wagon tipplers. So for checking the health or the condition of the equipment, we have a full-fledged service team who can go to your site, who can assess the condition of the equipment and give you a detailed report what is the condition of that equipment right now. Also, we can give service to large size slewing bearings up to a diameter of 4.5 meter. If you want, we can depute our engineer to your site to assess what is the situation or condition of that particular slewing bearing. And third is that health audit. Health audit for the industrial fans. All of you are using very, very large size industrial fans in your systems. So in case if you feel that particular fan is not giving desired output, so we can definitely be a help to you, to advise you and let you know what is exactly the condition of that particular fan. Now, as I said, we have 6 verticals. This motion driven control, it's a rotary joint, then rotary union, hydraulic cylinder, swivel joints. Now, all these products, all of you are using, whether it is a caster, or it is a mill, or it is blast furnace, or it is sinter plant, or it is coke oven. Most of the areas we are using these kind of products day in, day out. So we are also dealing with these kind of products. Again, what are the additional products what we can offer? Electrical linear actuators, hydraulic power packs, hydraulic and pneumatic, clutch and braking systems, and also pellet rolls. These pellet rolls are specials because these pellet rolls can reduce the sticking of the pellets onto the rolls, which is a phenomena problem with any pellet plant, that they face a problem of that pellets get stuck, especially during the rainy season. So, ma'am, you allotted us 10 minutes, so even if you don't allow 10 minutes, I can close right now.
Okay, no. Okay, continue.
Pardon, sir? नहीं, उतना हम नहीं खींचेंगे सर, हम भी टायर्ड है आप लोग जैसे. No issue. So these pellet rolls can be a real problem solver who are facing day in, day out. And the centrifugal fans, these we have supplied to lot of SAIL steel plants, Tata Steel and different customers. And also we have compressors. For bearings, we have a slewing type bearing, we have split bearings, we have track roller bearing and tapered roller bearing, which all of you must be using day in, day out in different application in your plants. Next one is the material handling division. Here we have barrel coupling, laminated and motorized hook block, and non-metallic liner. See, this non-metallic liner is very useful where your temperature is less and it can give definitely a better life than metallic liner. You can see this is a photograph taken from the site. You can see the difference. And also we can supply you the conveyors and related accessories or spares for the conveyors. And last one is the flow control. Now we can supply oxygen service valves, we can supply cryogenic service valves, and also we can supply mineral injection systems in different steel plant applications. Now some of the valued customers, as I said, we have about 150 plus customers who are listed in Indian Stock Exchange. So I'm just naming some of them: SAIL, Tata Steel, Jindal, Bhushan, AMNS, SMS Group, Prime Metal, Danieli, Linde, Air Liquide, Airwater, Eaton, BHEL, NTPC, State Electricity Boards, Voith, Andrees, Hindustan Aeronautics. You can see one thing. You can see the variety and range of customers. Someone is in oil and gas, someone is in steel, someone is in power, someone is in aeronautics, someone also in port. So that is the wide variety of range of customers where we are catering to. So with this, I want to conclude saying once again, thanks to all. And again, I repeat to close my statement with the concluding word: we are here to make complex things simpler and simpler and simpler. Thank you so much for your kind patience. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mrs. Akebi International Private Limited, for this wonderful presentation. May I now request Mrs. Tuaman Engineering Limited for a presentation. So you please try to make it complete within 7 minutes.
Thank you so much, ma'am. আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে
I think they have some time to prepare. Meantime, we have with us CEO of DHL. We now have the privilege of welcoming Sri Edwin Pinto, CEO of DHL, to deliver his session on global logistic transformation. As the Managing Director of DHL Global Forwarding India, Sri Pinto leads the organization's strategic vision, operational excellence and sustainable growth across one of the world's most dynamic logistics market. As a member of the Asia-Pacific Board of Management, he plays a pivotal role in shaping regional strategy and driving performance across the wider DHL network. With over 2 decades of distinguished service at the DPDHL Group, he brings unparalleled expertise in international logistics and commercial leadership. Prior to his current role, he steered sales and marketing of the Indo-China region from Bangkok, strengthening DHL's market presence across Southeast Asia and driving significant commercial growth. An MBA graduate from ESMT Berlin, Sri Pinto is widely regarded for his result-driven leadership, innovative mindset, and unwavering commitment to advancing global trade through customer-centric logistics solution. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Sri Edwin Pinto. Sir. No, please. No, we have something. Please don't do this. No, please. Sir, please come. When is your flight? 9 is too late. Please, already I have announced, na? Sir, please come.
Good evening, everybody. Yeah, my name is Edwin, and she's already introduced me. I'm not here to speak about DHL because that was not the brief I had. The brief was to talk about how AI is impacting logistics and therefore my presentation is a little bit about how we as DHL see the impact of AI on global logistics and what are we doing in our own way to align to the changing global ecosystem, if I would say, in the logistics arena. So therefore my slides will not talk about DHL. That can be another session where we can tell you a little bit more about DHL. I hope we will have that opportunity someday because we don't generally do any business per se with the Steel Authority. But I'm very happy to be here. I have with me Kaustav Niyogi. Kaustav is from this part of the world. Unlike me, I'm from Mumbai. Kaustav is Vice President and Head of our Customs Brokerage Services in Asia Pacific, but he's based here in India with me. So he will also do a part of the presentation. The people at the back, if you would like to come in front, and if you have any questions, I'll be very happy to answer later. So, in a nutshell, if I would say, how does DHL view all the advancements that are happening in the field of AI? We have been watching it closely for the last 10, 12 years, and aligning with it. But if I see what is happening in the last 4 or 5 years, I would say we more or less embrace the change that is coming in the whole ecosystem because of what AI is doing in our business. But I take a step back there. You know, my slide says about the cost of. Can you just? That's no? If you don't mind, then I don't need to look back.
Yeah, sorry.
So generally about 40% of India's IT, or the gig workforce, as we say, uses AI tools. And therefore the question is, is it time to embrace the change? I already put the point out there that as DHL, as a global player, globally as well as in India, we are very ready and we are very encouraged by what we see, and that helps us to embrace the technology proactively, if I would say that. Okay, because what is also happening more so in India is, from a pure IT point of view, we are moving our positioning. We see that happening a lot, and now data speaks that also. We are moving our positioning from being a back office IT provider to the world to becoming kind of the brain trust. We are progressing in the IT ecosystem, from being the back end doing stuff guys to now the ones who are building things. So we must realize this change is happening faster than we think. Okay, so that's one aspect. The other aspect, I don't know whether you can see that. Can you click next if you don't mind? So there are 3 points there, and the reason I'm doing this slide is I'm trying to build a point. Can you click that one more time if you don't mind? No, go back please.
Yeah, stay.
Yeah, please stay. So there's 3 points there, which says I have a clear plan to it. This is questions about how important are the following factors when considering making a change in a job environment. These are questions asked to the next generation workforce, to the evolving workforce of the world, and this is in India. Okay, how important it is for you to advance your career, or I want to be creative at my work, or I want to find my job fulfilling. The underlying sentiment behind all this is the next generation workforce is saying, I want to do meaningful work. I want to do meaningful work. Other way to say that is I don't want to do repetitive work. Right? It's also important for us as leaders to recognize this emotion that will hit us in the coming, I don't even want to say decade, it will hit us in the next 4 or 5 years, right? And that is why if you go to the next slide, when DHL made its strategy 2030, this is a document of 2 years ago, but this was the cover page of strategy 2030. This is global strategy, which we call accelerating sustainable growth. And the top band, you see there are 5 elements that drove fundamentally the key aspects that went into building this strategy. Of course, we are a logistics company, and global trade is what drives our business. So global trade was important, but here we were talking about shifting ecosystems, the China Plus One, and the nearshoring, the offshoring, all those aspects were considered while building this strategy, right? But e-commerce becoming a significant aspect of global trade drove another aspect of deciding what we do in the strategy. Climate change also, the impacts of climate change drove why we, the decisions that we have taken as part. This is a 200-page document. This is the cover page. But climate change also, kind of drove some of these decisions. But then came two more things: digitalization and evolving workforce, right? Trends told us that digitalization is going to drive and impact logistics industry. That's one of the things we are talking about today. But very related is evolving workforce and how it's going to impact our industry and how we must be prepared for this impact. And that's why when I talk about AI, and this is the third time I talk about it in the last 10 days somehow, we have to find reasons to say yes to it, because the general connotation, more so in India than overseas, is, looking at it from the point of view of, is AI going to take our jobs, right? Many, many years ago, we said the typewriter will take our jobs, right? So I know that it sounds cliched, but we must bring ourselves to think like that again as leaders, And therefore, we find two reasons why we must accelerate this. One is because data again proves that AI will indeed make us more efficient, but that's not the point. It will make us more effective as well. And when we are more effective, we can deliver better service to our customers. And that is what we must focus on. Because there are so many other ways to become efficient. But data will also make us more effective. That is one aspect of it. But then looking at the social point of view, we have to see, what does the next generation want? The next generation doesn't want to do repetitive work. The next generation wants to do meaningful work. So who is going to do the repetitive work? And then we come back to think, oh hell, we need AI. And in my business, which is a lot of documentation and a lot of repetitive work, we see a lot of use cases there. Okay? That's setting the context. If you go to the next slide there, and that is why in the digitalization element, of our strategy, there are many levers. The top three are more internal. We're talking about cybersecurity and our IT architecture, etc. But then we have this whole aspect of process automation and AI. Already started talking in 2023. And it has taken a significant leap in the last 2 years. Till last year, all the AI that we were talking about was based on Gen AI, right? Now with the advancement in technology towards agentic AI, the use cases have exploded. The possibilities of reasoning-based tackling of complex resources is now possible. Okay? So we are seeing extremely hyperactive positioning within our company on how we can use AI to become more effective for our customers in a very, 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 very tangible way. If you go to the next slide. So in logistics, we see this move from using AI for things like chatbots or for, searching on intranets and becoming more efficient in that area, etc., which was all very internal, very tactical, very personal. It is now changing. If you move to the next slide, to enterprise scale automation. So we are looking at really, tackling complex operational processes, really complex operational processes, deploying agentic AI solutions. Kaustav leads many of those for us, and therefore he is here, and he will talk about a few of them, or at least one of them very quickly. And we can already see two things. Again, we can see that our processes are becoming definitely efficient. We have no doubts about that. But the processes are becoming more effective than what was being done by us, by my own people, including myself, right? The processes are becoming more effective. But two, my operators who were actually doing this work are telling me, sir, ye naya process is better. They are finding the new process better. So at least for me, as leader of the DHL team here, my goal is simple. I am not looking at AI to become efficient and do the same work with lesser number of people. Absolutely not. Okay? But I am definitely looking at doing much more work with the same set of people by training them to use AI-based model and marrying man and machine much more effectively. That's my challenge. That's my goal for the next coming years. So it's, like I said, it's not coming in 10 years from now. For me, it's coming next year. It's not even coming 5 years from now. Yeah, with that, actually, next step, if we go.
Next slide.
I'll give that to Kaustav to talk about the following things that we have done over the couple of years, and then he'll deep dive into one of these. Kaustav, over to you.
Thank you.
But if you have any questions for me, I'm here at the end.
Thanks, Edwin. Good evening, everyone. I know we have had a rough day today, but I'll try to cut it short and make it interesting for you. So, I mean, like, I'm not going to deep dive much into every use case and so on and all that. I mean, since morning, I've been listening to all the presentations and things like that by corporates and all that, And this is a fundamental thing which happens in organizations. We always talk about inside-out perspectives. Our processes, our structures, what are we going to do, how are we going to do, how are we going to... Yes, that's part of it, that's part of the game. But this is not something which is new. I mean, we had to do it 20 years back as well. We had to make things efficient, right? Now there are tools and technologies to do it. But there is a very important part. How do we get the outside-in perspective, meaning the market, buyer, international economy, things like that, into our ecosystem? And how can we manage that? Sorry, I got a little bad throat. So on that premise, can we move to the next, please? Yeah, move to the next. So yeah, that's the specific reason why we chose this particular use case to depict in this particular forum. This is about using Gentek AI solution for customs declaration process for India, so to say. And as the data suggests, you can see 20 to 40% of the shipment delays happen due to documentation errors. We don't know it. And there is a absolute study around it that 90% of the companies are paying more duties than what they essentially should be paying, which means there is a huge opportunity of saving right away instead of directly, tangibly thinking about workforce optimization, so to say. So that is precisely what we are doing. But there's an interesting one. If you see on the right-hand side horizon are the supply chain needs, which are more of internal to the organization, so to say, right? People who you work with, demand for AI, and so on and so forth. But there's a very typical element which is about the regulatory part. As you know, geopolitical tensions are increasing and they're going to get even gruesome over a period of time, right? Which means the regulatory restrictions are going to go even more complex over time. Government is going to ask more and more of data. I mean, many of you must be knowing about the new BIS and so on, right? I mean, everything is getting complex day by day. EU has come up with CBAM and so on and so forth, right? And it's a never-ending story, so to say. So how do we leverage technology in doing so? That is precisely what we are trying to address in this use case from an India context perspective, yeah? Can we move to the next? So yeah, as Edwin mentioned, the objective is not to replace people by machines or people by automation, so to say. It is a layer above that where we want to bring in value in 3 particular work streams: better compliance management, better value for business, and of course, making the process efficient. Yeah. This we are layering it on top of the workforce that we have. And ideally, every organization should think it that way, as a strategic think tank present is in this room. Yeah. And how do we do so? Can we move to the next, please? Okay, yeah. In terms of compliance, how we see is how we can influence positively coupled with digitalization. What does it mean? I mean, today, as an economy, we are heavily import-driven, right, so to say. But eventually, all of our objectives, I think, is aligned to the extent that we want to be an export-driven economy. That's the eventual aim, anyway, right, as an economy. So if that is so, we need to be super efficient in managing compliances proactively, not reactively. So we can definitely leverage technologies, and that's what DHL is doing right now. So to kind of assess different kind of assessments, what are the proactive pulls, what are the proactive information pieces we can give to our customers so that they can plan their next 5 years expansion horizon accordingly. Yeah. Efficiency, I don't want to dwell deep. I think all of us in this room agree that we want to make the processes efficient, more effective, and faster turnaround for repeated tasks, so to say. I think unique value that we are trying to bring in is not just doing the customs process. As you must have seen, the customs process operates in a silo. There are multiple trade leverages which can be used to make, for an example, a duty saving, for an example. If you have a leverage of looking at a global free trade agreements India can leverage onto between different countries, I think that will help you a lot of in terms of management decision making, that how should we source our material, which are the economies we should export out, things like that. Yeah. So that's the kind of value which we are bringing in. Can we move to the next, please? I'm sorry, in essence of time, I really have to move quick. Yeah. So these are some of the use cases. The compliance one, which I mentioned, this is about your diversified supply chains, how to manage the trade around that, and how to manage a transparency. What you don't see, you can't improve. This is a simple saying, right? So it is very important to capture every element of the data and conducively decisive prospective information out of it, which you can consume and use for your supply chain optimization. And efficiency part, of course, based on what we have done, we see a 60% efficiency in terms of how much of efficiency it can generate within the customs operation process. Yeah. In terms of value, what we have developed, if I have to put a quantified number, we see close to €1 million duty saving benefits for Indian importers and exporters that we have been able to develop via this particular use case. Yeah. So yeah, on that note, this is about this particular use case. If we move to the next, just 2 last slides. How we see this in essence as a key takeaway of what we are doing is identify pilots, measure value out of it. That's very important. Yeah. Identify a high impact and a high basically which gives you a high value out of it in your supply chain, so to say. It is very important when you're planning for this use case. This has been our experiential learning. We thought we might as well share in this forum. Yeah. Limited productivity gains by very proprietary solutions. Don't just depend on proprietary solutions, absolutely. You will have very limited tangible gains in terms of what you want to achieve as a part of that implementation. Yeah. Commitment and effort, it's a teamwork across the board, across the horizon. Everyone needs to know what we are doing, why we are doing, and how we are doing. So clear communication and thinking it together is very important. And in any point in time, we should not get digressed by any illusions, so to say. We should be very objective in our view. The core value, why we are doing what we are doing, should be absolutely clear. And very important, from seek feedback from people, industry veterans or different firms and so on. Trust me, a lot of this, what we spoke about, this has been indigenous. I mean, we haven't given it to a party, okay, guess what, ABC, develop it for us. No, it is something which we have done it ourselves. So if we can do it, everyone can do it. That's the belief system. And can we move to the last? All right, so last message, AI is not going to definitely replace managers, but it's definitely going to replace the managers who are not leveraging and using it, for sure. So on that note, we would like to end our discussion. Yeah? Thank you. Yeah, please.
Yes.
You want to take it?
Yeah, so sir, I have a question wherein we are trying to optimize the Baltic Dry Index. The Baltic Dry Index for coal. We have coal shipments from various parts of the world. So basically, we would like to optimize or predict the Baltic Dry Index. Do you have any case, use case in which you have tried to predict the index on the basis of which the basic price of the containerized freights are being handled? Because this is one of the use cases that we have identified.
Yeah, we do have this predictability indicators in terms of how you can optimize your freight spend and so on. Okay, there are these use cases.
Okay.
Maybe we can touch base separately if you want, in that sense, to
Yeah.
talk about this particular case,
Yeah.
which we can expand on. But there are optimization schemes which we offer to customers. Yeah.
And follow up to that, usually what I read in various forums like Medium and all, an index of, for predictability of an index of this sort gives us a predictability of around 50% per se. Any good model will give it around that percentage, not more than that. So maybe you can enlighten me on those lines, because this is one of our key areas that we have identified.
I think that was one of the key messages in my slide also, that you cannot just blindly rely on what it's throwing out.
Correct.
Okay? The training definitely has to be an absolute right data set,
Yeah.
and it has to be a proper quantified, defined data set, which has variances
Yes.
as well. It is very important to have that. Once that part is done, the training part, okay, you need to follow a maker-checker concept, period.
Okay.
Okay, in the initial get-go. Any sort of generative learning or regenerative learning, it evolves and develops over time.
Right.
Yeah? And that feedback loop needs to be very much there. So that is why my key message to that, it has to be in a very controlled setting. Initially, you will get 50%. We have seen as low as 20% also.
Okay.
But over time, with a reiterative feedback and a training module improvement, okay, we could scale that up. Okay. Maybe
Yeah, basically when I was iterating this process, what I could see is that there are a lot of external factors which are coming into play, and the data or the data set for the same is not available per se in the public domain. So regarding that as well, how do we get that? So I'm part of Sale Digital Transformation, so we are working on machine learning. So yes, we are working on that use case as such. So that was the idea, because the controllable factors, as on this date, you can get the rates and all, but it is largely being predicted on the basis of external factors, so to say. The confounders are many. So I will also like to know how do you control that?
Yeah. Maybe we can just add, basically this also stems to the point that how you are selecting your use cases. It's very important, right? If you know a larger sizable portion of what I'm going to do are external factors which are going to influence, which are not in my control, essentially.
Yes.
Is it the right use case? That is why, what is the highest impact and highest value in your entire value chain, so to say? You need to identify that, and that should be your ideal use case for leverage of technology and so on. That's how I would say it.
Yeah, I just had one more question related to that. See, maritime movement is also dependent on an environment scan.
Absolutely, yes. I was
And
just
the
going to say all
environment
that.
scan, I mean, how do you use environment scanning? Like we were doing a, a POC with another company called Achilles, who has data, and they were able to predict based on the input that we gave them about orders from different regions and how they would get impacted. So what is DHL using to do this? One is the data that you'll get from the indexes or you'll get from different sources. The other is the impact of like the Red Sea crisis that you mentioned, the Russia-Ukraine war. These are environment scan data that you need. How have you incorporated that in your system?
No, you're talking about prices or you're talking
No,
about...
not about prices. I'm talking about availability, which will subsequently impact prices.
You're talking about variability in transits.
Yes. Demand and supply, basically.
Yeah, so this has been a talking point for 5-6 years, or maybe a little bit more than that. When ETA prediction topic became sexy, I think ETA prediction, and I can say that very, very confidently, ETA prediction should not be used for the transaction. It should be used on an average. Okay, I would simply sum up by saying that if you use it for the transaction and you hold somebody accountable for it, I think it's foolhardy. You can't do that because, a vessel can, as well as I do, that a vessel can arrive in the port but take 3 days to berth, and your cargo is not available to you. So what are you going to do, right? But you can use, because this is data and analysis. This is not agentic AI. This is really machine learning, and you just take it on average and you use that to plan for the midterm and plan for the long term, especially things like inventory.
Yeah.
But it's not like I need this shipment to come by this date so that my production line is going to run. You can't use ETA production for that.
Absolutely. When we were doing this POC, actually, we understood that if a region gets impacted, you're not looking at a particular order that is getting impacted. You're looking at the, over a period, what is the impact, and you try to prepare to, somehow mitigate that impact. That's the way we were looking at it. But I was looking at, since you are into a logistics where, the time frame becomes very important, even in shorter periods of time. So I was looking at something that you all have done to mitigate in the short term rather than in the medium and long term.
No, but sir, we use that on average. On a more lighter note, if AI could solve that problem, you didn't need me. Yeah, that's what I would say.
And I would just like to conclude that it's not going to reinvent our world. Okay, let me tell you honestly. There are some predictable challenges or changes or disruptions which can be seen, which can be mapped into a data set, which you can learn from better planning perspective. But there are these uncontrollables which will anyway happen all the time, and no model on this planet Earth can solve that, in my...
Sorry, I want to make a point here. What AI is doing is, like I said, it's making things more effective. Previously, we used to, based on this demand supply, we used to take risks on how we would price for the long term. We used to do that manually. Now we use tools to do that, and we have gotten better at it. Our risks have reduced. Sometimes we used to make losses when we would predict for the long term. That has come down. So all those things are there. But for the transaction, no. That's the good old hustle is what is needed for the transaction, and that's what keeps all our jobs. But I just want to tell you, for example, a very, very good example is what we are doing on customs. And there we have a very solid tangible use case for us. And that is why searching for the right pilots, searching for the right use cases is important. Customs is a very complex process. I have to, an operator who's filing a customs entry is taking documents from you, who is an importer, checking everything, checking the HS codes, checking everything. Then he's going and checking, and what are the FTA regulations, etc. for duty benefits. Then he's checking for any compliance risks. then is, if it's a DG cargo, is checking something else, this, that. And based on all those, and with the many years of experience that this specialist has, is preparing the customs entry. This process, we are now able to, this process which was dependent on this person, we are now able to democratize, use agentic AI, and do it better than this person. Because with all the APIs that we can connect to your database, to the internet, to certain other, government bodies, etc., and do that job better, and even better than what this specialist could do. But we still keep this specialist at the end. Whole thing is done. You check before we upload it into the customs portal. So this is like a really good use case, and we are searching all the time for use cases like this, which we can then amplify. Yeah? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for giving us the time.
Thank you, Mr. Edwin Pinto and Mr. Kostav, for an exceptionally well-delivered presentation filled with valuable insights. It has kept the audience truly engrossed. I now request our Chief Patron of Iimm Durgapur branch, Sri Bhupinder Singh Popli, Executive Director, Materials Management, Durgapur Steel Plant, to kindly come onto the desk and hand over the mementos to Mr. Edwin Pinto and Mr. Kostav. Now we'll have a next presentation by Toman Engineering Limited.
Hello, hello. Good evening. Good evening to all of you. And at the outset, I take the privilege to thank Indian Institute of Material Management for organizing such a beautiful seminar, workshop, whatever you can say. It is beautiful learning from the day one. And I also take the privilege to present our company, Tuaman Engineering Limited, in front of the dignitaries, competent authority of steel sale and allied industries. Since morning, we have witnessed in various types of presentations, starting from the product, not the product, if I put in different way, starting from the management consultancy, KPMG and Deloitte, then the product come like Siemens, ABB, Delta, also some OEM like Air. We have seen the presentation of the IBM. Now one question, product is ready, technology is ready, consultancy ready, who will execute your project? Who will execute your project? Product is ready, consultancy giving your charges and giving the few thousand pages of presentation, detail, engineering, everything. But who will execute the project? So again, it's a privilege for us, Tuaman Engineering, We are the EPC organization. We value your time. You are based in Calcutta. We have started our journey in 2005. As an MSME organization, we are around 1,000 crore organization at present. So I'll quickly go through my short presentation. Please, next slide. Tuaman stands for the various words, this dot. Yeah. So with the Tuaman 8, trustworthy, unique, accountable, multidiscipline, agile and nation building. So that I said, we will complete your project, our project for the nation. Next slide. As you said, lead the industry in positive value creation for its customer and the country. And as I said, we value your time. If you see our logo, the tagline is the complete EPC solution. But the present perspective of industries, Make India, self-reliance, our tagline is now the slogan, we value your time. We understand for the EPC project, timing is the essence. We understand the pain of the industry if I am not able to perform for few months, few days. What are the challenges you face? That we value your time. Next slide, please. We have 1,000 plus qualified employees. All the certification we are having, global technology tie-up. Something is mentioned in the project. I'll slowly go through our project details. Please. We are present in the ferrous, non-ferrous, oil and gas, railways, chemical, energy power substation, infrastructure precast, fertilizer, water technology management, also in-house manufacturing facilities. We know for any EPC company, in-house manufacturing facility plays a major role to provide the quality products, on-time delivery of the product. So we are also having our own system concern, Tuaman Metal Solution Private Limited. We have started our journey last year. Next slide, please. As I said, we have started our journey in 2009, starting with the chemical sector, slowly oil and gas. Oil and gas, why oil and gas? All of us know, aware of that, the stringent rules and regulations, safety is the major key for any oil and gas sector. If somebody is performing in oil and gas sector, you can take it for granted, they are very safety conscious and they are zero harm culture they are having in their blood. Then we enter into the ferrous, non-ferrous sector, 2015. We are also in the railway segment. Railway segment means in the different types of segment. We are into the business of railway wagon manufacturing. Again, today's material management related aspect, it is related to the freight management. Whatever freight you do, you need the wagon. We provide the pre-overhauling and regular overhauling of the wagon and we manufacture the wagon. Substation, electrical issue, and also you will be happy to know that Tuaman Engineering is also executed some of the project under Department of Nuclear Energy. As oil and gas, project in the Department of Nuclear Energy also very critical to perform. So you can rely on us. Then fertilizer also we have done, metro railways. We are doing the Patna metro railways MEP projects, entire Patna railways project. And very recently, Prime Minister has inaugurated this project. In the oil and gas sector, you'll be happy to know that we have executed one project for the bamboo-based ethanol, which is the first of its kinds of project in India, which was inaugurated by our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi. And 2024, we are into the manufacturing of water technology. Please, next slide. Last year, this is one of the biggest achievement, if you say, is intangible parameter at all, but attaching with the Indian Institute of Technology, erstwhile India School of Mines, Dhanbad, we have signed MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, for the entire technological aspect. Getting MOU with any IIT short of the Institute of National Repute, you understand. Many of you are alumni of these types of organization. Next slide. Feathers in our cap, we got the safety related aspect, EHS award for Vishwakarma award, and you can see the two are in the top 10 industry EPC contractor in 2022. Next. Next. Very recently, we got the National Safety Council of India Safety Award 2025 for the Numaligarh refinery project. It's very recent we have got that certificate. Or also, we are the employee conscious, employee-centric organization. We are also bagged the best employer brand in 2023. Next slide, please. We are also one of the top 20 committed to Vikasit Bharat project. You can see our stand is around 17. Tuaman Engineering, it is not our judgment. It is one of the biggest cost award. They have find out where is our positioning in the organizational spectrum. Next, please. Our present, you can see, our present all over India, starting from northeast to west, south, and central India also. Next. Tuaman Association, ferrous and non-ferrous, we are working in Kudrumukh, Vizag Steel Plant, we did some small work. Obviously, the consultant, we had a very strong relation. They believe in us, MN Dastur, Mekon, and Nalco. You can see the chemical fertilizer, there are the all the big giants starting from Nidga to IFCO to Talcher fertilizer. Next slide, please. Oil and gas, all the major association, companies we are associated with. So we are, as I said, we have started our journey in the oil and gas sector, and working in oil and gas plays a major role for the execution perspective and all. Please, next slide. Railways, as I said, we are also attached with the RITES, Braithwaite, Delhi Metro Railway Corporation, and Department of Atomic Energy. Next slide. 2,908 crore we did 2023-24. Next slide. With a 24% CAGR, we are having the full-fledged engineering capability, in-house capability, and also we are upgrading the engineering capability based on the available project and opportunities. Please, next. These are the small presentation, means pictorial presentation, as the picture speaks more than the words. So you can see some of our executed projects. Civil engineering capability, next. Piping and plant engineering, next. Static equipment, next. Electrical instrumentation engineering, next. You can see the structural and precast also we did, next. Mechanical, next. Electrical instrumentation, substation, we did a 220 kV substation also, next. The mission critical facilities, critical equipment installation, we are having the very good experience, next. As I said, the wagon is a rolling stock, which is also related to the material management for the smooth material supply. So we are also into that business, next. After that, as I started my discussion from product, consultancy, and the EPC, who will maintain your organization? EPC and the service is another play the major role. Tuaman Engineering also having the vertical operation maintenance activities for the plant maintenance for the entire your plant. We generally prefer to take the greenfield plant because taking the any O&M activities from the brownfield plant, HRIR issues are there. And it is totally a trough-driven approach, is a corporate policy-making decision. We are also into the business, in the execution after operation maintenance. Next. As I said, we are also into the manufacturing. Tuaman Metal Solution Private Limited. We are the MSME and the startup organization. Started in 2024. Next. These are the few projects we have already executed. Next. Ongoing jobs. Next. Another ongoing up to 350 crore. Next. This is my last slide, but in front of the competent authority, I have one request, because being any EPC company, not for Tuaman, all the entire EPC fraternity, you can say I am talking on their behalf, because whenever we are entering into the project of any government project, one is submission, EMD is the
cash flow related issues, we are submitting the ND. After that, if you get the contract, a huge amount of performance bank guarantee is due to it. So it's sometimes 5% for the oil and gas and 10%. So I request to all the competent authority, if you can consider it is some staggered related approach, maybe the 1%, so it will not hamper our cash flow. If it hampers our cash flow, automatically the project delays, various issues will come automatically. So if you can consider some token amount 1% and from the running bill, if something can done, because already similar project, oil and gas sector, IOCL is doing. We having that certificate, tender, everything, they are taking this step, at least they are giving the opportunity some breathing for the executing agency. So as I said, sir, we value your timing. So this much if you can take care of that. And recent development, all the PSUs are accepting this insurance security bond. The MECON also accepting. I think the SEL, please also you think, instead of taking the bank guarantee, if you can take the insurance security bond, if you will help us, because already MECON has started. And most of the oil and gas and the Government of India organization like Indian Railway is taking insurance security bond in lieu of this bank guarantee. This is thank you from my end, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. We would like to invite Abhitech Energycon Limited for giving their presentation.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We are from Iimm Energycon Limited. Thank you to IIM Durgapur and all respected EDs sitting here and all ladies and gentlemen. We are basically Mumbai-based company. I am sitting in Kolkata. We are the manufacturer of various kinds of fossil fuel additives as well as moisture absorbent, and also we have another company, Clear Water, where the manufacturer of various type of water chemicals. Now, the time is very short. Along with me, my director R&D, Mr. A.V. Bhushan, is here. I would request him to give the presentation as early as possible. Please.
Thank you, Shubhjit. So I know all of you have had a long day, so I'll be very fast in my presentation. So we are a company group called Iimm Energycon. We have 3 companies. One is called Technocraft Switchgear, and we also have Clearwater Limited. Next, please. So we have tie-ups, technology tie-ups with various institutes. These are all prestigious institutes. One of the major institutes is IIT Bombay, IIT Roorkee, and then IIMT Bhubaneswar. They are all heavily related to metallurgy and metallurgical processes. So we have tie-ups with them for development of various products and technology, which I shall share with you very quickly. Next, please. So these are a category of our products. We have liquid fuel additives, solid fuel additives, specialty chemicals. These are process chemicals which addresses certain pain points and improves process efficiency in various metallurgical processes. And of course, we are also into AI and analytics. Next, please. So this is our R&D, Research and Development Center at Thane in Mumbai, which we have a very big R&D center, which is heavily focused again on metallurgy, primarily related to iron making. Right now. Yeah, next please. So we focus on these areas, which are ferrous metallurgy, non-ferrous metallurgy, biomass, biotechnology and other areas. Next please. So some of the largest conglomerates in India are our customers. SAIL, all plants of SAIL are our customers. Tata, JSW, some of the biggest integrated steel manufacturers are our customers. Next please. So moving on to the products that we make, dust suppressants. As you know, many of the plants in India have a severe dust problem because of it's a tropical country. So we have come up with products. These are all products developed by our own in-house R&D. These are dust suppressant. We have a product for coal and we have a product for iron ore. Next, please. So these are the way in which it's sprayed onto the piles of coal and iron ore, and then it suppresses the dust very effectively. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah, next. So this is our contribution to the theme of the conference about what do we do with related to logistics. We have a diesel additive and this reduces diesel consumption by anywhere from 4 to 6%. So anybody who is in logistics and transporting large quantities of cargo over large distances would want to consider using this product. It's an extremely effective product developed by IIT Bombay, Department of Chemistry. Next, please. So these are any area, any equipment that uses diesel can use this product. Next, please. Excavators in mining, it's extensively used in mining. We are supplying this product to some of the largest mining companies in India as well as other sectors. Next, please. This is a product which is related to a catalyst for coke making, and what we do is this product is again developed by IIT Bombay. It improves the quality of coke in the manufacturing process. So there are various benefits. I will not get into the technical details. This product is used by all SAIL plants which are present today. Next, please. The dosing mechanism. Next, please. So this is how the product works across the entire coke making process. Next, please. So the product gives various features, various benefits. One is it can reduce the coking time, and second is it can reduce optimum, the blend can be optimized by using this product. Or third, the quality of the coke can be improved. So this is an example. Next, please. So these are the various clients and their references and their values are given, and we can share these details with anybody who is interested. Next, please. So if you take just for coking coal, so far we have treated close to 2,000 million tons over the last 15 years. So this is to highlight to you how safe the product is for the coking process. Next, please. So this is a product called SAP 333. This is a super absorbent moisture. So typically in monsoon season, again, this is related to logistics where, you struggle because of the product iron ore and coal becomes very wet. And then the flowability is heavily affected, negatively affected. So by using this product, which is sprayed onto the piles of iron ore or coal, the flowability can be improved, the chutes jamming and hopper jamming can all be prevented. Extremely effective product. We provide the technical services also, and it can be used on both iron ore as well as coking coal and any type of coal. Next, please. So these are all products certified by IIT Bombay. Next, please. How it is used? It can be sprayed onto the conveyors carrying the raw materials. Extremely effective. NMDC, SAIL plants are all using this. Next, please. Then we have a catalyst for the sintering process. So this is basically anybody who knows, is aware about the sintering process, knows that sinter process develops enormous quantity of fines. They are called internal fines as well as blast furnace fines. By using our product, you can reduce the sinter fines. Next, please. Next. Next, please. So the fines reduction is anywhere from 10 to 20, 25%. So we have also come up with another technology which is for recovery of metal from BOF slag. This is a very unique technology. This is related to circular economy and waste recycling. So what we do is we can recycle up to 90% of the Fe which is present in a BOF slag. So we have developed a special technology for that, which I will share it with the SMSP. Next, please. Move on. Next, please. So we also have briquetting plants. So what we do is we take mill scale and certain slag like LD slag, and we can produce briquettes. They can then be used in DRI applications, electric arc furnaces, or even as a coolant in your BOF. Next, please. So these are the map of all the various points or unit operations in the steel process where we can use our products and technologies. Overall, for the whole objective is for decarbonization. A significant amount of carbon dioxide can be reduced by using our products and technologies. Yeah, next, please. We also have a Clearwater, which is our group company. Next, please. Where we have, very similar to Tuaman, we make water treatment projects. We design, execute, and implement the water treatment projects right from design to EPC stage. Various projects are going on at this stage. That's it. Thank you very much. Any questions I would like to take? Yes, sir. Yeah, well, very good. So Smart Coke is an AI package that we have generated, and what it does is it enables you to do a blend optimization of your coking coal, because coking coal nowadays comes from various sources, right? So much of it is imported and some of it is domestic. How do you optimize the coking coal blend is what we have developed the Smart Coke, which is an AI software. Yeah. Yeah, it's a sort of a machine learning is embedded into that software. So by virtue of the coal petrographic analysis, if you tell us what types of coal that you use, we'll be able to tell you which blend will give you the best quality based on what characteristics you need. You may need better quality, you may need more pushings, or you may need less coking time, right? So based on what your objectives are, the machine learning algorithm will factor it into the software, which is factored in the software, will tell you which blend you need to use. Yeah. Yes. Yes. That's true. Well, to some extent, yes, but since cost is a factor which is slightly outside the domain because the emphasis is more on your particular objectives of quality and quantity, right? So automatically that will take predominance over cost, but cost is of course there. Cost is also there. Yes, sir. Yes, of course. Techno-economics will work out. So based on whatever material is available to you, secondly, we can also predict to you about what are the blends that you can possibly use which is not available to you at the moment. So then you can consider bringing that into within your procurement strategy, if necessary. So sometimes because your procurement strategy may negate certain types of coals for certain reasons which are not known to you. So once we do a predictive modeling, then those types of coals can also be considered in your procurement strategy, which could give you a cost arbitrage where you want, in case you want. Yeah, anything else? So thank you very much. I guess I'm the last speaker for the day. Thank you very much.
One thing, sir, I'd like to say. Yeah, please. This Thermat MT and SAP 333 already been established, as my colleague director Bhushan said. All cell plants and other steel plant private they are using. The DS99 and DS36 and Syncat is very newly developed product, developed by the IIT Bombay and IIMT Bhubaneswar. So my humble request to the user, if they can use for a time to reduce the pollution, dust suppressant, and also reduce the fines of the sinter. It is very much helpful, and we are ready to give the demonstration at various sites. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. We have just come to learn that Sri Chittaranjan Mishra, Executive Director, Materials Management, Bokaro Steel Plant, will be proceeding back tonight. I request Sri Mishra to come onto the dais. I also request our Chief Patron, Sri Bhupender Singh Popli, Executive Director, Materials Management, DSP and ASP to come onto the dais to hand over the memento to Sri Mishra. Thank you, sir. With this, we come to the end of today's day-long seminar. Thank you all for sitting patiently with us. All the delegates, invitees, and members are requested to join us for cultural program starting at 7:30 p.m. and subsequent dinner here at the Steel Club. We are also pleased to announce that a selfie point has been arranged where you can get instant frame photographs for memories. So please make use of it. Thank you once again. Tomorrow's program starts at 9:30 a.m. sharp. Thank you.